El ferrocarril se puede posicionar como un pilar fundamental para impulsar la movilidad sostenible y promover la integración regional en América Latina y el Caribe. Pero para avanzar en esa dirección, dos ejes estratégicos deben ser abordados con mayor profundidad. La gestión operacional ferroviaria desde perspectivas nacionales y subnacionales, que comprende los desafíos y oportunidades vinculados a la operación eficiente, sostenible y tecnológicamente avanzada de los sistemas ferroviarios, y que busca echar luz sobre nuevas soluciones para la gestión eficiente de activos, así como en los modelos de coordinación institucional y gobernanza local. Por otra parte, el acceso a financiación estratégica, que expone la estructuración exitosa de inversiones en infraestructura ferroviaria, aprovechando su capacidad para movilizar financiación bajo condiciones ventajosas. ¿Qué mecanismos financieros viables, sostenibles y adaptados a las particularidades del sector existen y cómo se correlacionan con los retos de inversión en el sector ferroviario en América Latina y el Caribe? ¿Cómo mejorar la preparación de proyectos y facilitar el acceso a fuentes innovadoras de financiamiento climático y sostenible? América Latina y el Caribe tiene la oportunidad de consolidar el ferrocarril como una alternativa ambientalmente responsable para el transporte de pasajeros y mercancías, desarrollando soluciones para adaptar infraestructuras a los eventos climáticos extremos, al mismo tiempo que se fomente el uso de tecnologías de bajas emisiones y de energías renovables. La transferencia de conocimiento, el fortalecimiento de capacidades técnicas, el intercambio de experiencias, la promoción de buenas prácticas y la articulación de esfuerzos entre gobiernos, empresas operadoras, instituciones financieras, organismos multilaterales y actores técnicos del sector ferroviario de Europa y América Latina prometen consolidar al ferrocarril como eje central de una movilidad más eficiente, sostenible y conectada en la región. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe, Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat de Catalunya e INECO presentan la tercera edición de los Diálogos del Ferrocarril 2025 en España, conectando a América Latina y Europa para una movilidad sostenible, un espacio internacional de referencia para impulsar el desarrollo ferroviario en América Latina y el Caribe.
Buenos días, soy Vera Cataño y en nombre de CAF, Banco de Desarrollo.
Good morning, I'm Vera Cataño, and on behalf of CAF, Inter-American Development Bank, INECO, and the Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat de Catalunya, I'm very happy to welcome you to the third edition, Latin America and the Caribbean, Spain, Railroad Dialogues, on track to a sustainable future. Thank you to all of you who are with us at the San Pau Hospital in Barcelona, and thanks also to those who were with us via remote, the YouTube channel. We remind you that we have interpretation into English on streaming and in the hall. And we encourage all of you who wish to use the interpretation services to go to the back of the room for your headsets. Channel 1, Spanish, Channel 2, English. Today, with us are companies from the railway system, financial institutions, multilateral bodies, and technical stakeholders. They will address the challenges and opportunities to develop sustainable railroad systems from their different points of views. Furthermore, we will share experiences regarding the investments in these infrastructures and the impact thereof. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions on the social media. Hashtag Reactivación Ferroviaria ALC, and also follow us on @AgendaCAF on Facebook's X, Twitter before, and Instagram. And now, to begin, we invite with us Sergio Vázquez Torón, who is president of INECO.
Bueno, buenos días, buen día, muchas gracias. Voy a tratar de ser breve, no voy a tratar, voy a ser breve para recuperar un poco el pequeño.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you today on this very important occasion. I do not want to speak for too long. I think that we began a little bit late, and this is because of a slight delay we had. We are here today in Barcelona, and this is actually a conversation, a true conversation, which is a benchmark, if you will, a benchmark, a forum where we meet in Spain and in Latin America, talk about railroads, and it's a learning experience. Thank you to CAF, to Angel, to all of you who have participated in the organization of these events in this very beautiful venue. And as I said before, also thank you to the CAF. It's much more than an interdevelopment development bank. It stirs up our desire to recover the presence of the railroad in Latin America. This is something that we have seen does exist in the region. And thanks also to Ferrocarrils of the Generalitat de Catalunya. Thank you for hosting us. It's going to be a very interesting working session here at the Sant Pau Hospital, a beautiful venue and a symbol also of the early industrialization which took place in Catalonia. And thanks to the activities here in Catalonia, we saw the appearance of one of the first railroad lines in Spain from Barcelona to Mataró. But it's much more than that. I think that the challenges that are faced by this sector are to be found in the territory in general. Catalonia has linked its four capitals via high-speed trains. Catalonia is the central axis of the Mediterranean corridor, which is also a challenge if you think about moving goods about for all of Europe. This is something that we know that we will have to be focusing on. Catalonia also has an international connection with France. And when we talk about Latin America, we talk about how difficult it is to coordinate activities between and among countries. And in Europe, despite the fact that we are members of the European Union, it's sometimes difficult to establish that very close working relationship with different countries. This is something that will have to be studied. The challenges implicit in connectivity. And Catalonia has railroad services of metropolitan service, Rodalies, in the Generalitat, which are very important. And we have seen how there is that ongoing tension. We see that demand is much more than what's forecast, and we see how the service is bearing with that. So how to recover that time, how to maintain that operation up and running. So if you want to learn about the railroad sector, I think that this is the place to be and the moment to be as well. And thus also we have INECO with us. INECO for decades now has a presence in Catalonia with over 300 professionals hard at work. The Sagrera, I think tomorrow you're going to be visiting La Sagrera, of course the Mediterranean corridor and all of the Rodalies network. I'm coming to the end of my very brief address, and I think that the conversation is going to be extremely valuable. These are ambitious working days from the strategic vantage point, addressing important, relevant issues such as maintenance, for instance. Sometimes an issue which does not really spark debate in the different forums, but which is essential because managing a railroad system calls for ongoing tension. We talk about planning, we talk about new infrastructures, and we talk also about operating and managing and guaranteeing maintenance. The system is much more than just a means of transport. It is actually, if you will, an ideal with a capital I, but it is at the same time rigid and complex, and it calls for ongoing attention. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the challenges. We'll talk about safety and security. I think INECO can also broach important ideas there. I think there are definitely lessons to be learned, and of course, funding. It's very true that we know that it is a reality, it is a challenge that we need to overcome, especially in the region of Latin America. Of course, they talk about structuring the projects, and we say, yes, it's important in Spain and in Europe. We have more classical, more traditional systems, which are more geared to public investments. But in fact, there are other alternatives. There are other ways of raising funds, and we need to explore those, especially when we talk about very ambitious projects that are linked to goods. How then to think about that public-private partnership to get these projects up and running? I don't want to go on at great length. What we want to do today is delve into knowledge on the arena that occupies us. We think that the railroad allows us to come forth 2 centuries after. It was an ally of the Industrial Revolution, now it's an ally of the Green Revolution. We see that the regions share this ideal of progressing. Thank you very much to all, and I certainly hope that you enjoy these working sessions. Thank you very much to Mr. Vázquez, and now I would ask Mr. Carlos Ruiz Novella to come up on stage. Mr. Ruiz Novella is president of Ferrocarrils of the Generalitat de Catalunya. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to welcome all of you to Barcelona. I'm happy to welcome you to Catalonia, to Spain. Thank you to INECO. Thank you to CAF IDB for having asked us to participate in these very interesting sessions. I need to begin by apologizing because some of the delays that some of you have suffered are partially our fault, because we're working on the tracks and we are digging up the city of Barcelona, and this makes traffic very complicated. The mayor is very worried, but I think it's going to provide a better service, better even than the service we provide now. We, Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat, are a diverse company, highly specialized in transport of travelers. In Barcelona, in Lleida, we'll be working on commuter trains between Lleida and Terrassa. We're also working on a tram for Tarragona, this extension of one of the metropolitan lines. And apart from all of that, we have trains for tourists. We have the only 2 zipper trains that continue to exist in Spain, and cable systems also, because we own 6 ski stations. So, as you can imagine, that is quite a different series of activities that have to be carried out by the company in general. At this point in time in Catalonia, things are happening in the realm of infrastructure. We are working now, the government of Catalonia, the government of Spain, are definitely striving to improve the infrastructures in Catalonia, especially railroad. And planning of what we're doing now was actually begun many, many years ago. You know that these infrastructures are very, very long-term projects. They look far into the future. They look so far into the future that today we are completing structures that are not sufficient. They were programmed when in Catalonia there were 6.5 million population. Now it's 8 million population, and our forecast is that within 20 years we will be 10 million. So I repeat, the infrastructure of today is infrastructure that is being completed to give services to the population and needs of the past, which means that the government of Catalonia and the government of Spain in general, other plans are underway to see how to forecast growth. There's a very important part of the puzzle, which is to distribute the population in the territory. Our assessment is that the infrastructure the system itself are the most efficient alternatives when you think about enlarging this radius of the territory to guarantee mobility of people and goods, reaching out to other parts beyond the metropolitan area of Barcelona. So we're going to see that strategy that looks to distribute territory in Catalonia. We're going to see how the railroad and its infrastructure become increasingly relevant. So the time is ripe for investment, for new projects. It's a good moment to think about new lines, new services. It's a good moment to guarantee people transport. Just to give you an idea, the projects underway now, we're going to be seeing a growth of about 10% of our transport systems. So these are new investments. So the railroad itself has a tremendous weight. For us, it's a challenge in quantitative terms because we're talking about huge volumes that need to be generated of services and infrastructures, but also qualitative because the framework is of technological change. It is a time of onboarding of new management systems, guaranteeing interoperability, competing with other operators using the same systems, intermodality, combining with other transport systems. So really, these are challenging times for our sector as a company and for the sector in general. So it's extremely interesting to be here. It's wonderful to be able to share this interesting working day because when you talk, you exchange experiences and thoughts, and we believe that this is essential. What we need to do is learn more. We need also to generate new ideas, build new services, and in the face of this new railroad that awaits, definitely are in the future for us. So I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting working day. I hope, of course, that you enjoy your stay in Catalonia, in Barcelona, and I hope that you find what we have to share with you of interest. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And let me now ask Ángel Cárdenas, who is with CAF, Development of Infrastructure, the principal thereof, who will welcome us on CAF's behalf and will share the strategy to think about the railroad as an element which is essential to achieve our objectives to consolidate as the region's green bank. You have the floor, sir. Good day. Thank you, INECO. Thank you, Ferrocarrils, for the alliance, and thank you for inviting us to Barcelona. I have to say, I was walking down the streets of Barcelona looking for the missing bus, and all I could think of was, what a beautiful city. There's, I think, no better place to talk about planning and infrastructure, and as we heard, all of those lessons learned that appear in this sector. I'm going to speak for a very few minutes because I want to make up for lost time, so I need to say thank you and share perhaps a more Latin American understanding of railroads. Again, thank you on behalf of CAF, and I always like to clarify, when we talk about CAF in Spain, there's a bit of a confusion. Our acronym is Corporación Andina de Fomento, because we know there's another CAF that also talks about the railroad, but we're the other side, we're the Latin side, if you will, the Andean side, the South American side, Latin American and Caribbean. Now, very quickly, and I'm not sure if I could perhaps get a little bit of help with the presentation. Okay, while we cast, why do we believe that this is important? Well, because many people think that railroads are a thing of the past. There's this understanding in Latin America that railroads belong to the past, and depending on the country that you visit, well, some countries invested very much in railroads, but over the past 30 years have no longer invested. So people took to the road. But what we are seeing the world over is that Railroads are the future. In China, 80–90% of the persons are going to be connected by railroad. In Europe also, we see for short distances how trains are much more popular for environmental reasons. And in Latin America, it's an interesting alternative for transport and mobility, and also from the point of view of generating in the Pride line, for instance. So this is why we have begun to establish a conversation with the 25 member states and focus on trains, focus on the railroad. Why? Well, because if you see the numbers, and I'm not going to bore you, we see that Latin America is lagging behind in terms of investments and infrastructures. 1.4% of the GDP, and it should be 4% in order to achieve our 2030 goals. But when we double-click, when we look at transportation proper, we see that it's not even 1% of the GDP. And when we further take that apart, we see 82% is actually road-based. The problem is our capacity, our competitive capacity. We see that our costs are nearly 18% of the product, whereas in OECD countries it's half. As you can imagine, this makes it very difficult for us to compete. But furthermore, and I think that this is another very important challenge we have in Latin America when we talk about public policies, we see that integrated involves 3 to 7%, and if we compare with the US, it's 40%. So here we see how things add up, the different negative elements that generate pressure in order to learn about the reactivation of the railroads. Sergio said that in Europe also this problem needs to be solved, interoperability. Unfortunately, in Latin America, it's terrible. In Latin America, Bolivia and Brazil, there is simply no connection. The tracks do not meet up. You're on your way down to a port, and 3 kilometers before you reach the port, you need to bring the goods down by bus or by truck. So it's really dramatic. And this complicates the lives. This makes all of these negative factors practically insurmountable. And then we have a very Latin American vision of the last century, which looks at really thinking that the road is the solution to all. This is not only a challenge from the point of view of productivity and competitiveness. Furthermore, as Sergio, when he referred to the Green Revolution, it's hitting us hard because it has much more of a potential threat from the point of view of greenhouse gases. We like to say, when you talk with the Minister of Public Works and the Treasury, you talk about competitiveness, you talk about economic problems, and you talk about environmental problems. And now, as we heard from Carlos, we're going to have to say that railroad definitely can integrate territories and can reach out to populations that are more isolated. In the case of Latin America, this is a problem. It is the region of the world that has most people living in cities, but in many countries, the rural population is definitely a factor to take into account, and the railroad can provide a solution to their needs. The challenges, high capex, we know that. The capital expenditure is huge. We know that these projects are expensive. But the good news is, for those of you who live in Latin America, is that there is an opportunity because the investments that are necessary tend to be extremely profitable. I see colleagues, authorities from Panama. Panama is working on works all the way to Costa Rica. We see persons from Chile, very many investment opportunities. But as I say, expensive, capex, difficult to fund, especially in a region which is already stressed fiscally. The treasuries would not allow for the financing of these activities. So this would not be sufficient. And we will have to seek alternatives. And then you need critical mass and planning. I believe that this is a serious problem that we face in the region. We do not have a cross-cutting vision of the deployment of these infrastructures. Railroads cannot live isolated from robust corridors that will guarantee the density necessary that will make them profitable. But that's because of our lack of planning, our lack of vision. High competitiveness, high costs, high capex, and environmental costs, because we're using the road. And we would have to think about institutional weakness, which would allow us to generate other public policies that would attract investment. And then the lack of harmonization in legislation. Back to what Sergio said when he said European countries have some problems. Well, in Latin America, we have problems as well. We don't seem to be able to reach an agreement. But there are good news. Increasingly, thanks to this vision of the reactivation, we see that governments and especially binational entities are beginning to think jointly, if you will. Increasingly, our friend from Chile, the conversation between Patagonia and Argentina and then Chile, how to integrate the borders in order to be able to really leverage what Argentina has down the Chilean Pacific. But this calls for harmonization. And finally, how to attract capital gains. It's happening in the U.S. We can look up north in Santiago de Chile. The metro system has begun to think that it will generate capital gains, ensuing interventions in the field of infrastructures. So very quickly, because this is something we want to do, from the point of view of the Banco Verde, we have an objective, $7 billion, when we talk with the 25 treasury ministers in the region, and we said our investments need to be at least 40% green. Our portfolio needs to grow, and railroads are much more efficient than other modes of transport. So it makes full sense that we back the railroad. Regional integration, I think it's very obvious that railroads integrate, definitely, and allow us to reach out to populations that are at a distance. And sustainable growth and inclusion is, of course, an engine for inclusion and productivity. Productivity, because of how it adds value in our regional chain, logistics, of course, but inclusion too, because we are reaching out to these populations that otherwise would be left behind. So what are we doing? Well, in the past 5 years, we've approved over $2 billion. We have attracted about 15 in technical assistance, non-reimbursable, in more than 10 countries, and increasingly we are mobilizing non-traditional resources to the region with these transactions. So our forecast is that we're going to increase that substantially in order to ×2 this portfolio in the upcoming years. Our program, well, these 4 headings support, we believe that our conversation begins after a diagnosis, which I said before, begins by addressing the kind of institutional support needed by countries and companies, because it's the operators who are in charge. And again, here we see the importance of alliance with groups such as INECO, because they share with us many lessons learned. And then technical support. Often enough, what we see, and this is important, is that there's challenges, yes, but also a wide gap in terms of the technical expertise. These are ambitious projects, and sometimes just a little bit will allow us to go from the idea to a project proper, which can be executed. The third is innovative financial instruments. This is, I think, what we pay most attention to, because at the end of the day, we're a bank. How to generate the mechanisms that today will allow us to maximize the value of companies when we talk about developing these alternatives. It's not only companies without sovereign guarantee or with, but increasingly we talk about guarantees, sustainable bonds, among others, that will help us to really maximize that leverage necessary. And then ex post. So we don't only finance, we want to see how we can accompany technically how that financing goes. This is essential, because after this diagnosis that I just described, one of the major gaps that divides in Latin America is the institutional issue. the technical expertise. We don't want to finance only one. We want to finance multiple works, and that's why we need to build capacity in different countries and in different companies. And finally, and very quickly, I think that this was good. The final message, CAF's final message, we understand that investing in the railroad is not only about investing in competitiveness. No, it's an instrument that allows us to generate social cohesion. And social cohesion in a region such as this one, with so many different degrees of inequality, is really one of our mandates. So we have the will and the wherewithal to do our best. Again, thank you to INECO and thank you to Ferrocarrils for having invited us. And we're going to be here all day. A number of civil servants and myself will be delighted to see what opportunities can be identified in Latin America in terms of investments, in terms of technical accompaniment. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful working day.
Muchas gracias. A continuación, veamos cómo América Latina puede aprovechar el ferrocarril para acelerar la descarbonización del transporte, fortalecer la resiliencia y la cohesión territorial mediante la adopción de marcos comunes, aprendiendo de otras regiones y aprovechando el rol de las IFIs para canalizar inversiones y facilitar el acceso a financiamiento. Para esto voy a dar la bienvenida al escenario a François Davenne, who is Director General of the International Union for Railways.
Okay, well, I will not speak in Spanish, sorry. That's above my possibility. So I'm François Davenne, Director General of UIC, International Union of Railways. So I'm very happy to be there, and I'm very few things to say about what have been said before me. I do think that what CAF explained, that really is a direction we should get in. And UIC, just to present a little bit the institution, we are the Global Association of Railways. So we are active since 1922, and within UIC, we have more than 220 railways around the world, in Europe, in Latin America, in Middle East, and in Asia, in Africa too. And basically, UIC has been responsible for issuing standard for interoperability basically worldwide, and also to be there for advocating for railways. And I do think that now I will not say again what has been said. Well, the motto of my presentation is rail as backbone of mobility. And being a backbone means being interconnected to the other mode of transport. And I think it was really something that was very strong in the former presentation, that if we want to develop, we need to be interconnected, and we need to be able to present an alternative to roads. That was the core of the last presentation. And being an alternative will not mean that we will suppress individual cars, nor road transport, nor bus transport, but that we need to build an ecosystem where we can coexist, and above all, we can increase the size and the ridership of all the well, I think, okay, yeah. Well, I'm not sure we have the good presentation here, but doesn't matter actually. Okay, we need to increase our capacity to increase ridership and modal share of rail. Today, one of the key issues is that despite all the political momentum that we can see for rail, and that was explained, basically there is still a question how we can increase the modal share of rail. Well, what we see in Europe, for instance, despite all the programs that have been made by the European Commission and by the commitment of all our members, the modal share of rail is stagnating and even reducing for freight. So what can we do to reverse this tendency and to begin to have some kind of renaissance of railways. Why here are we speaking about COP30? I will perhaps go to next slide. Yes. It's because in terms of finance, because that's really what we will be speaking today, the main problem that we have for financing infrastructure and new infrastructure for railways is, as it was explained, the very high capex for the infrastructure. And second, that there is some kind of belief, and for me that's some kind of magical thinking, that at some point the rail system will be able to pay itself for the infrastructure. That can be true in some very reduced part of the network, for instance, for some high-speed line on highly profitable destination, for instance, between Paris and Lyon in France, indeed, the high-speed line is paying for itself. That's true. That can be true also for mining project, where indeed it can be paid by the mining project. But what cannot be paid by the rail itself, that's the whole network. And if you take, once again, the example of the line between Paris and Lyon, it's only repaying the investment because you have the whole network behind. And you have this whole network that is bringing people to Paris. And when I'm speaking about networks, I'm also speaking about local network, about what RATP is doing in Paris, what the local authority are doing. So we have a question how to finance a whole network. And then we have a second question that we have a sector that have very few negative externalities, and we are paying all those externalities. If you compare to aviation, for instance, aviation has free tax on kerosene, so that means that they have negative externality, and on top of that, they are not paying tax, so it's in the ICAO constitution. So basically, we have two questions. First of all is really to acknowledge that the infrastructure will not repay for itself first, and then to find how we can have private or public investor having an interest going to railways. And there, I think that's the reason why we are trying to have key messages at the global level. One of the first message is indeed planification. You know, we have the NDCs that each country supposed to have for having the objective to arrive to have carbon neutrality by 2050. And what we see is that there is a very few Latin American countries, I think there is 4 of them, among them Colombia and Brazil, on top of my head, that have actually objective for having heavy investment in rail for coping about those objectives. So first of all, we do think that it will be very important that in particular in Latin America, and I heard with great satisfaction that the previous speaker was speaking about speaking with Treasury and with Public Works Minister. I think that's where we have to convince people. We have to convince these people that financial sustainability is not the only way to think about investment. There is also the question to indeed reduce the emission, and they need to include in their planification that there should be an element of development of railways. So that should be the first thing to have that within the NDCs. But then we are having the second issue. When you have reduced availability, which is the case in most of Latin American countries, but well, that's also true in Europe, you got a problem. You have a choice, basically, whether you invest in road or you invest in, let's say, rail or public transport. But as I said, there is two things that are important there. First of all, it's generally acknowledged that roads should be paid by the public works. There is very few private roads, and there is no disillusion that roads should be paid by the users. Roads are never paid by the user, very few exceptions. They are paid by the Treasury, basically, and then you have the whole industry that is taking advantage of the fact that there is a public financing of road. When you say the highways, if you see on the long run, that's a public financing. So we need to make clear that for having these development railways, we need, in a way, an external source of financing. And that's where come all the discussions that are ongoing about Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, what we can call in Article 6.2 the ITMO, the transfer of emission, and in Article 6.4 the carbon credit. So why it is important? It is important because in most of the country, and in particular for developing countries or countries that are emerging, the financing constraint will be extremely tight. And one of the only way to have, in a way, free capital, that means not speaking of loans, just speaking about basically subsidies of free capital, is to make use of this kind of mechanism. When you see the general picture of the trajectory that we hope we will be able to fulfill to net zero by 2040 and 2050, one of the main issue that will be also to have enough compensation. If you see the famous drawings that you have in the IPCC report that is explaining how you are going to carbon neutrality by 2050, you will see that in the drawing you have negative emission. Look at it, that's quite funny to see it. And then what are those negative emissions? And you read the text, well, basically it's carbon capture or let's say some technical silver bullet that will allow indeed to reduce the emission. But I think if we are realistic, one of the main issues that will be to use rail sector and also public transport sector that are extremely low emitting to have I should say in Spanish, I understand inversion or modal shift in order to lower drastically the emission. In a way, it's a strategy that has been made in China. It was referred in the presentation. When you look to the huge investments they made to make indeed their huge high-speed network as a backbone of the Chinese mobility, there is a recent study from the International Energy Agency that showed that the carbon avoided by all those investments in 1 year in China, now that they have more than almost 50,000 kilometers of high-speed line, is more or less equivalent to the whole carbon that has been avoided by the total investment in electric cars in China, 1 year. That means that the actual effect of those investments on the carbon emission is absolutely massive. And we all know that there are a lot of sectors that will be extremely difficult to abate. So they will need to trade their emission against reduction of emission coming from the rail sector and the public transport sector. Why I'm insistently speaking about public transport sector, it's because we do think at UIC, and we have some kind of alliance or at least partnership with UITP, that we should go together because there is no practical solution where we don't have a very clear strategy that we give to the user, to our citizen, an alternative to a car-centric system. And this alternative we can only build if we are collaborating. If we are providing to the people an alternative that is credible, but also desirable, that we are solving all the technical problems. Well, I'm almost at the end of my time, so I will not elaborate too much about it, but we have been speaking about multimodality, digitization, how we can improve connection between public transport to a large extent and rail infrastructure. We have to solve all of that to be credible. Once we have solved, and we are in the process of solving, there are a lot of collaboration and a lot of innovation in the sector, then we need to have this additional financing part. So the first study we made on the subject was in 2022, and we concentrated basically on the low and middle income countries, trying to elaborate what will be an efficient system based on those carbon credits to foster investment in those countries. And what we found is, depending obviously of the carbon ton, and if we have, let's say, a powerful mechanism, we should be able to have the order of magnitude is by 20% of the investment in the infrastructure that could be covered by those carbon credit system, either 6.4 and 6.2 and 6.4. So there is a difference between the two. I will not elaborate too much on it. So you will have a presentation of the World Bank in the afternoon. I imagine they will go deep into it. But 6.2 is already existing with not that much achievement for financing rail. 6.4 is under discussion, and the interest of 6.4 is that it's a centralized mechanism with the idea to have a precise evaluation on how it can be used and how it can provide indeed good quality carbon compensation to developing countries. So very rapidly, the system is very simple. If you are, let's say, a developing country, or even that's also what we are advocating at the local level, public authority that want to have finance its investment by carbon credit, you have to issue those carbon credit. There are methodologies that are to be determined, and then you have to find counterpart, industrial counterpart, or a counterpart in countries that have a problem with industries that are very hard to abate, to have your the carbon you will save in financing this infrastructure taken on board and having a return in financial terms. And we do think that today on those markets, the price for the carbon ton is $6 to $8. If we are able to have a solid mechanism, I do think that we should be able to have a price for the ton that will be around, let's say, $25, $40 or 40 euro by ton. And then you are entering into a feature where it's significant at the end of the day to motivate the investment, to be able, as the case may be, to have private investors in the project that could have a return on investment because part of the project is funded by basically grants, because at the end of the day, it's equivalent to grants. And then we have a chance, provided that we are doing everything that was said in the former presentation, meaning a good planning, a good institutional support, and that will be very important to have a very strong institutional support. And then, indeed, projects that are taking on board the complexity of those problems and that are able actually to provide a vision of a change of paradigm. And this change of paradigm, from our point of view, and that's something we are sharing with UITP, is the only thing that can motivate basically political leader and citizen to go for this desirable future in terms of transport. So we have a paper that we have been providing to the COP30, which is about unlocking Article 6.4. I think I finished my 15 minutes, so I will not elaborate too much, but I think the slides will be available. But the idea is really to build a clear coalition with clear target and to enter into the building and the elaboration of the concrete, let's say, financial and operational standards that will make really those carbon market under Article 6.4 made for rail and public transport infrastructure programs, that we have the metrics that are explaining that if you invest in those projects, you are receiving some carbon credits because you will spare a lot of ton of carbon. I will not say again the Chinese example. And then, hopefully, we can try to unlock the development of rail infrastructure. I hope I have not been too long, and I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias. El desarrollo ferroviario de América
Thank you very
Latina
much. The railway development in Latin America is facing a very decisive moment. After decades of being left behind, a lot of countries have actually developed investment plans on infrastructure and railway services in order to strengthen the logistic integration, the decarbonization of transport, and competitiveness at a territorial level. That's why we wanted to bring with us some experiences of the promotion of these infrastructures in the Latin American region and the Caribbean region. That's why I'd like to invite Mr. Varela, who will tell us, will give us an introduction of these kind of projects in the region.
Buenos días a todas y a todos. Es un placer estar.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you here in a place like this, such a beautiful place. This is great. It's great being able to share this space with everyone. And I'd like to delve a little bit into what Ángeles said in his presentation on the renovation of these kind of means of transport in Latin America and the Caribbean. We wanted to invite our partners and managers and clients and bodies that we are supporting in Latin America to present their projects, particularly for every country: Chile, Panama, Colombia, Uruguay. But in this presentation, I'd like to share with you a general picture of what we're seeing in Latin America. And what we're seeing is a reactivation that is very committed all throughout the region with the railway system. We wanted to quantify it. We wanted to do a prospecting exercise to know about what we're talking about, to add figures to the interest that we were actually observing. We were observing it qualitatively, and we wanted to add a quantitative approach. And we therefore researched on the projects of interest, and we realized, well, we came across over 150 projects in Latin America, which were within the interest of countries, and that represented an investment of nearly $400 billion. In some countries, quite a lot, like Brazil, Mexico, Peru. But the truth is that, as you can see on the map, the interest is quite widely spread throughout several countries. Some of them are worth highlighting, like the Brazil case, with over $80 billion for railway investment, Mexico with over $60 billion, Peru, same thing. Also, other countries with investments that could look small, but for Latin America region, they're very high, say Chile, say Uruguay, say Panama. These are investments that for their countries are very substantial, and they are very representative in their countries with regards to the distribution of their investments. Unlike in Europe, most of these projects are linked to freight transport. Nearly 40% of these projects are related to freight transport, the transport of goods. 40% more or less corresponds to mixed traffic. That means freight and passengers, which is also exceptionality. And that's a regional exceptionality. And the number of passengers is smaller, but it's quite significant as well. Nearly 40 projects identified, but mainly most of them are focused on the mobilization of large volumes of passengers and the metropolis and large freight in interurban cases. The idea here is to transport the freight from the interior of the continent to the ports. And here we can show you the aim of this goal, the aim of generating this dialogue space and this space to share information amongst the regions, say our Latin American region and Europe. So the goal is this, because a lot of these projects are currently starting, there is an opportunity to support, and there is a need to support technical and financial support in Latin America. from the allied countries. So in this presentation, on this slide, I want to show you that it could seem that these projects are currently not a priority for the countries, but this is the reality. Out of these 400 billion, 80%, that is 300 billions, are of medium to high priority to the countries. Less than 20% are of low priority right now or are not planned for immediate investment. But the reality is that the great deal of the projects are of very high interest for most countries. These are projects that the countries want to develop. And in fact, out of those 300 billions, approximately 150 billion already have funding. They are about to start, or they are developing studies, or they're already working on the construction. Very few are already on the construction, but a lot of them have already a guaranteed funding, and they're about to start. And that's why I wanted to make a call here, because this is an opportunity. There is a need and there is a space for a collaboration between Latin America and the rest of the world to develop all these ambitious investment plans that we see in all the countries. And about the presence of our financial allies here, well, 60% of these projects are needing financing. They represent an investment of around 150 billion, and they represent a challenge to harmonize them, because this is the part that the countries are not currently expecting to fund. These represent half of the priority projects, and this is the space where, remembering Angel's words, we must try to all work on in order to find the resources to support these countries in the best possible way for the development of these projects. And in this space, I wanted to give you this general overview, but in the next presentations, I want you to directly listen to part of the people in charge of these projects, listen to their needs and their forecasts. I'm not going to go through these again. Angel already mentioned it. With regard to the technical needs, we have the need to improve the governance in Latin America. We need solid institutions that could go ahead with this kind of projects. From the technical point of view, there is a very important challenge which is related to the interoperability and intermodality with the integration of the systems in the big logistic chains, with a clear objective for all countries, which is about generating a more efficient transport system, more sustainable, and also promoting the decarbonization of transport. So with this, I conclude in order to make up with the time and be short. Thank you very much. And I'll leave you with the rest of our guests from Latin America and their presentations. Thank you very much.
A continuación, Antonio Durté, coordinador.
We're going to hear from Antonio Durté, who coordinates logistic development at the Ministry of Transportation and Telecommunications from Chile. He will talk about the strategy in place in order to guarantee development in the sector. You have the floor, sir. Well, let me begin by saying thank you. I have to say that it's very important for us to be sharing with all of you what our reality is. And maybe what is most important is to say that in Chile, this activity is actually one that pertains to the state, which is made manifest by two very different systems. One, which is via concessions to private entities, which are vertically integrated. And the second is via our company, Ferrocarrils del Estado, state railroads. The network is for passengers and for freight, and freight is actually in the hands of private parties. Here's our network. Norte, north, is a subway line, and it is linked to freight coming down from Bolivia via Ollagüe, and Argentina is Ocompa. In the case of Izguirre, we also have connections. That's a line that belongs to EFE with Bolivia, but for political reasons, if you will, basically the opposition of the Teamsters hasn't been activated, but this is a specific issue. In the case of Ollagüe, it exists already. There is transportation of minerals towards our Antofagasta port. And in the case of Argentina, we have traffic in Elite, and it's coming and going. And we hope soon, with the development of mining activities in the mountain range, that effect will actually grow, inbound and outbound as well, reaching out to the ports that are closer by and that lead out into the Atlantic. Now, the north, as you say, it's all concessions and it's all private parties. And they are all interoperable. In other words, if I want to operate in other lines, I can, but the condition is that I need to own a piece of rail. I need to have a concession. It is not free access. I need to be the owner of a concession. It can be a small one, because we don't have major issues in granting them. In the case of EFE, down south, 1767, and furthermore, it involves the infrastructure of passengers, EFE, and this is by means of the different subsidiaries in the country, and in freight, it's two private companies. Let me add now something which is important. In the case of Argentina, for a long time now, we know that Argentina wants to connect towards our ports down south, but building the railroad has been dreamt of by Argentinians for over 20 years now. I need to congratulate EFE, because what we have said is, okay, we'll drive down by truck, so we have intermodality. We believe that railroads and trucks are not necessarily in competition. That's why we have the exchange hubs. And it's going to take them an additional 20 years to build your railroad. We'll drive down and use our network because it's available. And you can definitely reach the ports. If we look up north, this is the concession that I am highlighting because it represented, for H.P. Billington, a mining company, it represented a huge savings in terms of costs. Why? Because they owned a company that for 30 years had been running transportation. They participated in a tender, and a new company won. A new company which asked us for two concessions, one for maintenance, a shop which was brand new, and another one for access to a park. And thus, the company, a new company appeared, and that mining company was able to cut costs, its logistic costs, to a very great degree. And that is what we look forward to. A new infrastructure and logistics costs being reduced. This legislation dates to 1931, but it continues to be applicable because it's a vertical integration, interoperability, and private entities. Now, let's look at what we believe should be done. In the north, for the most part, it's basically freight. So we're working on master plans addressing distant regions in order to really understand what the needs are above and beyond freight-related needs. So we're working with the regions. We hope to devote a couple more years to this planning activity, and from this point onwards, we could invest. But it's very important to know that we're also working on a logistics plan that includes freight in the entirety of the country, which means that we will be leveraging some of our potential main future achievements. Hydrogen. We have two regions in the country that can produce green hydrogen, Antofagasta and the south, Magallanes. A lot of wind. And this would allow us to dream of being exporters of green hydrogen. And this would mean that in railroad terms, a private company up north has its first engine. So this is an engine which runs on hydrogen. This is tremendously attractive, because it's going to be less polluting without a catenary. And in the case of EFE, we're building on a 440, which is Spanish in origin, and it's evolving towards hydrogen. This is thanks to the work carried out in one of our universities. So we are looking for alternatives in terms of fuel. And what are the projects that we have forward-looking? Possible concessions, well, that would be a route that goes from the Mirmenos to Los Puertos. This is a route which is going to be an alternative to what we already have in place. This is a project which calls for private initiatives. It's $400 million, the entirety of the investment, and it's a very important plan. And it is linked to the San Antonio port. This port has the possibility of dealing with 2 million. Now it's going to onboard a new port with an additional 6 million TEUs. Not necessary now, but that's part of the project. So as of 26, it should be up and running 2.5 million TEUs. Now, what does this mean from a railroad's point of view? Well, it means that 40% of that freight is going to be transported by railroad. That includes a double track corridor, double stack, and therefore a very important reality. The state looks to cutting logistic costs, I repeat, and guaranteeing feasibility to the projects, because a port in and of itself is not the solution. It needs to be accessible. It needs roads. It needs railroads. And this is a way of understanding that roads will never be sufficient. It's that double-pronged approach. Another very important issue for us from the point of view of passengers and freight is Concepcion. We have a connection, as you can see, which descends. It goes down south, and then it needs to come back up. We're working on a direct line which would allow for the saving of much time for passengers, and from the point of view of freight and goods, we would be able to reach the ports in a much shorter period of time. This is currently being studied by the ministry. And now, my final slide, we see the projects that Loreto is going to go into the specifics of. But these are projects that have been mentioned on a number of occasions and which have to do with passenger and freight. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Our next guest is Loreto Bobar, who is member of the board of the Empresa de Ferrocarriles de Chile, is going to talk about the portfolio of projects, the projects in the pipeline at this point in time. You have the floor. Good day, all, and thank you for the invitation. On behalf of EFE, let me tell you that we're very happy to be here to share with you our portfolio of investments, and we're delighted to work with CAF. So our portfolio of investment is very ambitious. We hope to ×2 our demand, with a portfolio of over $5 billion and basically focusing on expansion. This expansion aims, if you will, to satisfy the needs of passengers and freight, and we also want to improve the quality of the service we provide with rolling stock, improvement of the tracks, intermodal stations, and also improve safety and security in order to guarantee the best possible service. And this allows us to focus on the kind of investments that are necessary for maintenance purposes. Now, how are we going about this? Well, it's fair to say that our portfolio is a little bit lesser, but very important. It'll allow us to achieve the objective, and it has to do with the implementation of methodologies within EFE. Also, onboarding different systems for technology and signaling, which will allow for better railroad management. And we also have a monitoring or tracking center for our infrastructure. We have infrastructure that dates back to a long time, which we were not able to view. And this monitoring center allows us to see in real time what our infrastructure is doing. We have many bridges, and that's very important for us. And we're also investing in a new payment method in order to improve the quality of service. Over time, we see that we are going to be onboarding QRs. This is important for diversification and guarantees access to passengers to our systems. And here you see the main pipeline or portfolio, which Antonio has briefly described. It is linked to the different initiatives, the main initiatives. And here we see Militia Central Station. It reaches the center of the city. A new service, which basically is an enlargement Quilcuram, Batuco also enlargement, intermodal Barrancas also part of the railroad network, and this actually affects freight. And we also have a repositioning of the new Bio Bio bridge, so an improvement, if you will, of Central Station with an express lane or express track rather, and the new service Hugo La Calera and Concepcion Loca. As you can see, investments vary, and they have to do with growing supply. We buy trains, and we have different methods to run the operations. The ones that are lagging behind are the final two, but they're actually overcoming the environmental mandates. The portfolio, however, is ambitious if you think about the necessary investments. So we're already working on this. We have achieved success in Melitilla. We're working in Batucum, the terminal also, and we have a number of dates to begin works. I'm going to go in a couple of minutes into a more granular explanation of where we're headed. Our Melipilla train has an impact on the local population, especially south in a part which is peri-urban, and this is important because it bolsters parts of the existing viability, but also it is an alternative in order to continue to develop this part of the city and the region. 61 kilometers long, an investment of 1.9 billion. We expect to wrap up from Melipilla to Rosuri. That's the first segment, which is linked to Line 1 enlargement, and also we're working on the studies for that last span, which would be underground, under the city. This is 21% achieved, so we're developing and growing very well. It saves time, of course, for the persons who live in the different parts of the city. And here to the satellite city, we have 17 minutes, which is where the city is most densely populated, and then we begin to see that it becomes more of an urban train. But it allows us to really provide this service in this part of the city. Here we see fresh developments, we see the shops, we see different tracks above the ground, and how we're actually leveraging these different technologies. The train to Batuco now. This train calls for 590 population. That's the population, so it's 6 neighborhoods, and it links the northern part of the city. Again, 2 separate spans or lengths. One initial one that goes from Quinta Normal to Batuco, and the other one towards Tiltil. We don't see it on screen, but it is suburban, and the potential is also very telling for us in terms of freight, because there are industrial parks. This should be completed by 2029. And this is 950 billion. It has begun, and we will be seeing important savings. Up north in Santiago, we see Mascuro, that's an urban part, and towards the north, as I say, it's growing, residential and industrial parks alike. So the potential is there, for sure. Here we see the bridge, Sur del Biobío. Antonio talked about that. This is a bridge that was obsolete. It has been refurbished, 1.9 kilometers, and a tunnel. The investment is also major, and we will be actually up and running at the end of the year. We're very proud of this. It's been a challenge, that's for sure, in terms of structural development and so on. We have had to overcome difficulties, and this also was actually a learning experience for us. We were able to learn and pick up speed. As I say, this new bridge is definitely something we're very proud of. The enlargement to La Calera, this is part of a service which brings us to the Valparaiso and reaches all the way to Limache. It is very important, and it connects us with a system of cities which already existed in the Valparaiso region, and the potential is also major from the point of view of our urban dwellers, and you see the population that will benefit some 12 million passengers per year. So these projects in general in the pipeline are going to allow us to make this, to satisfy this demand. There's another span, Valparaiso, she repeats, La Calera, in 1 hour and 14 minutes. And now it takes nearly 3 hours, so that is going to be a major improvement also. And the improvement, Chillán-Santiago, is part of the improvement of an express track, which is going to allow us to improve delivery of freight. This is a project that is very important because we also receive freight from transversal axes. It's this express service, 3 hours and 40 minutes for passengers and freight, and regular service as well. This is the double track, as you can see, throughout the entire span. This is excellent for the different services provided. All of these parts are connected. It's practically 4 separate neighborhoods that are connected, 14 different sub-neighborhoods. This project is at 35% of construction. It should be completed by 2027, 2028, and the investment is of approximately $150 billion. And then Coronel Luda, these are 9 total kilometers, and very interesting for the local population. It's a very dense population towards Concepcion. There are problems that have to do with the city systems. They use the train as an urban train, not for other purposes. So this is one of the projects which the local citizens are much looking forward to. As I say, this is something that Chileans are looking forward to, and there's a lot of excitement about these new services. And then the logistics platform, Alameda-San Antonio corridor, and the improvement there of the corridor to add over 1 kilometer double stack. This center is under construction. Construction is coming along nicely, and this corridor, the second track, is going to guarantee connection, and it's going to make it possible for us to reach the port. This large-scale port has been designed to truly make the most of the freight from the central part of Chile. And this explains why these 30 kilometers need to be built as soon as possible. This is very relevant. As I say, the port and the relationship it has with the city is absolutely essential. This is going to guarantee access to downtown Santiago. Okay. What's more important here, I think, what we're thinking about is the importance of what Santiago is achieving in general in recent years. And this is because of a legacy. This is a legacy project from the previous administration's time. So EFE has already got that vision, that governance, which is absolutely essential in order to ensure that these long-term projects be sustainable over time. It is not enough to accept that every new government changes the different plans. No, what matters is that plans actually survive. And I believe that EFE has a corporate governance model in place which really make it possible for this to happen. And knowledge, of course, the knowledge is very robust of what EFE Chile can actually achieve. We've also advanced from an environmental point of view and with regards our commitment to sustainability. And I think that this is important for the company. As a Latin American company, we are, if you will, an example to follow We are perceived as an accountable company that can contribute and generate value. So we believe that these projects are going to be a dividing line in the development of railroads in Chile, and we do believe that it is an excellent opportunity to stride forward in the development of this industry, which generates so many positive externalities as well, not only mobility, but also from the point of view of urban development, being in a position to offer better travel experiences and new opportunities also to the territories it actually affects. And FA also has a number of lesser projects that are seeking to establish a connection with the cities program, reaching out to cities that are closer by, neighboring cities that perhaps only have one way of connecting the buses with a specific timetable, which isn't actually well established. It's like a creative timetable. So this project is the one that allows us to talk about commuter trains. This is a pilot. This is not a part of the major investment plans, but they are lesser projects to encourage people to think about the train and offer to them the possibility of this territorial development. So we're very happy and looking forward to multiple successes. Thank you very much. Very good. And our final speaker before our coffee break, Daniel Figueroa from the Railroad Institute of Costa Rica, will talk about the plans underway in Costa Rica. You have the floor, sir. Good morning, and thank you very much for this invitation. I'm going to talk about the three most important projects underway at this point in time in the pipeline, and there are other projects. So we see there are 6. 3 are minor, if you will. We're talking about existing lines, and we're talking about our own proprietary funding activities. Let me give you a little bit of background information. At the beginning of the 20th century, the country, Costa Rica, had a network which allowed the Pacific and the Atlantic to be connected and an electric tram in downtown. We're, of course, referring to a system that connected the 2 oceans via electricity. And they had their own plants for power for the Pacific line and for the Atlantic line. In 1994, a terrible decision was taken to shut down the railroad, and the country lost this backbone. We could say it was a backbone that allowed for development. And the consequences were, well, a mobility system for freight and for passengers that looked at private transport as the main alternative, and trailers, all of the problems in a country where it's difficult to build roads because of the geography, and then the social impact. And the railroad connected many communities, and it was a lifeline, if you will, for many of the citizens in the country. Let me begin then by talking about the most relevant project underway, DV, which was just baptized literally last month. This is the electric train of Costa Rica, and at this initial stage, it is a line that connects 4 of the country's more important cities: San Jose, the metropolitan area, Alajuela, the province of Alajuela, Heredia, San Jose, the capital, and towards Cartago and Paraíso, which is a satellite city. These are 52 kilometers of track, and at this point in time, we're working with electrodiesel units. Because of the closure in 1994, we lost the catenary. We need to build the catenary again for electricity purposes, and then we're going to have better control and monitoring systems. We're going to have more security panels, and it's going to be a double track. What we have right now is a single track alternative, which is a true limitation when we want to increase the supply. We need to think about rolling stock because the rolling stock doesn't fit on this single track. Everything becomes very complicated with a single track. This is a very important system indeed. More frequency, timetables. I'm going to talk about these important issues, but let me talk about our timetables. We want to run 24/7, so from 4 in the morning until 11 p.m. We currently mobilize only 16,000 passengers per day. This is a service which in the morning and afternoon has rush hours. Upon increasing the timetable, we will be able to provide service to over 100,000 passengers per day. As I said before, it's 52 kilometers of track at this stage, though, because there are other stages towards the south of the capital, 3, 4, and 5, these phases, 3, 4, and 5, and those are left pending until the future. Decisions will have to be taken as to their execution or not. This calls for new stations, 30 of them, 4 will be refurbished. We say refurbishment because these are heritage. So they're stations that are not going to be built new. We're going to be they're listed stations. They date back to the 19th century, so it's our national heritage. And then we're going to be seeing a shop built in one of the parks, 29 bridges that have been rebuilt for double track purposes. One will be refurbished. One of these is also part of the catalog. It's a beautiful construction made of stone. It needs to be conserved, improved but conserved. Another bridge which is not heritage but very complicated. It's not only the structure but for other reasons as well. It is worth our while to keep it. The acquisition of electric trains now. We're going to be seeing some of the specifics. Approximately 45 tons. This is important also. The capacity of 600 passengers per train. That is going to satisfy demand, more or less, and we're thinking about 28 units. And then funding. Let me just rush through this. The funding, well, this project, CapEx is 800 million plus other elements involved in administration, audit. So it's an additional $940 million. And this was in September. The contracts were signed for funding purposes with the Executive, the European Bank, and the Green Fund. And where do we stand with TV? If we talk about the contracts signed between the executive and the banks, in November this year, they will become a bill, and we believe that next year we will be actually hiring. So it's two different stages. One is a public tender for the building of the project and for everything that has to do with rolling stock, one single company. We are thinking about a possible consortium between different companies that are builders and other companies that are suppliers of rolling stock, but it's going to be one single contract, and then in the future there will be a concession for the actual running of the system. So we need to think about the feasibility model and the financial models. We are talking initially about a 15-year contract. 15, 1-5. And there are another number of projects which are not quite as developed. As I said, TV is a project that has taken us 24 years to prepare. If you remember, INECO was involved. I hope my memory is not failing me, but yes, INECO was involved. So Costa Rica, unfortunately, usually, traditionally, devotes a long time to working on studies, but we seem to have wrapped up the studies portion, and we hope that everything will flow a little bit more smoothly now, such as this train, the Huertar. This Huertar train, the name comes from the region of the Huertar, Atlantic and North. It's a train, and what we want is to use that train to connect the Atlantic, as you see up here, to Puerto Limon, one of our most important ports accessing the Atlantic Ocean. So it's very important. And eventually it should connect the northern part of the country. The aim of this project is to satisfy the needs of freight. So here, modestly, we've solved. Here you see a very important company here in the port, and we want to see bananas, pineapples, a little bit of tourism, when the big cruise ships arrive and they get down at the dock and they see the bananas and so on. That's what we've seen. Our idea is to bolster the system, have a system which will really be ambitious freight-wise. And there's an important issue here, which is intermodal hubs. One of these hubs, located in the northern part of the country, a national park, it would become a hub of development, which for the local population would be great. There's an articulation with the different municipalities. We're working with the municipalities because they're very, very, very keen on having this intermodal hub. This is guaranteed that trucks arriving, and that's what actually we're doing now. We're trying to integrate services, so trucks and the railroad. As I said before, this is at a study level right now, but we believe initially about a yearly demand of about 130,000 containers, maybe 250,000 containers. And that will depend on the system's capacity to attract freight from the center of the capital or freight only from that coastal region. That also is a very interesting market. We know that there's a lot of farming, and also arriving at the north and actually attracting demand because it's on the border with Nicaragua. The trucks now have to cross through the country, arrive at San Jose, then proceed to the port in the Caribbean, but they would now be able to arrive at the northern part of the country, which is much closer to home, and they would unload their cargo there, which would be very interesting. We're also looking at the energy. What is the best possible source of power? Because when we talk about electricity, there's a number of options. We can think about a catenary, which existed in the 20th century, a catenary throughout the region with all of the problems. You know that this is the tropic. There's tropical weather, so there's rusting, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of rain, or hydrogen, also an option, which is being contemplated as an alternative for this project. So these are options that we would want to analyze. We need to think, of course, about the numbers also. We need to think about what is going to be more profitable. You see a number of snapshots here, different images. You see that there are very many bridges in this part of the country. There are very many rivers in this part of the country. If you have the opportunity of visiting this part of the country, it's really beautiful. It's worth your while. Now, this bridge, I don't know whether you can see it. Let me see. Yes, towards your left, The river didn't sweep the river away. It was actually a hurricane. The river changed its course. The river changed its course. So the bridge now is at the original length, but the river grew. You can imagine it's over 400 meters, and we're going to need another 400 meters. That was the force of the hurricane. I show it because this is the main challenge that we face in our country. How to grow that bridge, how to get that bridge back up and running. And then another project that we have is the Pacific Train. This is an initiative which is very similar. It wants to connect. It reached all the way to San Jose. It was freight all the way to Caldera Port and Punta Arenas quay, which is for passengers, and that's where the cruise ships arrive. Caldera is basically what you will. So what we're looking at now is for a train.
Coyol is an industrial area near the center of San Jose, but outside of the city in the peripheral area. And it can reach Caldera and also doing a line that moves tourists between the port, the deck of Punta Arenas and Caldera. That is the perspective that we have, the focus that we have for our market. Generally speaking, this project is focusing on freight in the same way that the wet-out train does, but we're also open, based on the studies, we want to assess the possibility for passengers. We've identified in the wet-out train, we've identified that despite the fact that it may be profitable from a financial point of view, the idea of passengers, it should actually be done because the villages along the Caribbean region of the country are villages that were developed along the railway. So they are actually waiting for the railway. So if we don't give them a passenger's wagon or a passenger's train behind, we're going to have a problem. Therefore, I think from a social point of view, we have to think about that because it's also the role of what we do. What's interesting here is that if we articulate these two trains, we already open up the possibility to reconnect the Atlantic side with the Pacific side of the country. Bearing in mind that from the north, I'll show you the map again, from this north part, it is a lot more feasible to actually continue with the line further along in order to then connect with the Coyol de Alajuela. And the advantage is that it will not go through the center of the city. And in terms of freight, the industrial areas in Costa Rica are more often outside of the center. So it doesn't make any sense to get a freight train going through the city. And for the passengers, that will be beneficial for the key cores of the country. The trains are being developed through a figure that we have in Costa Rica called private initiative. And we don't have a lot of time, but if you're interested, I'm happy to talk a bit more about it later on. We can explain it to you. And that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a todos los panelistas.
Thank you very much to all the members of the panel that have presented so far. I'd like to remind you that this event is being broadcasted in Spanish and English from the website of CAF.com. And you can also share your opinions on the social media and follow the account at AgendaCAF and in Facebook, X, and Instagram. Later on, we will continue listening to other representatives of Latin America, who will continue sharing their development plans in the railway industry in the region with us. But now we would like to invite you to a half-hour coffee break. Once again, thank you for your attendance and your commitment to participate in this third edition of the Railway Dialogue. See you all again in half an hour. Thank you.
Bien, pues estamos de regreso en esta edición de Diálogos del Ferrocarril. Antes de la pausa hemos tenido la oportunidad de escuchar ponencias muy interesantes.
Okay, so we're back. After this break, we have been able to listen to very interesting presentations with regard to the impact of the railway system and its opportunities in this region. We'd like to remind you that this event is being broadcasted in Spanish and English from the website CAF.com, and also that you can share your feedback on our social media, and you can also follow us on our account at Agenda CAF, Facebook, X, and Instagram. Now, Eugenia Nazareth, Director of Conservation and Maintenance in ADIF, will give us a presentation on success cases and their potential for implementation in Latin America, and also talk about the challenges associated to the maintenance in the railway system and industry, the use of drones and inspection light vehicles for maintenance, for predictive maintenance and big data. You have the floor.
Pues buenos días, muy agradecido.
Good morning, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. I think the most important thing is not what I'm going to tell you, but the fact that there is an item dedicated to maintenance in a forum like this, because it's something difficult to notice, and I think it must be worth remembering that what's important is the construction, but also maintenance is important in order for that to be successful. So thank you for dedicating this time to maintenance. My presentation is focusing on the challenges associated to maintenance. But before that, just as an introduction, this is the network that we're currently facing in terms of maintenance in ADIF. This is a network, and you can see the data on internet if you look for them. But basically, just to give you some interesting facts, it has the complexity of being very heterogeneous. We have a high-speed network of about 4,000 kilometers, a conventional network as well, of important hubs, which are the commuter trains, mainly in Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia. We also have a metric width network, which is a peculiarity in Spain. We also have other widths, the Iberian width, and for example, we also have mixed width, which is something we invented for specific small sections, which is unfortunately being expanded. We also have three different tensions, the 1,300, 3,000, and 25,000 in different currents. We have different types of electricity, different types of cables. So our problem has a lot to do with the heterogeneity of the network. We have a network from the end of the 19th century and the beginning of 20th century, and a very more modern one from the 90s. So in order to face this maintenance, we have an organization at the territorial level with certain differences due to historical reasons in the conventional network and in the high-speed network. And the conventional networks have a mixed maintenance model where we do a lot of things with our own workers, but we also have partnerships with other companies and a very externalized service as well. We have a contract model that is not fully integrated. They all combine different types of contracts, and we have a technical management which is part of the maintenance area, and it's very integrated in the maintenance areas, and it supports the rest of the ADIF. We have about 5,500 employees dedicated to maintenance, and about 700 million in operating expenses, which are associated to that. Our currently maintenance situation is, well, I think it's important. I thought it was important to mention, but I didn't quite know what to tell you in this regard, whether to tell you about engineering for maintenance or what. But I think Sergio mentioned before, he mentioned something that identifies our current moment, our current situation. It means that we come from a past decade where the crisis and everything meant that there was very little investment and very little expense on maintenance. And now we face a problem of a deficit in maintenance in the last decade, plus trying to recover all that investment, trying to get back to all that maintenance. And that has generated some tension in the system. So that is a little bit the current situation. And now I'm going to talk about the challenges. When it comes to the challenges, I had to, before entering the technological aspects of the presentation, I couldn't but talk to you about two specific challenges that are perhaps the most classical ones or the most permanent ones. And I don't think we should ever forget about them. And they are particular right now. First one is the individuals. We could talk about technology and anything else, but at the end of the day, there's an operator, there is an expert repairing something, we have an engineer doing something. It's like when I go to the doctor with my crutches. Right? It's wonderful for the hospital to be great, to have tools and everything, but what I want is a good doctor, don't I? Well, same, we want people who know how to fix things. And we are at a time with a generational turnover. I don't know whether that's the case in other countries, but here, because of the consequence of the previous decade, we are facing an incredible generational turnover that is having an impact on our daily work. This is in ADIF, it's applicable to ANIF. There are a lot of people are about to retire. There are a lot of new people entering with a different, say, culture, a different way of understanding life. And that creates difficulties and a little bit of a stress with regards to how we do things. And this happens in ADIF and in our industry in general, in our companies, our operators, and so on. And we're impacted by all that. So we are trying to do things. We try to document our activities so that new generations can actually understand it. We try to look for different formats. So instead of documents, we can use videos, things like this, for new generations to better understand the situation. And I think we have two key challenges. One of them is about trying to raise awareness regarding the commitment with the organization and our activity. We want our organization to also adapt and understand that, well, now there are people who understand things differently. For example, we have a structure by which, I don't know, here in Barcelona, in the maintenance management in Barcelona, we have a life expert who has a lot of responsibilities because a lot of people below him and is in charge of the track. And we have one person, so that means that if something happens on a Saturday, he is the only one in charge of that. He's the one in charge of the track. And we have new generations who say that they need to rest on Saturdays. They may be right, but that means we are at a time now when we need to rethink things and think about the individuals, think about the people, So regardless of technology, individuals are always going to be important. And the second thing has to do with the fact that what's most interesting for us is to have good facilities, good premises that are reliable, that are sustainable, that can be maintained, that have been designed with maintenance in mind, and that have been designed thinking about them being able to maintain them and renewed when the time comes. So now we have some challenges that have to do with some renewals. We're currently facing the first renewal of a high-speed track, high-speed lane. The first one is Madrid-Seville from 1992, and now we need to renew it. And then Madrid-Barcelona will follow, and so on. So there has been a challenge, and I think it's been a success story. In November, we will conclude the replacement of the last deviation at the end of November of about 200 that we have replaced on Saturday nights. We've done that on Saturday evenings for 2 years. We also replaced the final the interlocks, the backtracking, and so on. And these are important. We have opted for a renewal model that allowed us to maintain traffic as normal, as usual. Obviously, we have some incidences occasionally, but that has been a challenge. And now we're facing these type of challenges. And the same applies to this example. This is a commuter train in Madrid. But it's not just a renewal case, but I think either way it's interesting because it has to do with improving the operations, changing the setting of the station so that it becomes more adapted to the real traffic of the traffic, and that is the Atocha station that connects with 3 tunnels, and that will allow us eventually to have an orderly distribution of the traffic. And finally, something related to the facilities and the premises. We want premises that are not only reliable, but also as homogeneous and standardized as possible and as simple as possible. We want people who design products to bear this in mind because it will make our work a lot easier. And in that regard, we have a shift from a railway system with 1,000 premises. As we said, that was created about a century ago, and things are very different now. So we need to always think now, what is the contribution of each premises, bearing in mind that they need to be maintained, operated, they fail, and so on. So this was a bit of a preamble. But in my opinion, it was important. Now, that said, when we talk about the other challenges, I could have talked about many others, but now I'm going to tell you about which are the 2 that I wanted to talk about. They've already been mentioned, and I think they're very interesting. And they are about how we can prepare our facilities with climate effects in mind, always in relation to climate change and this kind of things. So we can talk about resources, not just human resources. We could talk about safety. I could talk about general maintenance issues and so on. So I've chosen 2 things to talk about, to share with you, which I think are interesting. First of all, a challenge that is always related to maintenance, but now we can introduce technology that allows us to do better. And it's got to do with getting to know the status of our facilities. From then on, we'll be able to grow. We will be able to become more efficient, more reliable, and everything. But the first thing is to get to know the current status of our premises. So we do that in 4 different ways. First of all, we have a reliable inventory. That is obvious. Secondly, we carry out inspections with people in the field, in the booths, or whatever. And then with an analysis of the vehicles, and then with sensory devices. The sensory devices that we can install in the different premises. So there's a lot of work to do in this way. We have done a good work in recent years with regards to the inventory. It seems a bit silly, and I'm not going to dwell into it, but I asked for the data this morning. So how many assets do we have in our inventory? We have 2 million assets. So that is to show that this is quite a major task, and we need to get details. And what we've done is that we've created a system that allows us to have a reliable inventory. That means that we never question the inventory. We have been very committed to auscultation. I hope we have the authorization from the agency this month. That means 3 Stadler trains for auscultation and a 4th one, which is a Talgo 106. And we are going to maintain this. And we also have a CAF. So what's important here is that we want a very good fleet, quite a powerful fleet, with good features, not just the classic ones for geometric auscultation, aerodynamics, and other types. So we also have included GMR and gauges and things like this. We tend to think that the auscultation in trains has to be combined with two things. One is easy, which is this one here. You know, at the end of the day, we need to be agile when it comes to measuring. So trolleys, manual things that allow us to measure are also important. And then the other one is a pending task, and I think it's interesting for the future, and that is about making the most of the commercial trains of the operators so that they can give us data that then, you know, in the world of data, they can actually give us a lot of information. The most rigorous thing is always going to be auscultation. Since I talk about this now, by the way, we have also accredited part of the auscultation methods by INECO as a lab, and we are currently working on the accreditation of the rest. Well, this is carriage ultrasonic auscultation. We've done a lot of work in recent years, but I can't delve into it now. This is another project that I've done with INECO, which is a vehicle that from different images allows us to optimize the different on-foot inspections. It allows us to standardize and identify defects in a homogeneous and systematic way, and I think this is very interesting. This allows us to, you know, we could delve a lot into it if we had the time. We're also using drones. We see them as a complement that it could be very interesting for inspections on foot, mainly with regards to taking less time to do them in daytime. Do you know that we work at night? But if we want to see certain things, we can benefit from daylight. And then with regards to inspecting the full infrastructure, which is, you know, high trenches and things like that, we do that with companies that collaborate with us. And we also have a team that is training in order to know how to pilot drones. That with regards to censoring, which I will tell you about it in a minute. And finally, and I'm running out of time, I was so the key challenge of maintenance. So it's about being more efficient. So those of you who know about maintenance, you know they're going from correcting, which is the most expensive, to less correcting, the cyclic maintenance to less cyclical, and more maintenance based on the status of the asset, which is what I was explaining before. I go over this. So in order to that, we understand that there are like three approaches, one with the classical maintenance engineering, and another one has to do with the monitoring itself. That means censoring in real time and also the use of data. What's interesting here is that we have been able to create a maintenance data lab, a stable team. We did that together with INECO, and it's dedicated to developing prototypes for the use of data for specific topics or for general topics. And these are the different small projects that we're currently working on with this data lab. An example, well, this I think is interesting because it combines engineering approaches, because it has it uses the track and the tension in the track. It's also supported with weather data and weather forecasts from different sources, and altogether it tells you information on the potential deformations in the track based on these forecasts. We've been using this in the last 2 summers in order to have speed limits when we had a forecast of heat. These bears in mind the design, the speed, the status of the tracks, and so on. And something that is not very well mentioned, it's not often mentioned, but it's a tool that we developed, and we used data from the assets. That means the structural data from our inventory, from the environment, weather-like, and it calculates a likelihood of failure in the asset. These, together with the cost of the failure, tells us where is it more efficient to work on maintenance? It's working very well for some assets, not so well for other assets. Nothing happens. It's about testing. But for example, last year, this is the example I always give, but that's because it's the good one. 60% of the brakes and the tracks, 10% of the assets that were more likely to break, we detected 60% breaks in the tracks. And this is interesting. And then censoring with the monitoring center, I think before the colleagues in Chile told us something about this. And so in the recent years, we have tested many ways to censor with artificial vision cameras, optic fiber, and detection of premises. And this has been very helpful in rain events. Some of them work better, others not. I think we need to test and choose the ones that work best. And that'll be all for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Señor Nassarre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nassarre. A system then depends on users, right, and operators. We now have Inmaculada Gutierrez, who is General Director of International Projects for Renfe, and Laura Serrano, who is Director for International Projects at INECO. They're going to talk about their experiences in shadow and early operators, challenges and obstacles. Good morning. Good morning to all. Thank you for being with us. We're going to begin with this presentation, operations, and we're going to very much focus on the shadow operator, how to understand operations before the service is actually provided. Together with Inmaculada, we're going to talk, well, we're not going to go into the nitty-gritty because we don't have very much time, but we will address the issue of the operator in the shadows, the early operator. Is it the same? Is it different? When should we actually see these operators beginning to play a role? And this together with value-added advantages, which definitely are important when rendering this service. And then some recommendations for implementation, which are experience-based. Renfe and INECO both have experience because we have run a number of different projects in different geographies. So let's begin by describing what the shadow operator is and what the early operator is. We like to say that this is a key person in the development of these projects because they play a very important role initially before the actual uploading of the service. So the shadow operator prepares and optimizes everything that is operational in the system before actually nominating the final operator. Then we would have the early operator who works together with the operator until the service is actually fully rolled out. Now, why this role? Why as of the beginning of the project? Well, the answer to that why question is because we believe they have a fundamental role to play when eliminating future risks in the operation proper. So they are, if you will, a guarantee that standards will be met and that the system is going to be sustainable over time. And they are based basically on three criteria, which are the ones that we see on screen. First, strategic and technical advisory or counseling services, because they're going to align the projects that are being run with the best international practices and with the client's strategic objectives, the authority or the operator. Then operational support, which allows for the definition of demand models, operational plans, and risks so that we can ensure as smooth a possible transition until the actual running of the project. And then knowledge transfer. In other words, what we try to do is pave the way towards certification and prepare operations forward-looking. Now, these roles cannot be understood independently because they segue each other. This is a strategic role for the shadow operator because they're going to help define the models, the operational plans, everything that has to do with risk. And the early operator is going to pick up speed for the services and will reduce risk in the operation itself. Both of them actually are a bridge, if you will, between the design stage and the real operations. Let's talk about design stages. Let's talk about projects. Because when is the time right to begin to see the shadow operator involved in a project? Well, what we're saying is that onboarding the shadow operator should not be a luxury, it should be a nice to have. No, it is an essential to have. And thus we need to take into account the different stages which the project needs to overcome. We're calling it a project. So we're talking about the three main stages that we can describe. So you have the first stage, which is planning and design, then construction and design, and then operations and maintenance. Hector talked before about the very many projects identified so far in Latin America. Well, this concept is actually applicable to all of them. We're talking about freight, we talk about passengers, brownfield, greenfield. Let's try and be as ambitious as possible when addressing the issue. Let's look now at what the participation would be of the shadow operator in each one of these stages so that we can actually delve a little bit more into how this role helps the authorities and the operators. So when designing and planning, they support in the reports, in the construct, therefore, of a business model. What is sought is to minimize operating and maintenance costs while at the same time maximizing revenues and systems efficiency. In order to build this business model, variables are taken account that are very different. So you have socioeconomic realities, beginning and end of the system, existing transport network, all of this together with operation planning activities. We need to study what the operations are going to be. We need to understand the service. And again, many different variables are taken into account when we talk about operations. So duration of the traveling, the prices, the frequency of service. Now, to launch all of this, to roll this out, we need a system. And when I say system, I'm referring to the infrastructure and the rolling stock and communication systems. And it is at this stage, planning stage, design stage, where we really need to define the technical specifications of all of the systems. Now, this feasibility stage is over and we begin to build, we begin construction. What is the operator? We're going to limit this. This is going to be a limiting element, but it's actually accompanying supervision, monitoring of the process of building and supplying of equipments, rolling stock, and systems. So what does the shadow operator do? Well, they verify the validation of the activities, the testing, the rolling out, in order to ensure that we ourselves meet the specifications and also to guarantee quality in order that our systems be appropriately certified at a later point in time. And then we begin to prepare for operations. The shadow operator is going to be key when the time comes to develop capacity for the actual exploitation. And that means that they're going to contribute to the skilling of all staff. Software will be available if necessary, an evaluation of the ramps, which are very necessary forward-looking during the ops and maintenance stages. Recommends maintenance strategies, as we just heard from Eugenio. This is a very important part of the activities afterwards, not only talking about correction, but also prevention. And in general, may well provide support with regards to everything that has to do with materials, skilling, information systems, customer care, etc. Now, we might wonder, what happens if the shadow operator is not present at some stage of the project that we've just described? Well, the fact of the matter is we would lose consistency. There would be no systematic approach going from design to operations. Risks would be increased, as would costs. Not only are costs reduced by the shadow operator, also times are streamlined, governance is bettered, and sustainability of the system itself is aided and abetted, facilitating a smooth transition to the operator who will then take over for commercial purposes. Immaculada now will talk a little bit about experiences, value added, and advantages. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have to say that this was a wonderful description that we've just learned of what the operators actually are. I think that you can understand what the advantages might be. We heard talk before about many resources. The resources are limited. For the most part, what we want is to leverage the experience of other operators in those projects, to accelerate them and to optimize. So this is the main advantage that a shadow operator and an early operator will bring with them. So that know-how, as we heard from the president of INECO, learn from mistakes made in the past, learn from right answers, which are also very important, and in these systems also, which, as Eduardo said, are increasingly complex because they're older or for whatever reason. So that knowledge needs to be made available to operators who are beginning to take steps or who are taking on new challenges or who have limited resources. And that is something that I think we all share. Now, it's who better to speak with an operator than another operator or with the authority? Of course, we know that consultants are experts, but sometimes we see that the advice that we give each other is advice that is much more practical and hands-on and addresses what is really needed. So that know-how is essential. And then knowledge transfer. So it's not only about speeding up the development of the project at the different stages thereof, which Laura described, feasibility, design, construction, testing, and operations. It is additionally helping train the staff so that that operator who has recently been created, and we have some examples because INECO and Renfe have worked together in third countries, and it's not only our knowledge that we contribute. No, it's also providing skills and learning to those teams, different teams. It can be hands-on or executives. Now, something else which is also very useful is that improvement in governance in the project. In a system such as this one, there are many stakeholders involved, and they participate. And it's sometimes very good for an external third party who has that autoritas, who knows because they have had to overcome those obstacles, will actually reach an agreement, help them reach an agreement, and also will help them talk to the authorities and the institutions, because often enough we know that when the external expert comes and says something, maybe they'll pay more attention because otherwise it's a profit preaching to the converts. So it adds solvency to the project. It is ensuring that everything will be facilitated. So audits, certifications, and this reinforces confidence placed in the project. And also risks are reduced precisely because of that practical learning from others. Because there is that culture of safety and security. And I'm sorry, I'm rushing here, says the speaker, but we've been asked to make up for time because it helps to optimize costs. And Laura said there's a lot to learn when we talk about rotating material, when we talk about planning, maintenance, and the equipment. Let me give you an example. Often enough, again, nothing against manufacturers, but we see that what is recommended is actually not adapted to the specific real needs of the project. So you can optimize. That's just by way of an example. And an example, because it's something that's happened to us us more than once. The design of shops and stations is something that we really have to optimize because there is definitely room for improvement. And that optimization is also a very important element that we contribute as shadow and early operators. But just as important as what does happen is what does not happen. This is not a rainmaker. If the project had weak demand, so traffic or passenger issues, maybe there's room for improvement, but they're not going to be making projects profitable which were not before, especially if we think about those capital expenditures, capex, which, as we have heard before, are on occasion very difficult to recover. Also, operations, that's not a risk that is wrong. This is a technical advisory service. When we're not ultimately accountable or responsible. We don't run that operational risk from a legal point of view. And that is, of course, what the early and shadow operator must deal with. And also, they can't guarantee the performance of third parties, which means that we provide training to staff. If at any given point in time there's an incident because someone was trained, well, that doesn't mean that the shadow or early operator is actually responsible. This is very important. These are caveats that are very important. These are disclaimers that we must make. Now, recommendations for implementation. In a nutshell, it's very important to define the scope. In that presentation, we see what the possibilities are, advisory services, different stages. This can become more and more complex, the menu of what a shadow or early operator can do, whatever we say. And it's very, very important to define the scope. Now, when we begin the project, and as we say, this is the second recommendation, and Laura underscored this. It's very good to be involved as of the beginning of the project because this is when really our advisory services are most valuable. We can orientate with regards different activities which at later stages maybe are very difficult to take on. So if they are involved at the beginning stages, the problem is the definition of the scope from the customer's point of view. What will I need? So framework agreements are very useful. We've seen some projects, I think that we can mention them. We're also working together. The Baltica, we have a framework agreement. So in fact, yes, different scopes can be defined as the project evolves and as the needs are understood and as the client can say so. This is very good for shadow and early purposes. It is very, very important, this is the third recommendation, to really integrate with the team. It's important to have access to the different areas. It's important to really work shoulder to shoulder with the team. If there's not very, very many interfaces, of course, and of course take advantage of all of the digital tools, all of the documentation that are on hand and that are available to the project so that knowledge not only be transferred to the persons in question, but it actually be more efficient when the time comes to ensure that that information is well handled. And 45 seconds, my goodness, you see that yes, indeed, there is a very efficient approach to the work carried out by the shadow operator, indeed. Thank you very much. This was a very interesting presentation indeed. And now a round table. We're going to be talking about operational security, the human factor and prevention of accidents. We're going to give a cordial welcome to Tatiana Reda, who is an expert from INECO, Elena Fuentes, who is in charge of safety and security of Ferrocarrils Generalitat de Catalunya, Pablo Lopez from Signalina, Maria Alicia Sanchez, passenger from EFE Valparaiso. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Let me begin by saying thank you. Thank you very much for having allowed us to address these operational issues, which we believe are very important. That's what we're going to talk about. Security, operational security, very complex, very ambitious, but we're going to focus on the human factor and attempting to prevent accidents and incidents. Despite the fact that systems are increasingly complex and technologically, there's always a person behind the system, a human being. And whenever I talk about this issue, I like to begin by thinking out loud and saying that it's not the cause, it's the consequence of an environment which, for whatever reason, is not favorable for positive performance. I think that persons really like to do as best we can, but there are factors. So perhaps not being aware of the environment, or the wrong ergonomics, or tasks that are not clearly defined, or organizational culture issues. These are things that affect us when doing our job, which is why it is so very important that we think about security from a holistic vantage point. We need to take into account all of the dimensions, and among them is the human factor. And this is not an easy thing to do. Indeed, we at this point in time know that the paradigm needs to be changed, because traditionally we focused on something, and now we need to think no longer about the systems, robust systems, technically solid, and think about human reliability. This is very complicated because human beings are the most complex system of all, and the system that needs the most interfaces of all as well. And as if this were not enough, we need to do this when everything is changing. This is a sea change. This is a technical and technological revolution that we're living. We hear that we need to take the human factor into account, but we are automating absolutely everything. There's new technology surrounding us, and of course, the eruption of artificial intelligence has to be taken into account. This being the case, how do we focus on the human being and make the person be the focus? How to think about possible threats, how to leverage the possible advantages of these new technologies. Well, to respond to these questions, we have with us a panel of experts. I'm going to introduce them, and we will see all of these different issues now. Let me begin then. And let me look at my notes, because I don't want to leave any important idea behind. I think it's going to be a very interesting panel. Elena Fuentes Quintana, she's an engineer from the Polytechnic Catalonia, from Germany, University of Applied Sciences, and she has carried out masters in different fields. She began in the field of automation, but after a few years, she switched to the railroad system, where she has been active for 20 years. She has began to work in the application of the 402 rules for risk management. The last position she has held is in maintenance, and in May 2024 was designated responsible for security management at FGC, for trains as well as for other elements. And she is with RISIC. So Elena definitely is an expert in the sector. As to Pablo Lopez, our next speaker, he is a telecoms engineer from the Polytechnic in Madrid, over 20 years experience working in the field of safety. He worked in INECO in 1999 and has worked for different companies such as Thales, which now is a part of Hitachi LE, Medtronic, which now is Siemens Rail, where he was responsible to guarantee security in different projects. In 2011, he joined Capgemini. We have worked together there, and he is responsible for security and was designated to devise the methodology for risk assessment for the company. In 2015, he was named Director of Security, and his mission was to establish, apply, and maintain security systems in place, fostering the culture of security in order to guarantee the security of all of the persons involved. And finally, from Chile, Maria Alicia Sanchez, an engineer over 20 years experience, leading teams, leading projects in the field of public transportation, clients, and strategic marketing. She has been trained at the Pontificia Universidad Católica in Chile and marketing masters from the Autonomous University in Madrid, apart from other postgraduate studies. She has worked both for the public and private services, including 9 years with Metro Santiago, where she was very actively involved in projects to improve information provided to passengers. She is currently in EFE Valparaiso passengers, where she has been essential in the customer focus, working with intermodality. Thank you very much. All right, well, I think that this is a fantastic panel we have, and I would like to begin by harking back to some of the questions that were posed before, and I would begin with Pablo. Pablo, what are the challenges implicit in AI in the development of these systems, security systems? Well, they're not easy challenges to describe, actually. If you think about the current demonstration of security in the signaling system, this is actually based on a deterministic idea. In other words, we need to identify all possible scenarios in which the signaling system may be found, and we need for the response to be a safe one, a safe response and always the same response. And that's that approximation, that deterministic approximation. Now, this, of course, is at loggerheads with a pure artificial intelligence, because the system will learn, will change decisions, and it's not always going to respond in the same way. And it's not always going to be subject to requisites that are absolutely strict and reliable and immutable. Yes, but then the question would be, can we really use artificial intelligence? Can we use AI to develop signaling systems? My answer would be yes and no, no and yes. That's the problem. At this point, the rules in place, the CNLEC, the ones that we implement in Europe, do not recommend the use of artificial intelligence for the development of mission-critical software. Does this mean we cannot use it? And actually, this is a piece of legislation which is about 1.5 years old, so it's not obsolete. So can we use AI? According to the rules in place now, not for mission-critical software purposes, but we cannot turn our backs on reality. Artificial intelligence is here, and it's here to stay, and it's here to help. How can it help? Well, it can help when automating, for instance, identifying any and all situations which may arise, verifying that the response is always the same. That calls for automation. That can be automated. Everything that can be automated, and that definitely is useful when you think about those tools. Always remembering that there needs to be a person double-checking that everything is fine, everything is according to the conclusions reached, that everything is correct, and that in fact it's a person who says, okay, this is a safe system.
You say ultimately what's important is what people say. People are at the core, and they're important in all the phases, but also in the operation phases, maintenance, and also there are customer clients. We're also working with people, don't we? Yes, of course. Obviously, people have to be at the core all throughout the journey and the final destination of safety, really. Let's say that we may have people very well skilled, maybe performing very well, maybe very well involved in their job, which is obviously very important for people to be very well skilled and engaged with the work. But even though they have a small probability of human error, and that's very difficult to measure. Hence, the automated systems like a signaling system, what they do, they try to protect everything against potential potential human errors. A signaling system must provide technical solutions to technical situations. And somehow the duality between the individual and the machine can only work well when we make the most of the machine that has the power to automate things, to process things, and generate data. But at the same time, people have to keep the decision capacity. The duality between individual and machine is complex, isn't it? But at the end of the day, we need to get to that interconnectivity point. Now we're talking about human factors. I like to look for examples of real implementation of signaling. And I like to then make the most of having Elena with us as a safety manager in the FGC. And I'd like to ask you how you translate all that in specific measures within FGC in order to prevent accidents, beyond the mere adherence to the methods and procedures and so on, and which are the most effective ones in your opinion? Well, as you say, in FGC, we have a lot of automation in critical processes regarding driving, regarding traffic management, and so on. But since you already mentioned it, behind everything, there's always someone behind taking decisions, developing maintenance plans, or acting in risky situations. So what we understand is as an organization, for all these people, we need to create the right environment and also provide them with the right tools, the right training, the right information and skills in order for them to actually carry out their job in their best conditions possible and minimizing hence the failure rate. In that sense, we created, as part of our management system, we reviewed all the procedures and we've introduced the human factor in all the procedures. If I had to highlight one of them, I think it's basic to think about design. We don't always have to design, thinking about who's going to operate, who's going to use the train, who's going to be on the management spot, and how is that going to be maintained, and who's going to maintain it. And also, we have redesigned recently some kind of tool to analyze the organizational changes. That means to detect potential problems in changes in externalizations and things like that. We also work with skills management. We have a catalog of skills where we include all the non-technical skills. That means attention capacity, acting under stress, and so on. And for every work profile, for any of those or for each of those skills, we have the required level. And we provide a lot of training. The drivers have attention techniques, full attention techniques, and other types of training. And full attention techniques have actually resulted into a reduction of accidents, and also research of incidents and accidents. We try to collect the information from incidents, looking for statistics to look for patterns of situations that could require attention or behavior profiles that could require additional support or training support. And also use the statistics to analyze incidents individually, not just in aggregated fashion. So we always try to look for the systemic factors. Normally, when you research an accident, you study it, analyze it, and you need to find the trigger of that accident. But at the same time, we need to analyze everything, all the weaknesses within the organization that gave rise to that accident or to the non-prevention of that accident. Also, with regards to preventing accidents and incidents, if we do it rightly and we engage everyone and we also disseminate the results, it becomes a very powerful tool in order to disseminate the safety culture focused on the human factor and on the organization. Thank you. We'll talk later a bit more about incident analysis. So it seems like you worked on the entire organization in order to try and include all the human factors, because that's what this sector does ultimately. It's not like other disciplines that are a little bit encapsulated. The human factor must be deployed throughout the organization in different levels. However, when we talk about human factors, even more so in the railway industry, when we need to operate a line that is currently in service, what's necessary is for several companies to relate with each other and work together. In fact, in FGC, you work with collaborators and different outsourced companies. So bearing in mind this multidisciplinary environment and multifunctional environment, I'd like to ask you about the mechanisms implemented by FGC in order to make sure that the human factor culture and the safety standards that you use in your organization are applied to all the outsourced companies and all the operators that you collaborate with in order to mitigate the potential threats related to these organizational interfaces? Well, that's a very interesting question, because it's true that all companies ultimately work with partners, agreements, providers, things that are outsourced. And it's true that when you outsource things, you stop controlling certain things. So you have a less control, but at the end of the day, we're still responsible and liable for anything that could happen, particularly with regards to safety. So just as always, I think the work starts in the design phase, which is when we redact the documentation for the tender process with good analysis, particularly when there's something new is addressed as a change, and we apply the change analysis. And we also consider it an organizational change. We want to make sure, therefore, that people are well trained, that we're not going to create conflicts of interest or skills gaps between both partners, and so on. So after that analysis, even if it's not a significant change, we have a catalog with clauses, we look at the commendation and analyze everything. A clause that we always include is that all providers must be aware and aligned with our safety policy. So we need them to ratify all that when we sign the contracts. And then the usual clauses, we need to think of whether we're going to need the specific skills, specific training, and so on. We always also indicate our power to inspect, and if necessary, alcohol and drug controls, communication analysis, regulation, accreditations, and all that is included in the contract. So once that is rolling, we can validate things throughout the granting phase together with solvency. We can ensure the compliance with a lot of those with all those clauses. And throughout the life cycle of the contract, it varies. Sometimes it's enough with maintaining an accreditation, because we know that some institutions already do that. In some cases, we have a case when we actually ask for an annual audit and the results of that audit. And with works in the track, we also focus on late occupational risks and the supervision of the works on a weekly basis. And then efficacy, well, we use indicators for that. We monitor operational incidents, breakdowns. We basically control that efficacy is maintained. And also, finally, very important, we also want to detect all the providers and have them always informed on any change in regulations, in internal regulation, and also changes. Whenever we do changes, we have to bear in mind our providers involved. And I think that's it. You seem to have done given us a good overview. And now I'd like to go back to accidents prevention, the reports of events. This is a source of information for us that is very valuable. We use events, we use when something happens in order to gain information, to gain experience, and in order to create barriers to prevent those events in the future. And I'd now like to ask Maria Alicia on the event reporting, because it is a very valuable source of information, but at the same time, we struggle to get people to actually report these events because they are afraid of being or having the organization against them. So it's important for those people to trust the relevance of that reporting. So I'd like to ask you, how do you make sure people report the events in a free fashion with trust? And also how to use that information that we get from those events reporting for the benefit of all and for them not to actually happen again? Well, good afternoon, everyone. That is a very important challenge. We need to generate trust, as you say here, and that goes through an organizational culture change. So we need to have a systemic analysis culture in our organizations. Like Elena said, it's very important to talk about the return of the expertise and skills development. So I think what we do, it works very well, is to create multidisciplinary teams in all areas, both regards to incidents, accidents, or almost accidents. And that could be internal and that could also be related to external factors. I think all analyses are important. We need to see what we can modify and what processes. So it's not about the individuals. It's not about looking for someone to blame. It's about analyzing everything and improve the situation within the organizations. I think it's important, therefore, to show this to the entire organization. I mean, this incident happened, we modified system A, we implemented a change in a procedure B, whatever. But ultimately, it's for the organization to understand that we're not looking for someone to blame. We're actually looking for how to improve safety for all. And I think, in my opinion, that's probably the most relevant approach in these kind of situations. The idea is to have the channels, but what's more important is that I need to trust, as you say, I'm not going to be punished. I understand, I have to understand that what I do is for the benefit of everyone. That's very complicated, isn't it? You know, it's very important to, it takes time to get the trust and it can be lost very quickly, right? Well, we have you here, Pablo. Sorry, Maria, you work in Chile and it's a beautiful country, but at the same time, it has a very complicated orography and a very complex ways to operate. And I'd like to know how EFE Chile works on diverse environments and what works have you actually implemented with regard to safety in your systems in order to address these terrain factors? Well, as you say, we have a particular terrain and also the operational models of the different services provided in Chile. They're all different. No one is like another. And one of the focuses got to do with aiming to reach a standardization of the national safety. So we therefore have a capacity building system and licenses building so that everyone who's going to operate in EFE must have that. That way they have some kind of foundation. With these, we've also redefined the curricula grids for specific roles for the drivers, operators, and others. And that involves certification done by Chile Valora. All these type of roles have a baseline certification, and it's aligned with what we want. And we've also been taking on the best international practices. We also work at an international and regional level. I think it's called the Safety Task Force. That means we talk to other countries to learn to get the learned lessons, and we look for a model to measure and classify accidents in the railway system. We hope to also create and contribute with our own indicators. And also we're in the middle of an important process. We're going from a railway traffic regulation, ERTF, to an operational traffic regulation. All areas are currently participating, it's almost ready, but the idea is to have a more systemic approach to the development of the operation, and that obviously includes safety because it's something crucial. So with all these standards, our aim is for people, regardless of what operations they're at, they apply these basic safety standards. And now I'd like to make the most of your experience, but I'd like to also change our caps a little bit. And that means from your experience in passengers management, we know that safety is not only about the people working in the railway environment, the people developing the systems, operate the systems, maintain the systems. An important part is the passengers and the people that we actually work with and also who we transport on a daily basis, particularly when there are incidents. That's why I'd like to ask you how in EFE Valparaíso you actually train your frontline staff that liaise directly with the passengers in order to handle stress, communications in cases of crisis, which are obviously unpredictable. I think the human system is probably the most complex of all, because you never know what's going to be like. So how do you do in order to make sure that safety protocols are correctly applied during accidents and incidents? Well, as you say, it's rather complex because people react differently in the face of an incident. And we have a lot of staff that are internal and external, and it's therefore difficult to manage everyone at the same time. But I think we have like 3 basic lines that we have developed. First of all, this was done some time ago. In the past, we had evacuation process that was done by the railway operator, then another safety procedure, and then another one related to experience and passengers. And that wasn't 100% aligned, and there were parts that were not, there was no connectivity. So to created a manual for a corporate manual for contingencies. And that's not only for Valparaiso, but for the entire EFA. And that ultimately defines 3 big levels of contingencies. And each of these levels, depending on their scope, defines the leaders that must act and the actions to be taken. And with this basis, which is not only conveyed internally, but also shared with external staff. In fact, they have access to all the procedures, both online and printed, but I've also given them a wallet, which is a small thing they have with the minimal bits, the basic points. And we are constantly strengthening this because it's like the second line, which has got to do with capacities and strengthening for external staff, but together with the internal staff. And that's what they do on a daily basis. And together with these, they do simulations. For example, sometimes there are simple things, you know, what to do when there is a lift and somebody is trapped. How do we do about it? What if it is an evacuation? For example, last Thursday, the Valparaiso region did a drill of an earthquake and a tsunami. We're by the coast, therefore we have the incidence of tsunamis. And as part of that drill, we were an integrating part of the city, and we were part of that drill, so we could therefore see how passengers reacted. And the front line, some evacuated, others didn't, but ultimately the whole city was actually involved in that drill, and so did we as a transport company. And we also do our internal drills. And finally, with capacity building, in capacity building terms, we also work on stress management, on conflict solving, and because, you know, passengers tend not to act well in the case of contingency because they get nervous, etc., etc. So that way we try to control it, and so that regardless of what's happening, they stay calm and control and go ahead with the protocol as is designed. And maybe a fourth one got to do with information delivered to the passengers, not just the signaling. We're now going to strengthen an educational campaign about what should you do in case of. So sometimes people, when they know what's going to happen, they stay calmer, and they may, you know, that prevents potential crisis. And that helps us manage these kind of situations. That doesn't sound very simple. Well, it seems simple to ourselves, you know, to realize the importance. So when you work with people that are not so used to it, I don't think it's anything simple. Well, I now like to change the focus and go back to the topic of the consequences related to human failures. I'd like to ask you, Pablo, now. I'd like to ask for your experience in the field of signaling. You know, to what extent signaling, including systems that are related to safety, to what extent they can protect themselves against human failure? Well, a signaling system is a complex system, and as such, it has a complex life cycle. This life cycle means that at the beginning, the system has to be designed. Well, then you need to come up with it. It needs to be defined. Then it needs to be designed. You install it with the corresponding elements, and then when all works and is delivered for its operation and maintenance. And throughout all these stages, there are people in charge of developing these tasks. And so therefore, for us, it becomes crucial, and that's how the regulation states it. We need all these to be part within a clear framework, clearly designed, with procedures that are clear to everyone. So everyone has clear instructions as to what they have to do, with clear evidences what they have done, so that someone can then come and review and audit, add additional guarantees, validate, etc., to state that everything had been done according to the process that was to be followed. As part of all this life cycle, what the regulation requests is for us to apply a set of analysis techniques so that we can then identify the risks that could be due to the actual use of the signaling system. It's very clear to us in that respect that we provide technical systems, and therefore the solutions must be technical solutions whenever possible. It is true that there are situations, because of whatever the status of the track or construction issues or whatever, we have to convey certain operation conditions. We need to transfer with that certain safety conditions. I think we need to work on that with regards to transferring those operation approaches that must make sure that our team, when delivered, is safe. But we need to, as I said, make sure that during maintenance it remains safety. So what we cannot do is to convey to an operator the obligation of taking a critical decision at a moment of stress and with limited information. So that's when we provide our risk analysis, that when we share our terms and conditions. And there's a final element. When we transfer those conditions, we make sure that the one that is going to be in charge of operating the system understands those terms and conditions and implements a measure that is, in our opinion, adequate for our system. And that's a very important technique, which is probably a bit out of date or out of fashion, and that is talking. We need to tell each other things. I design signaling systems. I've never driven a train. I've never been in front of a screen of a CTC and moved trains. And the other way around, those people who've done that, they never design signaling systems. So sometimes we need to find that connecting point. We need to call things by the same names and properly understand the risk associated to a situation not being handled as expected, or if I haven't understood correctly what you actually told me that I should do. Well, that's quite crucial when we talk about human errors, moving from design or transferring the design to those who have to use the systems is very crucial. Talking, which is something usual for humans, is instead or unfortunately something that we tend to forget. And there's sometimes a gap between the people who design and the planners, how the systems work in their heads. There's a difference between that and the ones that have to operate the systems. And we tend to forget, therefore, that the ultimate users, which are persons or people, we tend then to go through routine situations that are wrong. And sometimes that's just because the process is not well defined and designed. And because of that, it's difficult to follow them timely. And also, there are people who may have a lot of experience, but they have procedures that are not properly adapted. And we think that because of our experience, you can improve them. In fact, I like to delve a little bit into this gap because it exists sometimes between the systems as we design them and as we operate them. And in this case, I'd like to ask you, Elena, how can we prevent this situation from your point of view? Well, like you say, it happens to all of us. We plan things one way, but we end the day having done what we could. But when we talk about more critical tasks, more operational tasks, it could be really important. So the first work, as you also said, is about getting to know the role perfectly so that we can design procedures that are adapted to the role. And so production people have to liaise very closely with safety people. We kind of have an operational system and then a manual for safety, a manual for risks, a manual for operations, all next to each other, but without communicating with each other. That will guarantee a good workload and good time to implement everything. I think it's also important for people to understand and be well trained with regards to why they need to do things. When you say press this button, well, it's not a statistical thing, it may be that button informs that another train may be coming. So it's important when someone takes decisions or someone decides not to, to skip a step, they must know why and what are the consequences. And what's good for this also is continuous feedback, reporting, like Maria said. We need to get information as to who is struggling in order to apply something or cannot implement something or something is not performing, in order to improve it. What works very well in this sense is the safety inspections, if they're done positively, if they are used so that the one visiting gets to know the role well, but also to be able to train and inform about, this and that. This is why you need to do this. This is why you need to do that. So that could be very informative. So it's good to have continuous feedback in order to improve the situation. And also, we need to be aware of the fact that we may plan a lot, we may implement our procedures, always bearing in mind the gradated situations, problems that could arise. But at the end, we also need to accept that things can happen that are overwhelming, like the blackout that we had a year ago. Who was ever going to imagine that nothing was going to work? Or weather events. So we need to plan everything as much as possible. We have to good contingency plans and people properly trained that we believe are going to take a good decision when they need to take decisions. Well, since we're talking also about complex issues, and I'd also like to talk about the difference that often exists between the operational safety and aspects related to safety, and also the need to operate the systems to have some, to reach a level of performance and punctuality and things like this. So I'd like to ask also you, Elena, what would be your recommendation in order to balance the pressure currently existing between the operations and the necessity to maintain high operational standards?
I think we need to be realistic, frankly. If you see, what is the objective? It's not safety and security, because if that were it, we'd not provide train services. So we need to provide transportation to passengers. We need to move freight around, but reliably, in accordance with timetables and so on. And obviously, that's not going to happen if there's no security. The cost of an accident would be unacceptable, you see. Imagine lives lost. And the victims, of course, are the ones who are hardest hit. And then our workers, reputational issues, and even lesser incidents, they generally generate a distortion. So you need to maybe, if there's a problem with the signaling, you need to change the conductor, you need to send a team. So security maybe isn't what first comes to mind, but it always needs to be there in order to achieve the objective, which is to provide that service. And I think that what we want to do is understand this idea very clearly. All of us need to understand and be aware of the fact that we are accountable for security and we can contribute and we can help things work better and efficiently and safely. I think that is the culture, understanding that. And if you detect that there's a lack of alignment, well, you need to focus on re-achieving that culture. So we're all responsible, right? Yes, and I think that we all need to understand that it's not this or that, it's together. Thank you. I don't want to put an end to this roundtable without addressing a very important issue, which is automation. We tend to see more and more automation, more and more technology, and this is fine and good because often enough they are good to avert risk, but they also introduce another series of threats. They threaten people, for instance, the lack of awareness, this idea that this is all a video game when we feel at a greater distance from reality, not understanding what the risks are, and sometimes when people lose experience, when the situation arises and people are used to working with all of the automation in place, I'd like to ask, how do we detect, how do we deal with these new threats to operational security? Let me answer by saying we had talked about that a little bit, but it's true. It's complex because automation is good, it helps us avoid risk, and in fact, operators, conductors might lose awareness of the importance of their skill. They often enough have the feeling that they're working in a different scenario. I think what's important here is what we've done at EFE is understand what the mission-critical elements are. And you need to understand, we need to understand and learn. And together with that, it's not only the procedure. We need to rethink things. We need to provide training and skilling sessions at least once a year, especially if they work with highly automated models. That's very, very important. Now, next, as Elena said, it has to do with observation. We talk about visible leadership. It needs to be objective, seeing things on a daily basis, seeing that little gap, reinforce what is being done well, so as to ensure that all of these skills, all of these competencies be perceived as ongoing learning. We can't afford to lose them because the system will be automated. So that's very important. And of course, recruitment. We need to know what the critical issues are. Again, provide skilling to all of the parties involved. Well, thank you. I think that this is the end of our roundtable, and let me begin by saying to all of you, thank you. I have very much enjoyed sharing time with you, and I certainly hope that all of you have learned as much as I have learned from you. So again, thank you very much to our distinguished co-panelists, and we continue with the morning session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was certainly a very interesting conversation. This is Catalonia, so we have to talk about a local issue. Antoni Pérez Oteros, who is Director of Production of Infrastructure, will share time with us and will talk about the challenges that his institution faces and the impact. Welcome, Antoni. Good morning, all. I'm going to talk about challenges. I'm going to talk about difficulties. With Eugenio, I think that we're going to talk about very similar issues, and Alicia, too, I think, has broached these issues. When you have major infrastructure, specifically when talking about railroads, this generates different challenges. You have financial, economical challenges, you have technical challenges, you have contractual challenges. Things change and we need to adapt. And infrastructures of the Generalitat has adapted to these challenges and now is a benchmark, if you will, in the sector. Let's talk a little bit about the first issue, which is who is or what is Infraestructuras? Well, this is a company that was established in 1990. It was then called HISAT, and the challenge back then was to undertake major investments without adding debt. At that point, this was a very important issue. So this function was achieved for a short period of time, and it contributed something very important to the sector, which was a new model. It involved the technical approach. Of course, there were technical experts before, and they were fantastic, but this called for a different kind of planning, a different kind of approach. This is a complex scenario. At this point, we know that it depends from the territory department, as the railroads do, and the project is to project, design, build, conserve, exploit, and foster infrastructures as instructed by the Generalitat. It could be directly, or it could be working with a third party, contributing funds, for instance. The kind of activities that we carry out, well, civil work, hospitals, school, firefighters, civil work, roads, railroad structures. And it's not only the different types of activities that we carry out. In our case, we work with an operator. This is very important. The Generalitat provides the instruction, but we need to think about the operator. EFG, among others. And back in the day, we began to work on the rate structure in Renfe, what we have in place right now. There were conversations, as you can imagine, for Renfe to join, and it was made possible with the implementation of those first barriers, and we were present there. So we have experience, and we do work with different types of operators. And furthermore, the kind of construction we carry out, well, extensions, stations, and the very important issue is accessibility. In 1991, a decision was taken to ensure that all stations were accessible. At this point, everything is accessible. In the subway, in the metro, there's just a few exceptions, and we're working on the final ones. We're working on the final project that will guarantee access to 100% of the network. Subway, railroads, etc. Apart from working with the Generalitat, we can also work independently. So we have Segarra Garrigues, they are owners of infrastructures, and they have a concession for irrigation or surface rights actions. This also, as you can imagine, generates financial complexity. Where do the funds come from that are actually used to manage infrastructures, to fund the infrastructures? Maybe from the Generalitat, because European funds are put to use, or a little bit more complex, what Alicia is going to explain, and line 9, more complex, where you see, furthermore, IFERCAD, an operator, TMB, a number of concession holders, and we also see how energy costs are dealt with by a company because they built 2 plants, which actually guarantees independence of this grid. So the complexity, as you can see, is huge in financial terms. How do we actually manage the works? How do we direct them? Well, we have the PEA. The PEA is the Spanish acronym for the action program. This is approved on by the and we see many clients. Every department is one of the clients who requests via a PEA these different programs. It's not only the department, it's also the companies. And we say ATL, AKA. So it is complex. It is very complex. These are the realities that we face when we have to request that the programs be launched. We have a model which we can update. It's very dynamic. We know at any point in time what it is that we are doing, what the projects are, how much we're investing. But the fact is, having to talk about this with the authorities and have it approved again implies difficulties. And this is why some objectives are not really possible. Apart from the cost implicit in these investments, we also have the rates. We need to design a complex financial system to see who pays the tariffs for the use of infrastructures. So that is an additional financial complexity apart from the institutional complexity and so on. The life cycle. We talked before about the life cycle. We're involved at the design, at the construction, and at the exploitation or running segments. Line 9, for instance. We also do refurbishments, we do renewal of infrastructures. And in Line 9, we work with Metro, and we have a general obsolescence plan, which was defined as soon as we got the first lines into service. It's very important when we build to keep that vision in mind and make sure that we relay that information to the maintenance company, because otherwise what we would see is that the systems will begin to drift, and we will see that the end result will be needing to completely renew the system. So what we need to do is take into account what element of the system needs to be changed at a specific point in time in order to extend the life of the system as long as possible. In preparing these projects, we very rarely work directly. In other words, we work with technical assistance. But we are project managers, and we are very directly involved in all of the activities. We have highly skilled personnel, we have the right organization, and we are definitely involved in the projects themselves, and always taking into account the opinion of our operators. We have a process in place which is becoming increasingly complex recently because of the huge number of actions we carried out, which is the determination of the works. We are mandated to divide them into lots or batches. This division of projects into batches is complicating our lives because there are many more tenders, there are more hirings, there's more tenders, and it's more difficult to coordinate all of the different stages of all of the different projects. But what do we need to do? Well, we need to think about the methodology we use, BIM. We take it into account right from the beginning. The design, the execution, it's a very important tool that we want to transfer to the operator, because what we see is all of the knowledge being transferred that has been obtained during the design and building stages. And there's something special about this as well, which is that the operator is also involved in the design phase as well as in the building phase. So we really do work jointly. And this is one of the main objectives that, that drives us, and which we definitely need to take into account when we're carrying out any activity of this nature. What are the criteria that we abide by? Well, your standard one: technical, environmental, economic, but there's new ones, new stakeholders, new agents, new conditioning elements come up. So you have operational functionality, the operator. We're building, and we're thinking not only about the final solution, and we're also thinking about how we're going to build the line. How are we going to actually carry out construction? And then there's people. We have more and more pressure. We will see how citizens has an effect on the actual execution of the works, and sustainability. That's a given. And then there's the legal framework. The legal framework, I have to say, is a very complex one. Infraestructuras is a public company, but it's a CSA, so it has to comply with commercial legislation, but it's also a public company. It's a proprietary means, so it also has to abide by the legislation in force for the public sector in some parts of its activities. And this legislation has evolved over time, and we have had to adapt, so everything becomes a little bit more complicated. And in Catalonia, we have legislation regarding public works, which affects some works, with the aim, of course, of guaranteeing safety and security, guaranteeing control. We saw the implementation of public works. We need to remember that this legislation, this commercial legislation, is a piece of legislation that improves transparency and adds rigor to the tendering process and to the hiring process. But this legal framework, at the same time, represents a hurdle to management itself and makes the system slower and less efficient. And, of course, at this point in time, we see more and more works, more and more actions. So we are in the middle of a growth phase, so everything becomes even more complicated. But even so, 2024 was the year in which Infraestructura's most tenders published, 4,055 of all kind. I'm not here talking only about railroads, I'm talking about tenders in general that the company had a stake in. This is an example that I'd like to share. When I talk about being prescient, I'm not talking about 24. I'm talking about what we foresaw. So there were tenders, there was adjudication, there was production. And in view of the complexity that we lived in view of the difficulties we faced, in view of the complexities, legal and otherwise, and in view of the increase that we are witness to right now, we did not achieve the objectives of the Generalitats, which are demanded of us in terms of investments. The fact of the matter is that in tenders, we were at 770 million in 2024, and in production, 551. This year, in August, our production was 28% more than last year's, year for year. The forecast is to continue this brisk pace. But all of this has had consequences and, at the same time, has provided opportunities to modify and refocus on the scenario. Let's stop for a minute. Let's stop. Let's stop and think. I think you've seen this many times, right? When we are growing, when we see that we need to do more and more, and of course in our world, it's definitely trains need to depart on time every day. So you begin in the morning, you end at night, maintenance 24/7. And so what's really important is to advance, progress, and we don't have time to stop and think about possible new ideas, but we need to. We need to, because it's easier, of course, to say, well, let's stop for a minute and then we continue. But our companies cannot afford to stop. We cannot stop, so we need to do this on the run. On the run. And this is the consequences. These are the consequences at a given stage in time. We want to ensure that we achieve 90% of the investment that the Generalitat wants to launch. 90%. We have not done so. We're on track, but we haven't. And what are the consequences? Well, in a tender, in view of this complexity and volume, in 2022, it took us 320 days ever since we were entrusted with the construct until it was actually available. 280 in 23, 275 in 24. We're improving, but that is not enough. 2025, we are at 150 days, and we want to improve that further. Now, this is important because the sooner the investments are on the market, the easier it's going to be to make good on the objective of having that 90% production returned. And now, do I have a couple more minutes? Asked the speaker. I'm going to speak very quickly, very quickly. I'm going to give you some examples. I have to talk about these examples because how could I not talk about Line 9? Line 9 is a fantastic piece of work. And from the point of view of infrastructuras, these ideas that were generated here were generated by engineers, by infrastructura engineers. Line 9, as you know, is a line in Barcelona, very dense, very difficult to squeeze a subway there, very difficult, the geography. It goes from zero all the way up to the Montserrat mountain, which means that we have surfaces on the surface and surfaces which are way down. So we incorporated a number of ideas, and I think that they were very interesting, building these circular with the communication that is vertical, with elevators. Until that point in time, mobility of passengers had always been approached by thinking of escalators, and we thought that batteries of elevators would be a good idea. And now we all know that this is the best way of moving people in very deep stations. Or the double-decker train. So you don't need to have those caverns for the stations. What you have actually is a tunnel. The upper and lower would onboard that necessary space for the platforms. And, well, now we're working on these examples. These are technical examples of the bores. And just recently, we've changed that cutting wheel in Line 9, and it's got to do the final 1,600 meters pending to complete this 52-kilometer line. So that is a major tunneler, and we will be done when we achieve those over 1 kilometer. And what does the future hold? Well, more data, more information, BIM, hard work. We need to continue to be a benchmark, if you will, push and pull-wise. So think about generating synergies in the sector. Very complex, we know. And this is the citizens. Citizens tell us how to go away doing things. We're working on line R3, but maybe we can do things differently. I'm not being political in my address, but technically we need to think about how to do our job, but minimizing the impact on citizens and ensuring that we do the things right at the end stages and also during the execution itself. And I need to apologize. I took up more of your time than I should have. I hope I didn't bore anyone, but this was a very important slide for me. Thank you very much. And now we're going to give the floor to Alicia Valiant, who is General Director of FGC, and she'll talk about the elements to underscore when establishing commitments and techniques for an efficient development of the railroads.
Bueno, Antonio, te perdono que te hayas pasado de tiempo, pero los
Antonio, I forgive you for not having spoken longer, but I think this is very important as a preferential clients that we are really appreciating your presentation. And thank you to the organization for inviting us, for being part of it, to our colleagues in the INECO that contacted us through one of our directors who's here. Thank you. And I'm not going to bore you,
Voy a
really.
hablar del contrato programa.
I'm going to talk
Aviso
about the
que el título
program
no es
contract,
no es muy
okay? The
sexy,
title is not that sexy,
pero creo que
I'm
podemos
afraid, but I
trasladar
think
algunos
that we can
aprendizajes que es de lo que se tratan
convey some of
estas
the
jornadas
learnings, which is what the sessions are
a
about,
compañeros y compañeras de around the
to
world que
to
están,
colleagues
tirando
from
adelante
around
ahora
the
nuevas
world who
iniciativas
are
y que
currently
quizás va
working
de
on
esto,
new
¿no? Los diálogos
initiatives,
es
and this is probably what
compartir
it's all about.
y
Dialogues
sin
is
más
about
es lo que
sharing,
vamos a
isn't
intentar
it?
hacer durante
And
estos
so that's what
minutos
we're
que
going
me
to
ha
try and
asignado
do in
la
the
organización.
minutes that have been allocated to me.
Bueno, como os decía, ¿no? Este es el título
So,
de
as I was saying,
nuestra
this is the
presentación.
title of our
Y
presentation.
para situar la cuestión,
And in order
es
to
importante saber quiénes
to
somos.
add some
Antonio me ha hecho
background,
un
it's
poquito de
important
spoiler,
to
Sí que es
know
verdad
what or
que
who we are.
jurídicamente,
Antonio
tanto
did a bit of a
infraestructuras
spoiler,
como
but it's true
nosotros
that
tenemos
from a
una
legal point of
naturaleza
view,
jurídica
infraestructuras and
conocida.
ourselves have a very
¿Y qué
legal
somos, no? Pues
nature.
nosotros somos
And so what are
una
we? Well,
entidad de derecho
we
público
are
que
an entity of
actúa
a
también en régimen
public law
mercantil
which
y
acts in
destaco que
a
tenemos
mercantile
autonomía
sphere.
de
And I
organización y de
highlight
gestión. Este es un
that
elemento clave
we
en
have autonomy
términos de
for
eficiencia y
organization and
eficacia de
management.
todas
This
las
is quite
políticas
crucial
que
with
el
regards
Gobierno de
to
la
the
Generalitat
efficiency
desarrolla a
of all
través
the
de sus
policies that the
instrumentos.
government in the
Eso hay que
Generalitat
situarlo.
develops through
Somos un
its
ente
instruments.
público y por lo
This needs to
tanto
be
somos un
considered. We are a
instrumento, y
public
con mucho
entity, and
orgullo
therefore we're an
vamos
instrument, we're a
a
tool.
explicar
And
de
we're
otra
really proud
manera
of
lo que
that. And
también
we're
Antonio ha
going to
comentado, cómo nos
explain in a different
relacionamos
way
y
what
cuáles
Antonio
suelen
mentioned,
ser
how we
nuestros objetivos.
relate to
¿Qué
each other and
hacemos? Pues
which are our
nosotros operamos,
objectives. Well,
administramos
what do?
servicios
Well,
e
we operate
infraestructuras
and administer
ferroviarias, como
services
muchos
and
otros
infrastructures of
están
the
aquí
railway
presentes en la
industry,
sala.
like many others
Y
present
además
in this room.
gestionamos ferrocarriles
And also
turísticos y
we
estaciones de
manage
montaña. Por lo tanto, la
tourist
complejidad está servida.
railways
Tenemos unos
and
equipos
mountain
multidisciplinares
stations.
muy
So we have
diversos, altamente
multidisciplinary teams that are very
cualificados, tengo que
diverse, they're
decir,
highly
y
skilled,
muy
I must
comprometidos, pero es
mention,
verdad que
and they're
nuestra
highly
realidad es
committed as
compleja
well.
porque
But it is true that our
abordamos
reality is
una
rather complex because we are
diversificación
addressing
de
a
actividad
diversification
empresarial que nos
of
lleva, pues
business
bueno, a veces a
activity
tener que
that
encajar varios
means that
platos a la vez.
sometimes we need
Y
to
para explicar quiénes
juggle with
somos,
quite a few things at the same time.
también
And
quiero
in order to
explicarle dónde
explain who we
venimos,
are, I also
¿vale? Y
want to
además,
explain
como
where we're
sabía que
coming
en la
from.
audiencia hay mucho sector
And since I
ferroviario
knew that
y os
in the
gusta, ¿no?
audience there were going to be a lot of people
saber,
from the
¿no?
railway
Analizar un poco la
sector,
historia
and you
de las
like to
organizaciones,
analyze the
hemos
history of
preparado
the
lo tenéis en nuestra
organizations.
web y no me voy a
This
entretener
is on our
mucho, ¿no?
website, so I'm not
Un
really going to
poco de
delve into it,
quién
but we
es
have
heredero de FCC. FCC
prepared
es heredera
a little
de
bit of
una
a presentation of
tradición
where we coming
empresarial,
from. Well,
industrial
we have
catalana
inherited a
que a
Catalan business
finales del
tradition,
19, principios del
which
20,
at the
se
beginning of the 19th
lanzó, ¿no?
century
a hacer una labor,
it went
digamos,
ahead
que ahora, pues,
with
claramente
a
está más
task
orientada
that
en el
is
sector
now
público, ¿no? El sector
clearly
privado
more
se
focused on the
lanzó
public
a lo que
sector. But in
llamamos
the private
abordar la cohesión
sector, what
territorial
they
y la
did is they
movilidad.
actually went
Y
for
ahí
the
nosotros,
territorial
pues bueno,
cohesion and
como veréis,
mobility.
aquí hay una serie
They
de
wanted to,
datos,
they
¿no?
focused on that. They
Sobre
committed
diferentes
themselves to that. And we
empresas
can see here
que lanzaron,
data
¿no?
on
Diferentes
different
productos
companies that launched
bueno,
several
unos con
different
más éxito y otros
products,
con menos éxito, pero que al
some more
final
successful
fueron
than
el
others.
motor del
But at the end of the
ferrocarril
day,
en
they
Cataluña.
were the driver of the railway
Y estos
sector in
proyectos
Catalonia.
tuvieron diferente
And these
fortuna,
projects
¿vale? Y
had
diferente fortuna porque el
different
contexto económico,
situations. And
jurídico
that is
que
because
les
the legal and
rodeaba,
economic
pues seguramente
context
no era
around them
el
was
adecuado ni el estable
probably
para que fueran
not the right
proyectos de
ones and maybe
éxito,
not
¿vale?
stable enough for
Y en
them
ese
to be
sentido,
successful.
pues a partir del año
In that sense,
1979, el
since
Gobierno de la Generalitat
1979, the
crea
local
FCC
government
y a partir
created
de ahí comenzamos,
FGC, and
perdonadme la coloquialidad, a
from then
heredar
on, we started
grandes
to inherit,
cantidades
I could
de
say,
líneas ferroviarias, cada
a great
una con un
deal
estado
of
de
railway
mantenimiento
lines,
diferente, material
all of
muy
them with different
obsoleto que
maintenance
había que
status,
renovar,
with mobile
etcétera,
material
etcétera,
that was
etcétera.
obsolete and needed to
Pero
be
es en ese
renewed,
momento de
etc.,
inflexión
etc.
donde hay un
But it
cambio
was
de
there
paradigma,
and that
pasamos del
inflection
sector
point
privado que
where
había
there was a shift of
intentado,
paradigm. We
que
moved
además hay
from
que
a
ponerlo en
private sector
valor,
that already
pero que al final
tried, and that
fue
should
el sector
be
público el que
valued,
tuvo que
of course.
hacerse con
But
ese
it was
tipo
ultimately
de
the public
infraestructuras y
sector that
llevarlo
needed to take on
a
those
lo que somos
infrastructures
hoy.
and
Pero
turn
es que
them
además
into what
fuimos
we are
heredando
today.
también, vuelvo a
But
la
also we
coloquialidad, pues diferentes
inherited, and I keep
estaciones de
talking about
montaña y de esquí,
inheritance, but we
con la
inherited
excusa de que
different
también es
ski
transporte
and
por
mountain
cable, un
stations
forfait.
with the excuse that are
Pues
also
bueno, pues
cable
ahí tenemos
transport
en estos
types, are they?
momentos 6
And
estaciones de
so that's
montaña
why we
que
now
también
have 6
gestionamos
mountain
desde
stations
nuestra
that we
y con mucho
also
orgullo.
manage, and we're really proud of it.
Entonces, ¿quiénes somos hoy, no? Aquí
So
os
who are
hemos
we
puesto,
today? Well, here
una
you can
serie de
see a
datos que
set of
también podéis
data
encontrar
which you can also find on our website. So what are we today and our future projects and services that we're currently working on? But FGC today is a company that works on a set of values that, in our opinion, make us maybe not indestructible, but they make us quite robust, very solid. And so we work for reliability, punctuality, sustainability, both from an economic point of view and economic and social points of view. And therefore, we are created with a vocation of public service that is clearly stated. And I always like to talk about people. You talked about a lot of equipment, but I like to talk about people. I love the fact that ultimately everything that we do, if we don't think about our users, it doesn't make any sense. And therefore, FGC, our colleague Elena, has also been in the previous panel, made it clear, also our president this morning, we are and will be there for the people, for our users. And that is because we don't want to be protagonists of their lives. They are the protagonists of our horizon, but we are just a mere means. And that is corporate culture, and that is very, very strongly within our company. And therefore, we take decisions based on that type of paradigm. Thinking about people. And to go from all that history of 150 years ago to the success case, and allow me to define it like that, there are always things to improve. Of course, continuous improvement is crucial. But in order to get here, we needed to get mechanisms. And the title of today's session is to talk about the contract program. We have prepared this type of slide in order for you to understand how we address the issue of funding and our reason of being. Contract program is a legal and economic tool that establishes a set of procedures related to financing, monitoring, and assessment. Now, contract program must be perfectly aligned with the strategy. And the strategy now has to be a country strategy. The same with infrastructuras. And we don't understand ourselves, we don't make a reference to who we depend of, and we depend on the local Generalitat government, where there is a government plan, where also as part of this mandate, there is a clear trend to define the railway strategy in Catalonia with the 2050 horizon, and we're going to be the stakeholders that are going to contribute to the development of that railway strategy. And therefore, the government plan for us is an horizon, and also the departmental plan. Antonio was saying that it depends on the Department of Territory. The Department of Territory has the competencies with regards to mobility. Therefore, this plan in our department is very important. It's like an oracle. We must be perfectly aligned with each other. And as part of that strategic alignment as a company, we are currently renewing the FGC strategy. And why is this? Well, because the 2030 strategy that we have been developing and promoting, you can also see this on our website, is pretty much completed. We are now talking on the tacts. The strategy has become operational, and so what we're now working on is, according to that context, to that country outlook, we want to align the strategy of the company. And one of the instruments that results from that strategy consists on addressing all those issues that have been very well presented by our speakers. We have to bear in mind good maintenance, safety, individuals, etc., etc. All that must be planned, aligned with the superior strategy, well funded. This is also very important. It's important for the infrastructures to be robust, financially speaking, and equipment. Talking, otherwise it'll all be wet paper, if you want. So that contract is a part of those key elements that allow us to develop the mobility
En el caso de
policies.
Ferrocarrils,
In
veníamos
the case of Ferrocarrils,
antes del ejercicio 2017 de unos
prior
instrumentos
to
de
in
financiación más
2017, we
cortoplacistas,
had
¿vale?
some
Teníamos unos
more
documentos que
short-term
acompañaban a los presupuestos de
objectives,
la Generalitat y
financially
de las
speaking.
diferentes
We have projects associated to the
administraciones de
local
los cuales
government budget,
recibíamos
according
recursos,
to the
y eso nos
administrations that we
hacía
were
un poco
getting
peores
funding
en
from,
materia de
and that made us a
planificación
little
y de
bit worse with
consecución de
regards to
resultados.
planning
En el
and
2017
with regards to
conseguimos
meeting our
por primera
results.
vez tener
In
un contrato
2017, for the
programa
first time, we had a
con
contract
una
program
durabilidad de 5
with
años.
with a
Eso
duration
fue un
of
punto de
5 years.
inflexión. ¿Por qué?
That was
Pues
an inflection
primero porque nos
point,
permitió
a turning point
planificar de una
rather,
manera
because it
más
allowed us
solvente, nos
to
permitió
plan with
optimizar
more
los recursos
solvency.
económicos
It allowed
y
us
además
to
utilizar el contrato
optimize
programa
our
también como
resources, and
fuente,
also we could use the
como
contract
puerta
program as
de
a
financiación
gateway for
también con otros
funding,
agentes fuera del
also with
perímetro de lo que
other
sería el sector
stakeholders
público,
outside
tanto
of the
algún
public
agente con
sector.
el que hemos
There are some
colaborado a nivel
stakeholders here that
financiero.
we
Es
have
decir,
collaborated
tener esa
with,
visibilidad de
financially
proyecto
speaking.
bien armado,
So the visibility
planificado
of
y
the
bien dotado
project was
económicamente
well
y
formed, well
jurídicamente
shaped, with
sólido,
a
nos ha
legal
permitido no
background, with
solo
economic
recibir
background. And thanks to all that, we've
dinero, ¿vale?
allowed ourselves
desde el sector
to
público,
get
sino
money
también
from the public
financiación
sector,
y
but also
también pues
financing
financiación europea.
and also European funding.
Y quería destacar este tema
And I
porque
wanted to
creo que es
highlight
importante.
this because it is
Nosotros
important, in
trabajamos
my
con dinero
opinion. We
público,
work with public money.
desarrollamos políticas
We
públicas,
develop
la
public
movilidad es
policies,
un
and that
derecho,
is
es
mobility.
un
Mobility,
elemento
it's a
cohesionador de
right. It is
territorio,
a
es un elemento
cohesive
que genera
territorial
actividad
element.
económica
It
y por lo
generates
tanto
economic
tenemos el
activity,
deber
and
de
as such,
evaluar cuál es el
we
impacto
have
de
to
las
assess the
inversiones y de la
impact
gestión
of
que
the
nosotros
investments
hacemos.
and
En
our
ese
management.
sentido, el
So
contrato
in that
programa
regard, the
vigente os hemos
current
puesto aquí
contract
una
program,
serie de
you can see
indicadores,
on
¿no?
the
De los
slide
grupos de
some of the
indicadores principales
indicators
con
or
los
the
que
group of
trabajamos,
key
¿no?
indicators that we
Y
use.
destacamos en primer lugar los
And we
indicadores
like
de
to first
servicio.
highlight the
Somos una
service
empresa que
indicators.
en
We
diciembre
are a
seguramente
company
llegaremos a
that
los 100
in
millones de
December we're likely
viajeros
to
al
reach
año, por lo tanto
100
nuestras
million
cifras son
passengers a
importantes.
year. Therefore,
Tenemos un
those are
índice de
quite relevant
satisfacción de
figures.
nuestros
We
usuarios
have
y
a
usuarias
satisfaction
de
index
manera
from our
constante superior al
users
9, sobre 10.
over
Creo
9
que es la búsqueda
constantly,
de la excelencia
9
para
scoring
nosotros
9 out
es
of 10.
un
So
leitmotiv y por lo tanto
excellence search is a
trabajamos muy bien
leitmotiv
los
for us.
indicadores de
And we
servicio.
therefore work or we
Claro que
use the
sí, los
service
indicadores económicos.
indicators
Os
quite
decíamos que uno de los valores de
quite
la
closely.
compañía era la sostenibilidad
Mostly the
económica, también
economic
qué hacemos
indicators.
con
I
el
told you
dinero
about the
que sale de los
sustainability, how
impuestos de
important it
los
is for our
ciudadanos y
company.
las
Also
ciudadanas.
financial
Tenemos que
sustainability. What
poder
do we do
rendir
with the
cuentas
money
de
coming
manera
from
transparente y
citizens?
solvente
We
a
must be
cualquiera que nos lo pida.
accountable
Y evidentemente al gobierno de la
and
Generalitat con
respond
el
to
que
anyone
trabajamos muy
requesting
directamente en
information,
en
particularly the
estas
local
gestiones.
Generalitat
Los
government with
indicadores
whom
de
we work very well.
sostenibilidad
Also
medioambientales y
sustainability
sociales
indicators
y
from the
las
environmental point of
personas,
view and from the
indicadores de
social point of
plantilla.
view, and
Porque
then
toda la actividad de la
individuals,
compañía
staff
se basa en las
indicators,
personas,
because all the activity
evidentemente,
that the
porque va
company
destinada a personas
performs is based
y
on the
porque se
people,
hace
because
gracias
it's
a
targeting
personas.
people
Tenemos
and
una
because it
plantilla de
is done thanks to
2.200
people. We
trabajadores
have
y trabajadoras, en funcionariado
1,200
estadístico,
members of
si no
staff,
somos alguno menos.
more or less, I
Personas
think.
muy
But
comprometidas
these are
con
people that
una
are highly
vocación de servicio
committed
público, como os decía,
with a
muy
very
importante.
strong public service vocation.
Y que seguramente el contrato
And very
programa
likely
que
the
empezamos a
contract
trabajar para
program
el
that
siguiente
we
periodo,
started
que es
that we will start working on for the next period, which is
2027-2031, tiene que hacer
2027-2031,
foco precisamente en los
will
equipos.
need to
¿Vale?
focus
¿Por
on the
qué?
teams, actually.
Porque Ferrocarrils en estos
And why
dos
is that?
contratos
Well,
programas que
because
os decía
Ferrocarrils
desde el
is part of these
2017 que
two
hemos
contract
tenido,
programs since
ha abordado y
2017 that
trabajado
we've
de
actually
manera
already
sistémica
developed. We
una
have
planificación de proyectos de manera creo que
addressed
excelente,
a project
pero
planning
seguramente
in an
como
excellent
apartado de
way.
mejora esos
But
proyectos no se hacen solos.
it is
Y llevamos mucho
possible
tiempo con
that when
una
it comes to
plantilla
improving,
no
we have to bear in
congelada,
mind that
pero con un
these projects are not
crecimiento
developed by themselves, and
muy
the
latente.
staff has
Y
been
ahora, pues, con
quite
los proyectos
reduced
que tenemos que abordar, la
historically. And so
dificultad, la que
with the
hacía
projects that we
mención
need to
Antonio,
now
la gestión
address,
no es el
you know,
mismo
Antonio
mundo
talked
ahora que en
about the
2017,
difficulty
las cosas
associated to
evolucionan.
management. The world
Y
is
bueno,
different
aunque
now
hay
from
por ahí
2017. 2015, things evolved. And so they're talking about simplifying the admin tasks, but we're not quite sure how good that is. So this tab indicator, since we have data from the last two projects, we need to be able to, or we will be able to accredit how important it is to increase this staff. Something economic. From this contract program, we have mobilized over 1 billion euros for investment, more than 500 targeting continuity investments. And well, I think these are serious figures. We also give money to our necessary collaborators. This is the private sector. We like to work with private-public partnership, and therefore we think we're an important agent. And through this tool, we can accredit our solvency, and that's why we think that we are going to continue being a key stakeholder in the local government in terms of the development of mobility public policies. These are some valuations. You have it in the presentation, so I don't really need to delve into it, but I'd like to highlight that as something new for the next contract program. We want to address innovation with a systematic fashion. We want our projects to include from the very beginning a system based on innovation that allows us to add value to the economy as a whole. And in that regard, one of the projects that we're really excited about consists on transforming some of our repair shops into technology centers so that we can then collaborate with the private sector. We can test different technologies that perhaps due to some safety issues, we cannot do it in other spaces. Training is also going to become an access so that we can develop those skills that my colleague Elena was mentioning, as well as other people in the panel. And either way, FGC as a company where innovation is included in its DNA, but we're going to push more for it so that we then add visibility to the fact that that's who we are and how we want to address it in the next 5 years. And that'll be it from me. I'm going to leave the session, but there are people from my team here. 3 of my directors are here at your disposal. If you want to talk to them in the lunch break, Esther and Adrina, they're both here. Also someone from Protocol, Nuria. And if you need anything, we'll be at your disposal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias. Todo proyecto requiere
Thank you very much. Every project requires good planning and at the same time a roadmap to be designed as best possible in order to meet the targets in the same way that the railway requires optimal route in order to reach its destinations. Ainhoa Zubieta, Director General of International Business in INECO, will be our next speaker. You have the floor, Ainhoa.
Bueno, buenos días, buen día,
casi good morning, bon dia, almost good afternoon, really. Well, I'm going to try not to take too long. So it is a pleasure to be here again in this 3rd edition of Railway Dialogues, and I'd like to focus on an idea that is quite simple, but at the same time crucial, and it is that efficiency in investment is achieved with good planning, or with better planning. Latin America and Spain share a common challenge, and is about making sure that every dollar, every euro invested into a transport system to generate the maximum social and economic value. And for that, planning becomes crucial as a tool. It's deciding what to do, where, when, with clear priorities, with good the game rules. We know that the railway is being transformed towards 2050, growing organization, more logistics demands, climate urgency. This is at the core of sustainable solutions. And we're not talking about a hypothetical future. There is already a global railway wave. on the go. Spain is a close example of what can be done when there is vision, plans, and continuity. In the last 2 decades, more than 50 billion euros have been invested in the modernization of the railway system, hence consolidating one of the biggest high-speed networks in the world. And this has not been a result of luck. This has also been possible thanks to sustained strategic planning, which stated priorities and added certainty to all. Planning well results into better investment, and railway could be a good example of all that. The initial problem is not just the lack of resources. Often we think that the key limit consists on the shortage of funds, but the truth is that there is a big bottleneck with regards to well-formulated projects. To discuss the well-defined projects. We realize that the investment in transport represents less than 1% of the GDP, and most of it is concentrated on the road, and the consequences are quite obvious. We talked about logistic costs from 14 to 18%, which is almost double than what is the average in the OECD, where the figures are between 7 and 8%. Investments on transport that are higher. A low investment sustained in time reduces the success and the cohesivity. Europe has aimed to invest a lot, but it's also insisted on planning with a network vision. The European transport network connect territories, they establish priorities, they apply common standards that add coherence to public investment. And this shared planning means that every project adds to an integrated system. The challenge is not just about investing more, it's about investing better on bankable projects. According to the data, I'm actually looking to see whether we have the right slide, but yes, we do. So according to the data in CAF, the director this morning already mentioned it, in Latin America, we have identified over 150 railway projects for over $400 billion. And a great deal of them don't have funding, and that is because they're not ready to be executed. Some of them are preliminary phase without the right conditions in order to move on to the next step. For a bank, an investor, a multilateral body, or a private investor to be ready to add resources, the projects must have solid studies, a social economic report, a advanced technical design, a contractual framework, a viable financial model. If there is no robust portfolio of prepared projects, there is no trust, and without trust, there's no funding. Now, the solution will invest more on pre-investment and structuring, which is something we mentioned before, with specialized methodologies and equipments that allow for that technical and financial guarantee. And at the same time, we need to realize that planning works, and that's already been mentioned, if it is supported on a solid institutional environment. And we've seen good examples of that, and we also need continuity in public policies. In INECO, we have been dedicating over 40 years supporting public administrations along this way. We have developed all the big infrastructure plans in Spain, from DGA to the PAY, the PITB, all the sectorial railway plans, and also plans in countries like Qatar, Algeria, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Turkey. These are plans in the European corridors, in the Atlantic corridor and the Mediterranean corridor. And thanks to that trajectory, we have developed the differential value, the capacity to provide integrated technical support, supporting the institutions, helping with the operational design of the projects, and also addressing the risk management. In other words, we don't just design plans, but we also support the governments in order for these plans to become a reality. Because planning, and this is another key idea, is not about having a list of works. Planning is about understanding what is the demand that we want to address. How do we articulate the territory? How the different means of transport complement each other? That's already been mentioned this morning. The impact of investments on the competitiveness and sustainability and social cohesion of the region. That strategic view turns planning into an efficiency plan, an efficiency tool, because it allows us to prioritize the projects that have a better return, and it also generates trust. Planning is about conceiving every project as part of a transport system that is integrated. It is about making sure that there will be competent operators, solid regulation, the good mechanisms, and good plans, efficient plans. Ultimately, it's about making sure that there are useful and sustainable resources for the economy and for the citizens. And also, you can see here, scale matters. Think in networks, corridors, regions. That is essential. A lot of logistic flows don't stop at the border. The railway needs efficient custom passes, good connections between the port and the railway, logistic plans that are well planned. To think at the scale of a regional corridor implies isolated projects. But not only that, it also if we change, we can have wider markets, generate a bigger impact at all levels. And also within each country, this is important. We have to have a consistent planning with well-connected corridors, good communication with passengers, the load, the logistic hubs, and so on. And that's when the railway system can deploy its top potential. One of the key learnings in Europe is the importance of defining common standards and technical rules from the very beginning. This has already been mentioned. Avoiding the so-called railway islands, disconnected networks that reduce the competitiveness and the services. An example is the ERTMS. This is a clear example. This allowed us to create a common language amongst the European networks in order to facilitate traffic, safety, operational efficiency. And when this technical basis is combined with logistic and strategic hubs and digitalization, we get better services. In INECO, we have dedicated many years to work on the implementation of ERTMS in Spain and in Europe. And we have successfully developed its implementation in strategic corridors. And now we put that knowledge at the service of new international projects. Relation between planning and investment. Well, this is the key of this last presentation before we all go for lunch. Planning turns ideas into believable portfolios of executable projects. Planning is about anticipating the investment curve. It's about knowing what project will be implemented, what will be the deadlines, what will be the sequence of resources. That way, we reduce the stops. We give visibility to the public and private sector, the potential funders. It also allows us to diversify the funding resources, combining national budgets, resources, and multinational organizations, development banks, public-private partnerships, and so on. And finally, planning acts as a common language with the funders. A solid plan, we were talking about demand studies, environmental and social economic goals, that generates trust, increases the credibility, and reduces the capital cost. Where the planning is serious, the funding flows. Planning, to some extent, means institutionalizing the change. It's about making sure that the flow of a plan does not depend on people, but on stable rules and solid mechanisms. But in a world where climate, technology, markets change faster than any plan, the projects must also be flexible, adaptive, and resilient. And there are three tools for that. First of all, scenario planning. We have to work in the short, medium, and long term. We need to have decision triggers that allow us to activate phases if certain demand data are met or any other conditioning. And then a good and early risk management from the materials, cost or regulatory changes, climate regulatory changes. We also need to define and design projects that are based on modules. That way we can adapt to the potential risks. And the third pillar, and we've seen several examples, the life data, plans age if they don't get up to date. We need observatories, indicators. We need to be able to learn and correct when needed. Plans must not be static. They must be dynamic management tools. But at the same time, we need an institutional plan and an institutional framework that allows for this flexibility. We need a stable unit for the preparation of this project with common standards and methodologies. We need a financing table from the first day with all the stakeholders. We need continuity mechanisms and transparency mechanisms, publications, performance goals, and also institutional capacity building. Preparing projects, this has already been mentioned, implies preparing the administrations, provide them with the skills to participate in tender process in order to supervise and maintain the processes. That's how the plans can become public policies that are also sustainable. There you are. The countries that plan well don't just build infrastructures, they build future, they build cohesion, and they build opportunities. In INECO, we are committed to that purpose. We want to support administrations in order to transform plans into realities that improve the life of individuals. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. This third edition of Dialogues is definitely on its way. I will remind you that we are streaming Spanish and English from CAF.com. And remember, you can share your thoughts on the social media, and you can follow us also on @AgendaCAF on Facebook, X, and Instagram. The time now has come for a break. It's lunchtime. And we ask you to join us at Hypostila, which is very close by. But before you do so, I would ask the distinguished authorities and also the speakers, if you can wait for us in the lobby, we would like to take a family picture. Thank you, and we reconvene shortly.
Buenas tardes, estamos ya de regreso entonces en esta tercera edición.
Good afternoon. We're back on track.
Ferrocarril.
This is the third session, and we certainly hope that you've enjoyed your lunch and that you've had a little bit of a rest also. We now are going to hear from a number of speakers. They're going to talk from Latin America and the Caribbean about something which is very interesting, the reactivation in the region. I remind all of you that we are streaming Spanish and English from CAF.com, and remember also that we have simultaneous interpretation in the hall. Via streaming, you can go to the back of the hall, pick up your headsets, channel 1, Spanish, channel 2, English. And of course, you can follow us on @AgendaCAF. So let's continue, as I said. We're going to be talking about railway projects that countries in Latin America wish to develop. We welcome Oscar Flores from Colombia, who is going to share with us the very ambitious plan Colombia has to kickstart railroads in Colombia.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
En primer lugar, agradecerle a la CAF.
And thank you, CAF,
Ferrocarrils de Cataluña en este espacio
and
para nosotros es muy importante.
Catalonia, so important for us. And remember, everything we're doing, all of our projects from Colombia, sharing these ideas in Barcelona is absolutely wonderful. Now, let me just give you a little bit of background information. I know that we don't have very much time, so let me begin by saying, first and foremost, in recent times, Colombia has evinced a keen interest in promoting anything and everything that has to do with kickstarting the development of our railroad system. We've been working on this for years, and this government believes that this is an essential pillar. This is a way of ensuring that we reactivate the system in national terms. This is important for us, and as we heard before, it's important to think in Colombia that this is possible. This is a desire of ours. All modes of transport will allow for interoperability in the country. What you see on screen now is information about the different projects underway. These are important, very important projects for the country. Let's think about the legal framework first and foremost. It's fundamental to do so because in national terms, we have legislation going back to 2012, which allows us to establish and determine the rules and norms on all public-private associations or partnerships that will have us presenting projects in the quest for sustainability, among others, of the projects in question. As you can see, we've called it Colombia Férrea 1. There are 7 major projects that you see on screen. We see the priorities. These are priorities set forth by the national government. We're thinking about something which is very important. We're thinking about how to achieve this development for all of the populations and regions of the country. How do we guarantee interconnectivity of the center with north, south, east, and west of the country, and especially bearing in mind the importance of social investments, which is what will allow us to be productive. We need to think about the peoples, we need to think about the communities who have, in fact, developed in each one of these different sectors. Now, what I would underscore here is a very important project. It's 526 kilometers. This has already been, the tender has been won by a Spanish group, Ashiriwana, and this project, as I say, is 526, approximately 526 of the over 2,400 kilometers. That's the entire Colombian Railroad. Now we see another series of important aspects that I think will be closely paid attention to. Interoceanic, we see an entity there, the planning unit of ground or land infrastructure. We are part of the transport sector, and this unit is in this part of the project, the Interoceanico project, and we explain how we want to connect the Pacific and the Atlantic. 211 kilometers for the Yumbo-Caimalillo corridor associated to the Bogota. These are the two public works that have been awarded, and there are other projects. These are priorities: Red Feria del Pacífico, Bogota, Ferro Central, and Villavicencio Puerto Rectan. This is where we stand in each one of the projects. I'm not sure that you can read the different headings there. On first column, feasibility, and so on. These are the different stages. Unfortunately, illegible on screen. They're all profile and pre-feasibility. Right now, we see Interoceanico, Buenaventura, Palmira, and Corredor Ferro Central, and Villavicencio, Puerto Gaitan. In feasibility, as I say, what we are underscoring now and what we need to begin to generate interest, we're looking at banks and private entities who might be interested. In fact, at this point, we are actually looking at the Buenaventura, Palmira, Villavicencio, Puerto Gaitan, and Corredor Ferro Central. And we need to remember that we're at Yumbo-Caimalillo, as you can see. Other important aspects that have been developed as a country. We look at the projects, we determine the feasibility, and as described recently by the director, we need to be very rigorous with regards to the planning of the structure of the projects, and this is going to allow us to guarantee sustainability thereof. And we have understood the importance of the technical component in terms of consultancy and in terms of supervision of the National Infrastructure Agency and the controllers as well. We need to take into account the fact that the structuring team of the agency is involved, and we need to have legal and financial experts on board, because this allows us to understand what the structure implies of a project of this nature. If we cover each one of the elements, we see that in fact we are going to ensure that sustainability is efficient, and furthermore, when it is being executed, it will be at a minimal risk, which is what we need to take into account when we are studying the feasibility of projects. And this we do under the supervision of ANI. And thus, we are generating a group of professionals who are experts, and this will allow us to enjoy the guarantee of something which is very important. The government needs to know that we are kickstarting the railroad. And thus, if we think about that corridor, we've got some 2,600 kilometers built in the country. There are over 2,000 kilometers that are not actually being operated on. They're not running after ensuring that the infrastructure is in place. This is what would allow us, of course, to take advantage of that. And there's something else which is very important: regional integration and sustainable growth, intermodality, interoperability. As a national agency, we are responsible for having all modes of transport. How do we guarantee interoperability? We look for the ways in order that we can connect the country. Colombia, which has different regions, different topographies and geographies, which makes, of course, the projects a little bit more difficult. And this also allows us to achieve something else which is very important. How do we ensure that this kickstarting be of a mixed nature, so passengers and freight? This is what allows us to study the sustainability of the project so that in financial terms, we run not the tiniest risk with regards, for instance, rolling stock, everything that has to do with energy transition, which is also a very important issue for the government. And then the technical aspects. We see the La Trocha design. We want to fulfill those international standards, and we see the projects. This is how we can understand the transactionality of the funding of these projects. So let me share with you, I know that I don't have much time, but let me show you, please, where we stand at each one of these projects. Villavicioso Puerto Gaitan, the CAPEX, as described before at the beginning of the project, is relatively high. And we see where it is that we need to go with each one of these projects at a national level. We're also looking at the feasibility. This is the numbers that you see on screen, $15.3 million US dollars, approximately 3.5 billion pesos. And here we see a timeline and what we are trying to guarantee. We want the times to be met. We want to fulfill our calendar. And we believe that the documentation and specifications with regards to the entire scheme that we've developed within ANI, we would actually be in a position to get started in October 25. So this project is feasible. At Villavicencio Puerto Gaitan, the award will probably take place at the end of this year, and it's worth our while to underscore the fact that we are seeking a way of going about things in an articulated manner. We see here it says 10 months, but that's for due diligence, and it's two tranches. The tranches will run parallel one to the other. This will allow us to optimize times, and the corridors that we're working on will, at a given point, meet, and we will be able to ensure the award so that everything proceeds as efficiently as possible. Let's see now Buenaventura Palmira, 16.7 billion pesos, that's the price. And the connection here is the south of the country from Buenaventura to Palmira, which is an important port on the Pacific. Our timeline now, again, next week, we will hopefully be able to have information regarding the final specifications. And as you can see, we're talking about a 12-month timeline. All of the processes are underway. We're going to ascertain the feasibility in order to ensure that at the end of the year, we are in a position to launch contracting. Again, 12 months and running parallel so that at the end of the fiscal year, we can, in fact, tackle the development or the operation as may best suit. Corridor Ferrio Central, over 440 kilometers. This corridor is especially important because it is in the heart of the country. Here are the specificities. As I tell you, I know that I'm running a little bit of time, but all of this information is available to you. And what we see then are the conditions in each one of the tranches, the distances and the feasibility that corresponds to this $26.8 billion as considered initially. And here, the timeline for Corredor Ferrio Central, we're being very rigorous, and we want, at the end of this year, to have the same scheme in place that I have described when I began the presentation. And Yumbo Caimalito is another project. Again, this is improvement, $81.5 million. That's the improvement for 228 kilometers. And here you see the values. This would be an approximation if you think about the final designs and studies, and all of that should be completed, and in December we would see the award. Bogota, Belencito, these are central corridors. We can lever the and take advantage of the existing corridors. And as we saw before, we're taking very much into account the freight potential and the number of passengers in order to include that service provision. And then in the Interoceanico, we are seeing the feasibility of this project, and we are awaiting until March next year. We will have the pre-feasibility studies prepared for this corridor. It's some 222 kilometers, and as we mentioned before, ideally it's going to cover the land between the Pacific and the Atlantic. So it's going to be a means of ensuring that that scenario is met. That would be the study that we will be completing by the end of next year, because these elements are essential for us. There's other very important ideas to take into account. I have information regarding environmental agreements here. This is an extremely complex project, that we do know. So those were, oh my goodness, yes, I was good on the time. I'm sorry if I dashed, says the speaker, but I didn't have very much time. Let me just finish though by saying that these projects, as we saw initially, these are projects that are very, very important in terms of productivity, in terms of connectivity. It is also based on financial sustainability. When we study funding, we see that we have, in fact, achieved appropriation of funds for the upcoming years. This is thanks to special documents that allow us to specify what the needs are going to be. And this gives you legal certainty and financial certainty, and it helps us develop, because we underscore that one of the factors that has truly allowed the agency, the ANI, and the Ministry of Transport is guarantee the technical structuring of the projects in order to guarantee sustainability. It is a solid scaffolding. It is us wagering that the reactivation, the kickstarting of the railroad system will allow us to develop it as a public policy, which will be valid for years into the future. Thank you very much for your attention, and I certainly hope that this has been of interest for you. For us, definitely, it is tremendously important, and we look forward to comprehensive fulfillment of our desires. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Henry Faroup, Secretary General of the railroad system in Panama. He's going to talk about the project underway for a railroad that will depart from the canal all the way up north. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Gusto estar aquí con ustedes.
Good afternoon. A pleasure to be with you here. I will try and be quick, but explain to you what we're doing in Panama. You know that Panama has a geographical location that is actually blessed, because we have the shortest space between continents of all the oceans. The railway arrived to Panama in 1850, and that has been renewed and it still exists. The one now goes from the capital to the border with Costa Rica. I'm going to show you a video, for those of you who don't know Panama, for you to see what Panama is. It's a cosmopolitan place, and it's open to the world.
No sabe video, no. Bueno, eso era un video.
Can you see the video? No? Well, no, sure, maybe you can play it from the technical team.
World, uniting people, nature, investments, and opportunities. Logistics, 180 maritime routes connecting 170 plus nations, reaching 87 destinations in 39 countries. Digital, home to 6 essential worldwide fiber optic cables. Agrobusiness, utilizing advanced methods to produce and export top-tier food. energy, pioneering green hydrogen for transportation, tourism, embracing adventure, culture, and culinary delights. Panama, sustainable investments with a future.
Bueno, ya hacer un vistazo a lo que es Panamá, ¿no?
Well, that is in short what Panama is.
Básicamente, por el canal de
Panama
Panamá, la
is
cantidad
basically in the
de rutas que tiene vía marítima
canal. You can see the amount of
el Transporte de
maritime
América con la
routes.
compañía
You
Copa,
also see the company
viaja
Copa
a
work with the
90
Americas
destinos en
that
39
travels
países,
to 90
y el
destinations,
ferrocarril
39
que
countries.
dije antes que fue construido en el año
And then the railway that, as I said before, was built in
1855. Y allá
1855.
pues estamos viendo pues la expansión
And
del
here
corredor
we can see
logístico
the
que es Panamá.
expansion of the
Hasta
logistics
ahora
corridor
lo que hemos vivido
represented
es
by
que
Panama.
casi toda la
And
concentración
as
de
what we have experienced so
personas, de
far
dinero,
is that all the concentration of people,
negocio
money,
está
and leisure
centralizada
is
en la ciudad de Panamá y en el área del
centralized
canal.
in the
El
area of
ferrocarril lo que
Panama,
va a
the
traer es
capital,
expandir
and the
esta
canal.
concentración
The
hacia
railway is
Costa
going to
Rica.
expand this concentration towards Costa
Vamos
Rica.
a crear nuevos polos de desarrollo.
We're going
En
to
Panamá
create
nosotros el
new
café
development
es la
poles. In
productora
Panama,
de
there's
eso
good
queda
coffee
cerca de la frontera con Costa Rica. Y otros
close to
polos
the border
también.
with Costa Rica.
Tenemos
And there are
también
other hubs
aeropuerto
where
que lo
we have
heredamos
an
de los
airport that we
americanos,
inherited
que ahora se
from
lo voy
the
a explicar, que también
Americans, and I'll
va a ser un
explain it to you
polo
in
de
a minute,
desarrollo.
which is also going to be a development hub.
Si me puede poner el video
Can I perhaps ask you to play this video as well?
Este es el último.
This is the last
Este es
video,
el que se hicimos para el mismo ferrocarril.
the one that we did for the railway.
A su futuro sobre rieles. Un ferrocarril que transformará la manera en que nos movemos, producimos y nos conectamos como nación. Más de 475 kilómetros de vía férrea transportarán carga y pasajeros entre Ciudad de Panamá y la frontera, integrando regiones, reduciendo tiempos y reactivando la economía nacional. Con velocidades de hasta 180 kilómetros por hora, un tren express te llevará desde Ciudad de Panamá a David, de manera eficiente y segura. Esto es movilidad con visión, logística eficiente y crecimiento compartido. Aquí comienza el trayecto. Desde el
Here is
corazón
the
logístico
beginning of the
del país,
route from the
conectando
logistic
al
heart of the
metro,
country,
puertos y el canal
connecting
de
to the
Panamá.
underground ports and the
Este tren
Panama
no solo
Canal.
mueve carga y
This
personas,
train doesn't
mueve
only
empleo,
move
inversión,
passengers and
turismo y
freight, but
comercio.
also employment,
Impulsa
investment,
progreso
tourism,
hacia las
and
provincias y
trade.
acerca oportunidades a quienes
Triggers
antes estaban
progress
lejos.
to the different
Hoy
areas.
damos el primer
And
paso al
today we're
proyecto
going
que
to
une Panamá
take
con
the
toda
best steps
Centroamérica.
joining
El
Panama with the
ferrocarril es de
rest of
todos.
Central
Es
America. The
eficiencia,
railway belongs to
sostenibilidad y
everyone. It's
futuro.
efficiency,
Es una obra
sustainability, and
pensada para
future. It
transformar
is a
vidas.
work to
El tren
transform
arranca con paso
lives.
firme para integrar
The
al país
train
y Panamá
is
crece
going to
sobre sus
integrate the
rieles.
country, and Panama is growing on its
Secretaría
rails.
Nacional del Ferrocarril.
This is this
Gobierno
National
Nacional.
Secretary of
Con paso
Railway,
firme.
national government.
Gracias. Eso sí lo hicimos para ferrocarril. Y nos
Thank
da la
you.
idea de cómo será.
This gives
Aquí,
us an
como
idea of
pueden
what it's
ver,
going
va
to
a
be.
ser,
As you can see
por
here,
ahora, estamos pensando en un tren híbrido, pero
so far we're thinking of a
el tono
hybrid train.
¿Por qué? Porque el ferrocarril se va a
And the
conectar con el
railway
actual
is going
ferrocarril
to
que existe.
connect
Y
with
ese
the
ferrocarril es diésel.
existing
Entonces,
railway.
para empezar vamos a comenzar, pero después vamos a
And
irnos
so we're going to start with
ir
that.
hacia la parte eléctrica, ¿no?
And
Aquí
we'll
tiene 14
have
estaciones.
both options. That's why it's going to be
Tienen,
hybrid. It
aquí
has
están los
14
nombres.
stations.
Vamos a hacerlo por
You can see
fases.
the
Primero, la
names.
primera
We
fase
will
va a
be
ser
done
como
in stages. The
200
first stage
kilómetros por ahí
will be
seguido.
about 200 kilometers, and then we will
Esto es
continue.
importante, lo voy a
This
explicar
is
rapidito.
important, and I'm going to
Esto es lo que
explain it
para
quickly.
que
This is
ayudar a pagar un
this is
ferrocarril,
going to
que es un
this is
CAPEX
about paying
inmenso,
a railway, which is an
se
enormous
han
capex,
ideado poner polos de desarrollo, o se llama
because there are several
TOD,
hubs,
Transit
the
Oriented Development,
TODs,
en varias de las estaciones que
in
hay.
several of the stations
Ahí
that we are
pues
included
hemos
in the
puesto en un
line,
principio
and we have
a qué
also
se va a dedicar, ¿no?
added what this
Y
is
la que
going to
está
be
hablando de
dedicated
Ribato, que es,
to.
ahí hay
The
aeropuerto grande,
Aribato
ahí se pueden
is
poner
near a
servicios
big
de aviación
airport, and here we could
especializada,
include
ensamblaje
airline
automotriz,
services,
también
self
microprocesadores, porque ahí pueden
mobility
aterrizar y salir
assembly
aviones internacionalmente.
situations. We can also have like a bit of an
Esta es
airport for small
cómo se
planes.
amarran los puertos. En Panamá tenemos
This is how the ports are connected in
1, 2,
Panama.
3, 4,
Here we have
5, 6,
1, 2,
7
3, 4,
puertos
5, 7
solamente en el canal.
ports, 7
Y
harbor, just as that are part of the
al
canal.
final, hacia Costa Rica van
And
a
at the end,
empezando
towards Costa Rica,
Puerto Barú
we
y
have Puerto
Puerto
Barú
Armuelles,
and
que
Puerto Armuelles.
en el futuro
And in the future, the planning is not yet started, but it will be connected with the port in the Atlantic, the Chiriquí Grande port, which is going to be another interoceanic train. We can see here the distance and the reduction of CO2, because a lot of the tracks will be removed. They're only going to carry out occasional journeys, and most of it is going to be done by train. So here we started working on this project on July 2024, and ever since we've been going through all the stages that you can see, the master plan was already concluded. Now working on the demand, financial economy, environmental impact, feasibility study, registry, land registry validation, and so on. And this is going to be completed in March. And then we will take the decision as to what stage we're going to move on to. We want to look for we're going to get funding so that we can continue with the project. It is important to think about private-public partnerships, which is why we know that the terminals can be done and the stations can be done. We are thinking about an existing airport because we're talking about 100 hectares at the core of the city and in the port, and those airports are therefore going to be moved to an existing airport that you can see it on the screen actually. This is going to turn into a big hub. This is the Balboa port. On the other side, you have the PSA port, and we will create a new bridge here, which is already under construction. As part of this area, or within this area, we can have lines 1 and 3 of the underground, the coaches hub, and there'll be 18 hectares, which will become a governmental city. This is going to be the core of a logistic area. This will be also dedicated to loading containers and everything. This is another station, Tapin. This will be about 50 kilometers from the border. This is a loading terminal. Most of the agriculture products consumed in Panama come from here, actually. Now they're using trucks, and it takes about 6-7 hours, but now this is going to turn into just 3 hours or less than 3 hours for those products to reach Panama. Also important is the CO2 reduction. With the railway, we all know that we will be able to reduce a great deal of the emissions. This will be obviously because of the reduction of trucks and containers, and everything will be a lot greener. With regards to financing, we've been talking to all these entities that you can see on the screen and even more. There are also private funds interested in investing on this project. And I've actually managed to talk to all of them. So, but the outlook, you know, the medium and short term even, we would like to be connected to the entire Central America and even Mexico and beyond. This was a route that was designed by Tieca. It's not the final route, but it is somewhat an idea of how we would connect Panama with Central America. It's worth mentioning also that we've been talking about a potential route to Colombia. But right now, we want to start with this. But in a couple of years, we already have more or less a route already designed. We want to expand it, we need to study and everything. But that would also contribute to integrating our country into South America. And thank you for your attention. I was quick, was I?
Nos acompaña ahora Claudia Monteagudo.
We have with us Claudia Monteagudo, Director of Transport Policies for the Minister of Transport and Communications in Peru, who will explain to us the important connectivity projects at the national and international level that her country is expecting to develop.
Buenas tardes con todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. And before anything, I'd like to thank CAF and the organizers for their invitation. I found it very interesting to get to know the initiatives in other countries. And it's also very useful for us as references in order to promote the use and development of railway systems in our country. First thing that we're doing from the Directorate of Transport Policies in the Ministry of Transport. Sorry if I'm suffering from a little bit of jet lag, but I'm going to try my best. But we are actually, as I was saying, creating the framework that the railway system needs with regards to regulation in order to promote the use of railways. First of all, I'm going to talk about the national regulation for railways. Very briefly. What we have included or tried to include in our railway regulation, which was very out of date. What we included, as I said, several urban railway systems, the different means, and the intermodality, which is something that we aspire to. We want all the modes to be interconnected. We've also have had a technological upgrade. We have also included new and modern safety systems, as discussed already. We've included the role of infrastructure manager and railway operator. We've used and compared with legislation in other countries in Europe and Asia. We've also tried to standardize the terms so that we all speak the same language, a railway language. And we're trying to add clarity to the requirements in terms of what is it that we want with the railway projects. We want them to be safe, efficient, available. And we also we have established accountability of those who are going to be in charge of going ahead with the railway development. Some of the issues that we've included are mentioned in this slide. The technology development, obviously, we've added railway signaling, RAMs concepts, which are also important for the operational safety. With regards to planning, we have developed a master plan on railway development by 2050, sorry. And this has already been mentioned, but we are very aware of the benefits of the railway systems with regards to time savings, logistics savings, integration, sustainability, CO2 reductions, and all that is borne in mind, and we want therefore to implement it and justify it. We want to include it in our projects. It includes the railway, the master plan includes all the services for freight, for passengers, and for commuter trains. So far, we want to conclude this master plan on the first quarter 2026. And these are some of the progress we've made. We have highlighted a lot the demand. We focused on the demand because that is going to allow us to create the plan and is going to help us prioritize the projects and their viability. This is the first study in order to analyze the sections that will have more burden and more potential. And on the right, we see the passengers' demand. Obviously, the sections that are closer to Lima and the north have a higher demand. But if we project them, we also have other sections that are as interesting, which are penetration sections. The big barrier that we have as a South American country in the Pacific are the Andes. The Andes are quite limiting. They go all along the country and they limit everything that we can do. Therefore, the first thing would consist on integrating the cost, and then based on the traffic and the demand, which decreases from the mountains to the coast, we want to slowly integrate the rest of the country into this railway system. This is the current infrastructure, which is being concessioned, is quite old. The section that has a bigger demand is the one on the bottom that goes from Cusco to Machu Picchu, is the only one with passengers. The rest is like the one you see on the top floors, just for freight. And this has concession models for the infrastructure, although they have open access in operation terms. And as we can see, the lines are quite dispersed and they are not interconnected. These are the types of services that we have. Totally is 2,000 kilometers. And these are the railway projects that are currently part of the EMTC, and they are part of the ministry, the portfolio of the Ministry of Transport. They are classified in different levels of assessment. The ones in blue are the ones with a higher degree of progress. The Ferrocarril, IMAICA, San Juan de Marcona, and Nahuaylas, these are the ones that are being considered viable. The demand studies have been undertaken. The engineering and feasibility projects have already been done, and therefore we think those would be the first ones to work on. Then we have as the next one, the Lima-Barranca line. The other one that we're already working on is the last one, the Huancayo-Huancavelica. That has been concessioned already. This is for passengers. That goes for two cities around the Andes, and they go on the side of the Central Railway line. And we're already doing engineering works here for $575 million. And there are other studies, generally the ones that are more advanced on the bottom, on the most advanced ones at the top. But there are other studies, for example, the one on the Chincheros-Cusco railway line, which is a monorail for passengers. And that one is currently, this is an important one because it goes from the airport, the International Airport in Chincheros, to the city of Chinchacuama. And these are other studies. And the development. There's another one that will conclude its viability studies. And it's important for us because of the logistics issues. We currently have the new port of Chancay, which is a mega port, which is at about 150 kilometers away from Lima in the north. And this Lima-Barranca railway will have to integrate that port. It's important to mention that in order to carry out our railway study, we are doing a study of the demand, but we use a plan that already exists in the minister, which is the logistics plan at a national level. So we have details about it, and therefore we know that in these logistics corridors is what the freight is. And therefore they have some bases already that they can use in order to develop the project. So this is our vision. Now, these are the projects that we have been developing. Some are more advanced than others. The IMAICA railway in the coming months is meant to be concluded. Government to government, they're currently working on bureaucracy in the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry of Transport. Then, what is the vision towards the future? What's the outlook? We need to see what could be, but that's progressive. These projects obviously will have to be integrated with time, but our vision consists on having a structuring railway system that will go along the coast where we have the most of the traffic, and then some cross-sectional corridors that would connect to that major line along the coast. And for this to be possible, we're formulating railway policies, ideally taking into account the organizational infrastructure that we need in order to support all these projects. And we're also considering having project offices in order to allow us to quickly implement, in order to efficiently implement the resources that we have. Basically, the resources that we have in our country. So this is therefore information, and we will have even more information in the first quarter of 2026 regarding this master plan. And I forgot this, which is the urban projects which we have in the capital. Right now, we are operating line 1 and a small section of line 2. And for the next 2 years, we expect the rest of the line 2. We expect the rest of line 2 to be operational. We have also line 3 and line 4 in project. Line 3 has 1.8 million passengers that are going to use that system. Therefore, it's a very high demand. And these are also a priority for the government. And as part of the plan, we also include line 3 and line 4 in the mid-term. This is considered, and we expect Lima, Ica, and line 3 and line 4 to be part of a tender process with the government in order to support the PMO and this structuring. The idea is to manage the resources and then implement these projects. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Y por último, para cerrar este bloque.
And finally, in order to close this block, Waberley Tejera, National Director of Railway Transport in Uruguay, will tell us about the plans for the important project of the Central Railway that have recently become operational.
Buenas tardes para todos.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. It is really a pleasure to be here with you today.
Bueno, para no ser un poco reiterativo con
Well, not to be very repetitive with some of the things that have already been mentioned throughout the session, I would simply like to
de la región de América Latina.
A lot have been said about the Latin America region. There have been many decades with no direction and no investment, but then we started a new road, a new paradigm, always aiming to look for management alternatives that overcome the public monopoly in our country. It was becoming unsustainable in our country. So in Uruguay nowadays, we have an open access type system. It's still at the beginning, is still starting its development, but we're working hard on its consolidation. As part of that framework, today we have a railway policy that tries to make this means of transport an important thing for the country. The idea is to increase participation of railway in national transport. And that's why the current management is particularly focused on 3 core strategies. And each of those is made of several components. We haven't got time to go into detail of all of them, but I think it's necessary to mention some of them. In the case of the strategic line for the system management, we see as one of the key elements the development and upgrade of the regulation. And that's where INECO is taking a big part, and they're helping us in a very good way. and we're getting good results as a result of it. And we are aiming to increase the transport options. This is very important because for us, at least in Uruguay, historically, the political system has always concentrated on generating infrastructure works without thinking on the railway as a system and without being very consistent in terms of how to advance in the different railway systems. And I think this is important. It's important to think about the change of approach. Another important line is the improvement of the railway infrastructure, because obviously we have no trains without tracks. That's why it is absolutely crucial to take a big step in terms of quality for the railway infrastructure of our country. And finally, a strategic line, which we call service and efficiency, which somehow aims to work on elements that will guarantee the availability and reliability of the system, particularly in terms of infrastructure, to have optimal infrastructure from the commercial point of view. But I think it's worth highlighting the element of continuous and long life capacity building, bearing in mind the technological progresses and the necessary upgrades that a system like this will require. And for this new stage of railway in Uruguay, we believe that the project Ferrocarril Central or Central Railway is the key milestone. It's a new development phase, and this is the icon of it. It represents the rebirth of railway in our country, associated to very serious technical challenge. It means an economic effort within the country. For you to have an idea, this is the most important infrastructure project of at least the last 50 years in my country. And if I may, it's probably the most important railway project from the era of the development of the railway of British companies at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century. Now, this project, which has been operational for about a year, and then it underwent a complex area for its stabilization, but it's now working very well with very good results. This is partly thanks to the big collaboration that we've had with INECO throughout the different stages of the project, and we understand that that relationship will have to remain. It's worth mentioning also that several Spanish companies took part in this project, both with regards to the design and the construction, but also the signaling, advising, and the operations right now. Of course, from the very beginning, we've had a lot of challenges around the project, particularly technically speaking. As you will see in the details, it is a very important project, bearing in mind the scale of Uruguay, but it's also a very important project from the technical point of view, because we had to import a specific expertise that does not exist in the region of Latin America. And that's why the support that we've got from European companies and advisors was incredibly relevant. And obviously, beyond the technical challenges, particularly with the RTMS system that this line includes, everything that has to do with territorial impacts. The management of territorial impacts was actually very challenging. We worked with the community on an ongoing basis. We still do. And now in the operational phase, we're still trying to correct some aspects that are often left behind or arise. As a result of this project, we have gained a lot of experience that will be relevant for the future. This includes the structuring of engineering projects and management of projects and so on. And that is an aggregated value for the country around this project. And today we often see that we get questions, visits from different bodies, different administrations of the country that come to ask us, and we humbly share with them and with anybody who may need it so that we can collaborate with the development of railway in Latin America. As you can see, this project, which is an APP, which is a private-public partnership, the funding of the project is also quite complex. It includes some innovations. The maintenance is of 15 years, and it also has an associated maintenance contract. It became operational in August 2024, and we're currently undergoing a process for the stabilization of the project. We're also now trying to develop the project to its maximum potential. Also, as a core element for the management for the coming years, we're working on the master plan of railway transport in Uruguay. This is a document that we're currently drafting thanks to the collaboration of CAF, and it's going to give us the possibility of having a strategic alignment in order to revitalize and upgrade the railway system that we currently have. We therefore expect to have a coherent and a strategic framework, also sustainable, in order to revamp railway transport so that we can also integrate it into the national transport system and obviously the regional transport system too. So we're currently quite close to granting the drafting of the plan, and we hope to have the products that we will need because those will be the ones that will allow us to continue developing this means of transport in our country. In parallel, and in order to move on, because you know the timings are important with regards to the infrastructure and service development, we need to align technical timings with political timings. And this was a very important investment, as I was saying before, very important for the country. It's already operational, and therefore we need to try and make it as profitable as possible so that we reduce the marginal cost of it all. So we are in parallel developing the master national plan, which is going to give us a long-term strategic view. And as such, we're planning actions and some projects in order to respond to latent demands, specific requirements of the productive system and logistics system in the country. And this is including lower scale projects. This is quite relevant because of the strategic objective that I mentioned at the beginning. Now, these minor works that you can see here, the renovation of the bridge on Nero River, this is a very strategic bridge at the center of the country, which continues the Central Railway, is very relevant because today is adding a block to the strategic development of the railway system, and it is therefore very relevant to address that situation. So we understand that these works will allow us to add about 700 annual tons in the next 3 years. And as I say, as a core element, it will allow us to improve the safety of the operation. And that is why we're working on two key lines of work. First of all, an expansion of the Central Railway project, and on the other hand, an administrative project with the funds that the railway administration will collect as a toll for the use of the railway track. And this will allow us to lever the necessary funding for the execution of some of these works.
De todas formas, lo que sí sabemos es que en Uruguay el ferrocarril está en marcha y eso realmente nos llena de satisfacción.
What we know is that in Uruguay, the railway is on its go, and
after many years and complexities, we are delighted because things are moving. Things are moving well, smoothly. And I have to say that we are already working on additional future opportunities in order to be able to take advantage of the rest of the network. We know that we are going to continue to advance. That is the aim. As I said at the beginning, and I'm coming to the end of my comments, Uruguay is a small country, and after 1 year of being up and running at the Ferrocarril Central, we have moved over 1.5 million tons net. Now, this is not impressive, I know, but for us, it's extremely valuable because we're a small country. In the history of Uruguay, only 1 year, in 1945, we transported over 1.8 million. That was after the war, and you can imagine that the world was completely different back then. We believe that at the end of 25, we'll see that we are going to be in excess of 2 million tons. And this represents 6%, roughly, of the modal contribution of transportation in Uruguay. We have to see how we compare with other similar countries. I think it's fair to say that this is a major number, an important number. And furthermore, the Central Railroad transports goods that would be otherwise delivered by over 200 trucks on our roads, which is, I think, a relevant number. But what is more important is that we have reduced by 80% the CO2 emissions per ton transported. And this is very important because this was one of our objectives. I have to say that Latin America and the Caribbean, that's our people, need railroads because I think that there's much more to the railroad than just a mode of transport. It is essential if we are going to fight climate change. It improves the quality of life of our people, but especially it is a tool that allows for integration to an outstanding degree. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers who encourage the development of the railroad systems in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Multilateral banks play a very important role when it comes to thinking about investing to reactivate railroads in the region. And now we are going to hear persons address issues that have to do with funding of projects of this nature. We are going to have Nicolas Menduros, Director of Infrastructure Projects at CAF, Jean-Paul Armijos, who is a senior specialist in transport from the Inter-American Development Bank, Andrés Sebastián Gardner, who is a specialist and CFO of FE Chile. That was Cecilia Arava, Mauricio Chacan from the BCIE, and Marcial Bustinduy, Senior Economist for Mobility from the European Investment Bank. Thank you. Well, here we are. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of our friends. Thank you for the organizers' hard work. I have to say that we're delighted to be here today. I have to say that this is an issue that is very close to my heart. I come from the hinterland of Argentina. I come from a town that grew around a train station many, many years ago when the borders were evolving in Argentina. And you know what happens when the train passes by. The trains contribute to all manner of revolutions, including the green one. So I have to say that, yes, it is strategic. Dear colleagues, from different development banks. And thank you, Cecilia, also from EFE, who has doubtless been one of CAP's major clients in this sector. We were talking with Cecilia about the role of EFE for us as a main partner, if you will, without sovereign guarantee. So thank you. We're very, very proud to work with you. Thank you. And thanks to the colleagues and friends from different banks. So I think that we should just dive into the issue at hand. Let's see what the questions are. And there are 3 different groups of questions. We can talk about the regulatory framework in order to determine what the best alternative would be funding-wise. So let me go with the first question for Andres. The bank has invested abundantly recently in this sector. And what, in your opinion, would be a way of working better together? How could we mobilize resources? What would you say? And then there's a cross-cutting question for all of us, and maybe Cecilia can help, speaking on behalf of clients. What can we do to provide support to a sector which needs our assistance? How can we be increasingly creative when we seek other partners? How can we raise funds? How can we mobilize resources? So I think that we can get started along those lines. Let me begin by saying thank you. Thank you for the invitation, especially to CAF. I think that there have been responses, if you will. We've heard the dialogues. It's important to talk about working together and not competing, coordinating our efforts. And this will allow us to better take advantage of the resources we have access to. We've had experiences. We've worked together in the region. And I really believe that there are very many projects, and in view of our scale, I think that either we join forces or it's not going to be possible to really succeed. It's important for all of the countries working together to understand that we need to at least identify the priorities. And we, at the bank, have been working together with the assistance of the government of Spain over the past few years, and we've seen what the issues are that will allow us to understand more clearly where each one of the projects stands. We have seen the assessment of a series of projects, I repeat, and we need to see how we can better bolster our presence, how we can prioritize. And I have to say that what we see, and let me backtrack here and say that we're trying to really focus on the prior conditions and our engagement with potential customers. That doesn't begin when we tackle the project initially or when we sign a loan agreement. No, things begin way before then. When we identify the need, when we identify the idea of actually being able to participate in a project, we work with them and strengthen the regulatory framework, issues that have to do with environmental values, and fundamentally, institutional realities. I think that that is really cross-cutting. I think that that is what allows us to understand how we're going to be able to achieve the objective. That is a very, very important pillar. We can prove that medal. We can prove that is, in fact, the very first step which will allow us to eventually achieve a coordinated approach. Thank you. Let's see how we can pick up the gauntlet and explain how we can work together. So, Jean-Paul, you have been working, I think, hard along these lines. You have a cross-cutting vision. Could you talk to us about successes? Could you share what the Inter-American Development Bank is doing now? What are the deals that are on the table, as they said? What are the projects? Because I think that we need, in fact, to find a way to work together. And thank you. Thank you for those tips. Yes, thank you, and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to CAF and thank you to NE. And let me share with you my assessment of this institutional facet, which I think is absolutely of the essence. And let me also underscore how important it is indeed to work together, to join forces. In institutional terms, we need to remember that in the region, if we don't have solid entities, it's going to be much more difficult to actually tackle well-structured projects, which is why it is essential to understand what we're going to contribute, what others are going to contribute, and what the governance model is going to be. Is a project going to be bankable? Is it going to be attractive to the private sector? So we should get started there. Work jointly, work together to establish those experiences, because not all countries have experience in railroad activities. Bolster the public entities that focus on railroads and metro, because they are going to be in charge of contracting and tendering and eventually running an operation. We also work jointly with different countries in order to strengthen the regulatory frameworks, grow them, develop them, come up with the necessary legislation, look at rules, look at guidebooks, and other very important issues from a technical point of view have to do what the national regulations are, because we need to articulate our efforts with municipal authorities, for instance, in order to launch railroad projects that are geared under very safe schemes. And finally, a third point that I would underscore when talking about institutional issues is that it's very important to attract investors from abroad. We need to have modern contracts. We need to have standard contracts in international terms. So, for instance, that would be international contracts which we often enough sign jointly. So a case come to mind, and I would address the FIDIC contracts, and also seek to find methods to resolve disputes, the DABs, for instance. That is very good. It gives confidence to the private sector. We do have very valuable experiences. I remember I worked in the Quito project. It was an urban system, and it actually involved 4 banks, the CAF, the World Bank, the IDB, the European Investment Bank. And let me give a real example, a project where we we established the public company, Metro de Quito. The multilaterals recommended that a project manager be designated who supported the decision-taking process. This is very important right from the beginning of the project, a project which was excellent, and the cost ran over by only 6%. In a project of this magnitude, that's really very successful. So the selection of a good contract, clear and evident guidelines, that is, I think, how we can achieve projects that are attractive and bank-worthy. Yes, thank you. And Cecilia now. I have to say that for us, it's absolutely essential to be able to work with you. It's a way of ensuring that we reach out to the different parts of the region, public entities and the EFE. We are absolutely convinced of what public entities can contribute, the essential role that they perform. And I have to say that this is very striking. Chile has evolved. It has seen different processes. Metro, EFE, Metro Company, and EFE are public companies, and you have been an anchor because you've ensured that integration was in place. So if you could share this success case, could you explain to us what you think are the lessons that might be learned in other parts of that region of the world, keeping your eye on the future, of course? I have to say thank you very much for the invitation, and I have to say that we believe that multilaterals and CAF are very important. I would say that in our case, one of the more important issues to take into account is that this has called for time. developing institutionality, working out the rules and norms, knowledge, organization, transforming the different projects. Well, this is not something that we've achieved overnight. Everyone had to agree. This was the master plan, and we launched in a way that is actually very similar to what we are seeing now. As I say, it was a long-term approach. It called for generous collaboration. And one of the factors that explains the success is the planning, the contents of a master plan. Back in 2011 or 2012, the company asked a group, an international group, to prepare a master plan, very similar to what Uruguay is doing. And that master plan understood what the future was of the railroad. And the question was, is there a future or not? And that question, at that point in time, this is 14 years ago, remember, this is a question that Chile was asking of itself. Is the railroad feasible? Is this infrastructure one that will allow us to compete effectively? Is it, in fact, a service, quote unquote, that is necessary? Is it going to continue to lose money? And how can we squeeze it into a development program? How can we ensure that we achieve the result? Because that was the dream. I know that it's not perhaps going to earn huge amounts of money, but is it in fact an objective that is reasonable? That group of experts and consultants, together with the national authorities, decided that there were three pillars whereby this was established, this master plan. First, it was decided that passengers should be transported in commuter trains. In Europe, they are successful, and they link important groups. So the question was, is this a potential future? Secondly, freight is very important. Freight adds value in terms of competitiveness for the country and also in terms of financial sustainability for the company. And thirdly, within the different businesses in the hands of the company, there needs to be an objective that looks for economic balance. This means that we need to join the different businesses. Passengers needs to grow, as we saw in the presentations before, together with other businesses. And this is a new concept, a new interpretation, if you will. And the development of freight, if you think about the growth of ports. So those are the lines of action that have kept us busy for these years. And this is how Chile has defined its current investment portfolio. That's a summary, yes. Yes, thank you. You do many things, but you do some especially well. So, Marcial, we always think that there are very many lessons learned, right, in Europe. Not to import tin solutions, but to take advantage of those learnings. And it's also interesting to see what activities have not been successful. Now, what would you say for you is important? Let me answer by saying that I've heard what other speakers have said before, and I have to say the legislative framework is very important, governance issues, but I would underscore perhaps a long-term vision and political consensus as well. These projects are very expensive. These projects call for detailed and very long-lasting planning, because we are seeing projects coming to term now that were actually established 30 years ago. And when we see the feasibility studies, we understand how the political cycles have affected them. Sometimes a change of government is followed by modifications which are not based on solid technical reasons, but rather on political ones. And all of this bogs the project down and makes it very difficult to be attractive to possible investors. In Spain, I know that we don't necessarily always get along, but for the past few decades, we've seen that everyone agrees on the beauty of high speed. A number of projects which had been initiated thanks to a master plan that was created years ago are now reaching fruition. And in Europe, I can't really talk about a success case because we're not about to fully implement, but 3 decades ago, we talked about these structural axes of the European networks which specified the characteristics that pertain to each one of the axes, and at least over the past 30 years, sooner or later, but we have achieved those objectives, despite potential political changes in the different countries. I think that that would be a very important lesson learned. There are hundreds of projects with billions of euros at stake. And apart from integration, Mauricio, you've tried to integrate the legislation and so on. So what would you say? The train as an articulator of a number of countries? That has definitely been a major challenge. So what is your interpretation? When you saw that, when we saw that in Costa Rica, we saw that very interesting project. What would you say? Well, thank you, Nicolas, and thank you to the CAF, not only for inviting us here, but actually for putting Latin America on the map in Europe. I have to say that we, in the Central American Bank, we opened a branch office in Spain in order to pave the way and try to leverage the possibility of bringing partners to events in the region. So the first thing we did back in 2018 was take stock of what the needs were in different Central American countries. We are a sub-regional banking entity, and we basically cover the Central American integration system, so the 5 countries plus Panama and the Dominican Republic. We have a little bit of a presence in Colombia, Argentina, and Mexico, but we focus on this region in Central America. And this taking stock talked about 18 technical assistants where practically every one of the Central American countries are thinking at that point in time, and others have advanced. So the Costa Rica case comes to mind. They are actually at the tendering stage, and each one of these technical assistances depended on the specific needs in the different countries. So this for passengers and for freight, and generate the ideas that would allow us to understand how we could help the countries with our vision in mind, which is to integrate Central America and to be there backing them at other stages. We know, of course, that for the most part, it's very important to establish, create legislation, have legislation passed, look for those who could help the different countries, seek those experts who could contribute ideas. And, well, it's been years, but finally things are fleshing out thanks to the work of experts. And I have to say that many, if not all of those experts, were Spanish companies. Spanish engineering firms contributed very, very much. At least 80% of those studies and reports were prepared by Spanish engineering companies for different reasons. And this has resulted in different approvals that we came up with for the investment phase proper. In the case of the Dominican Republic, of Costa Rica, and Colombia, they were fleshed out in investments that we could attract to the region. So there's an understanding that this is something that we need to explain when we speak in fora such as these. In Central America, there is a market, there is a scale, and definitely what we want is to generate the necessary trust for those who usually think about participating in these kinds of projects, think about this region. But we're talking about a pipeline for freight and for passengers in the different countries, different transport systems that are related to the railroad system, well, we believe that it's a very interesting opportunity for all of the institutions and companies and organizations that have a presence. Well, thank you. Thank you. You talked about 2018. So it's been 8 years before we actually begin to see the investments bearing fruit. So this was also pointed out by Marcial. You need to be very patient and you need to plan very carefully. You need to keep your eye on the distant future. And sometimes that's very difficult because you need the approvals, you need to ensure that you grow. So this long-term vision sometimes is very difficult. I understand that. And when we talk about technical support, we heard about this, but let me ask, how can we help? How can we help this? What Hector said, that initial map, and the Inter-American Development Bank and the World Bank will contribute also and see what the probabilities are to think about success. Jean-Paul, I would ask you, what do you think? What is your opinion regarding our activities in the actual inception of the programs? How can we seek the support of the potential financial contributors in order to ensure that it's not only the public sector funding everything? Thank you for that question. I think it's very important and timely. Sometimes the impact of these projects is different from what we would expect it to be. It's very important to ensure good design, planning, and this is actually where technical support that we can provide as multilateral banks, well, this is a fundamental role that we pay. Decisions are taken which are so very important, strategic decisions which are determined by the different risks and so on implicit to the projects. So we're talking about the development model. Is it going to be a public-private partnership? Is it going to be a publicly funded? Is it going to have closed credit? Is it going to be government to government? So the different, we're thinking about a loan from the multilaterals. What kind of a contract is going to be drafted? What is the design? What are the risks involved? What kind of a contract are we talking about? And these are the decisions. These are early decisions. And these are absolutely fundamental. And you need to keep our eyes on the deal. What is the deal scheme? Is it going to be a contract with services? Is it going to be a concession? Is it going to be a public transaction? All of these aspects are absolutely essential. We need to think about them at the very beginning of the project in order to ensure that we safeguard the project throughout its life, so as to avoid those risks. And multilateral banks definitely have a very important role to play. When we think about the financials and the regulatory aspects, we need to be there as of the beginning. Now, how do we provide support? I think that our colleague from Peru spoke very clearly. Strategic planning, working with master plans, working with railroad experts, as we're doing in Peru, the best possible explanation of the projects. What kind of a project is it? Are we talking about a metro? Are we talking about a tram? Are we talking about, what is it that we're talking about actually? What is the structure, the financial structure, the technical elements, which will allow for the strengthening of that company, and defining on the basis of those decisions what the instruments are, financially speaking, that are best suited to each case. Multilateral banks have a whole array of alternatives that can be used to provide the best possible support to any given project. Something which is important for multilateral banks is anything that has to do with the environment and social aspects.
Mauricio, volviendo a
Mauricio, back to Central America. You probably can talk about bigger actions. The case of Costa Rica has been a success case, And we hope that you soon start with works. But what other projects, what other initiatives do you have? And bear in mind that we're all sat here, which would be amongst those the earlier ones so that we could perhaps start working on them. Well, yes, very precisely. The case of Costa Rica is a very good example. I think even a case of perseverance. You probably noticed that I'm from Costa Rica, and I've been listening to this idea of the train project since outside school. And it's seen that it's probably one of the most studied cases, the area of the metropolitan area, which has been more studied than any other investment project in the country. I could say in that specific case, at the end of the day, the stars have aligned so that we can make progress with the solution presented by the current government, which is a lot more adequate to the type of investment that an economy like ours can sustain. At the end of the day, any project above 1 billion euros is a very challenging project that requires the participation of a lot of institutions, but also it requires going through all the necessary stages in order to generate the necessary trust. Panama has very interesting initiatives that are being promoted by the current government in relation to railway systems. It has two at least, a train and an underground also. The same applies to Dominican Republic, which is making a lot of progress with its infrastructure. There are other countries that are also interesting, like Guatemala or El Salvador. They're also interested in developing trains, particularly freight-type trains. And as part of that analysis that I was telling you at the beginning, we can also include something that the bank is incentivizing, which is being able to connect with the freight train the entire Central America region. That is a slow project, yes, but it is an idea that we as an institution promoting Central American integration, it means that we need to work on it so that we don't have to wait those many years again before we see this initiative materializing. And Cecilia, recently, the Friends of the World Bank supported you with a study on a specific type of business, and you have a pipeline for technical cooperation also in order to analyze some projects, the integration with Argentina, and other trains. So what's the role, in your opinion, of the multilaterals, the work, how is the work with the World Bank? And also, what would be your recommendations in order to do that work well? Well, with regards to the World Bank, that project is under development, and it's precisely what I was telling you with regards to the balance. How to use other businesses the company can use in order to make the most of the development of railway and passengers transport. How can that business lever other businesses, so say real estate development, the development of stations with a commercial vision, business development in order to make the most of the passengers flow that we are going to have in the future with the development of the key projects that we currently have. We're going to double the number of passengers transported from 65 million passengers only in Meriquilla. That project only is 60 million passengers, as I say. So that is a business opportunity that on which we're getting advice from the bank. And now with regards to multilateral collaborations, there are two ways. Some of them are direct and others are indirect. The indirect have to do with these supports to assessments, evaluations. As you know, public companies have restriction in terms of resources for some of the studies that we need. But, sometimes the cash flow of the year is not enough to go ahead with these projects. And this was the direct collaboration, but the indirect is the stamp given by a credit, a financial agreement with a a multilateral type of support to the company, because that means that the company can go through and pass an environmental due diligence, a due diligence related to the technical capacity of the project, management due diligence, and many others. And I think that is relevant in terms of the fact that we will need further financing and potentially partners in order to deliver all the debt necessary for these kind of initiatives. Well, Marcial, we were talking a lot about regulatory harmonization, technical issues, the lack of mature projects. It's quite clear that those challenges in Latin America and Central America also went through here at some point. From your experience, how could you or what could you share with us as good practices and success cases so that we have a good pipeline? Hector was telling us that we need ideas that should transform into bankable projects. Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the way we work in the BI, in the Investment European Bank, to then go all about these initiatives. This bank funds a lot of money, and each of the projects that have been explained this morning by ADIF, FCC, and Costa Rica have had the involvement of BI, and for a great deal of this, 4 or 5 billion euros is outside of Europe. The model is pretty much the same. We have very competitive conditions because of the nature of our institution, and we convey those advantages to our projects in order to facilitate the development of those projects and the implementation of the projects. We want to contribute with that quality stamp, and we also want to catalyze the help. And yes, sometimes we're very strict about requesting documents, environmental standards, and all those things. And then sometimes say, yeah, multilateral bodies are very slow. And that is because the filters are very strict. We only fund very solid projects. And once those filters are passed, we can add long-term loans with competitive interest rates, but also we believe that that attracts other investors, that generates trust, PPP models, but also for other institutions when it comes to issuing bonds and et cetera, in order to get more funds from outside. And then we want to convey the European experiences into other markets outside of Europe. And one of the most recent initiatives that we're currently working on, it comes a little bit from the diagnosis that perhaps in Latin America, in the sector, with regard to implementing the project, there may be not enough concurrence. We have a lot of cases with 0, 1, or 2 offers, and that is a little bit below the healthy level for the tender processes. When we have created proposals and we've spoken to the sector, well, there are a lot of reasons, of course, that includes the complexity of the tender documentations and all those things, but sometimes an excessive concentration on a block in the case of large contracts, and that increases the risk. And often, perhaps, also a big focus on the pricing, hence forgetting the operations. And that is in line with the feedback that we've got from the region, issues related to maintenance. What the bank is now trying to do at an early stage is the strategy for sustainable acquisitions. That is going one step beyond the usual role of tendering processes. Of course, we have the economy principles, efficiency principles, and competitiveness efficiencies principles. But we need to add to all that the possibility of the private sector and contractors to contribute with ideas and design solutions that ultimately improve the project. This is a road that we're starting with some developers that could start from initiatives to disseminate the project so that we make sure that the market is well aware of the project, but also when it comes to designing the tendering strategy or the ideas in this regard. And we believe that these can lead to a better implementation of projects with higher degree of quality. And finally, Andres, you have a global vision You've worked in several places and you are very experienced in terms of support, incubation, and so on, particularly with regards to mobilizing green funds or private capital for the project. We said before that we will not be able to do much on our own with this pipeline, but we have to work together. Therefore, what's the opinion of the World Bank, and what could you tell us about the way they work, their policies, with regards to mobilizing resources, for example? Well, I think that obviously us, and particularly in a region where there are so very diverse realities, there's clearly not a single recipe for all. It will depend on the customers that we're talking to, the macroeconomical conditions of a country, the legal security, etc., etc. The dialogue may vary if it is with Brazil or other Central American countries that want to work, but perhaps the technical team is not so, hasn't got records from the past. So what we want is we're trying to be flexible in order to incorporate all these dimensions. Now, the dialogue in many cases is focusing on financing mechanisms, and the discussion may be more sophisticated because we can also incorporate private elements, different types of financing. There could be instruments trying to mix bank guarantee with the private sector, for example. It is to expand the spectrum and reduce the costs. And also in some cases, we see that our preparation processes are more like of incubation type. And we are being flexible, as I say, and the aim is therefore to understand that there is a trade-off. The perfect is often the enemy of the possible, and we have to understand that in many cases there are opportunities and certain policies that allow us to carry out certain projects that, because of the nature, may require extraordinary investments and development periods that are very long. So for those to go ahead, in many cases, we have to face political important leaderships that allow us to start works that are going to go beyond their mandate. So in that regard, we understand that the development and implementation period of a process is always going to be the same, but often time is more dedicated to preparing. The implementation will be shorter, and in other cases, the preparation may be shorter, but the implementation may be longer because it will include design and all the other stages. But ultimately, the maturation period for a project is likely to be similar. So those institutional weaknesses are something that we detect, and then is when we try to work a bit more focusing on the development of own skills. Jean-Paul already mentioned the management example. We think it's good practice, and Quito worked quite well. That was continuous support. We worked on capacity building as well. And we realize also that in these places, perhaps we need to go and push them a lot so that at least the first stages of our project through PPP and stuff may not be the ideal, because ultimately capacity building is something that we are going to get from the possibility of the institutions, the governmental institutions themselves being the ones managing the project all throughout the process. The idea is to also be able to make mistakes with certain tendering processes. The idea is also to learn lessons. That is important. So it may not be a single recipe. We look for flexibility. We need to listen to the different needs of the different places. We want to then be able to adapt and bring the necessary instruments to every project. We have different partners that allow us to help when a private is structuring, for example. In other cases, we can have a larger contribution, because we understand that all the documents may not be ready, but we will contribute in good terms so that they can generate those skills, and then we can influence on the results so that they become aligned with the objectives included in and designed by the specific governments. Perfect. And in order to conclude, there are several topics with a great common denominator that I've been listening to throughout the whole panel: the importance of reactivating the industry. We also talk about the restrictions of the different countries right now, with very small budgets in general. After the boom of the commodities and the COVID, as we said this morning, we are going through historical minimums in investments on infrastructure. And if we keep going from transport, we move on to roads, as we were saying this morning, and we see that the investment has not been very big in recent years. So I think that means there is a challenge in terms of how we could take good information to the decision makers so that they understand why a project is a priority over another project. We're talking about contexts of a lot of investment restrictions. And so trying to mobilize private capital, trying to work on bankable projects, trying to help countries to look for the best financial solution. We talked about this to Marshall, and not always we need to focus on PPP as the only solution. We sometimes can talk about public policies, and like Cecilia said, often we have to try and get an operational balance, but then there are projects that if the state doesn't take on the responsibility, then it will become impossible for the projects to go ahead. So in summary, there seem to be a lot of success cases. And Jean-Paul, I think one of the key ones that was mentioned this morning was that of the railway in Uruguay, which could be perceivable today as a project that has been quite successful. Perhaps in the next 2 years, we will even do better. But at the time, we understand that the solution implemented was the best solution. So, Andres, you can tell us about that a little bit. Which ideas do you have in your mind, and how do you think we can learn from that experience? Thank you, Nicolas, for the question. We had an excellent presentation by the case of the Central Railway in Uruguay. That was a project where BID Invest, which is the private arm of the BID, shared with us the financing projects, providing loans A and B, then first the BID, and then through the BID Invest, we could lever resources from other banks at a lower cost, and that makes the project even more appealing. So I think that is an excellent reflection on how we can work on the region for projects of this scale. In this case, it was Uruguay. And there are other instruments that can be used. Partial guarantees, blended finance. These are aspects that make the funding more attractive for the private sector, the funding of a railway project in the region. And I think it's important here to reflect a little bit about those criteria that make projects viable for private investment. What is of interest for the private sector? Financial sustainability, also get to know more closely a reliable demand regarding the flows. In the case of the Central Railway in Uruguay, we have the cellulose plant, which guarantees that there are going to be important flows as part of the project. So we need to clearly understand where are the challenges and the opportunities in the sector. We saw this morning that if we talk about goods, only mining in the region represents 68%. So there are some challenges that have to do with maintaining the model participation. In 3 countries, they managed to keep between 25 and 30% of the region of the modal distribution for freight versus passengers in Brazil and Mexico, for example. So there are important challenges. And we have to study very closely where those opportunities exist. Often, for political reasons, we go too fast and we focus on projects in certain countries that maybe they consider a project of high-speed train, for example, in an Andean country. And those are very accelerated criteria. We realize that for a project of high-speed passengers train, you require a very high demand in order for that project to be sustainable. So I think we need to be very clear with regards to the objectives, and that's why we need very good planning at the beginning. That's what already been mentioned, because that will help us define the projects that are adequate for financing. I think financing was clear. Innovation was also quite clear. And Marcial, in the EIB, you've innovated a lot, or you've looked at a lot of financing projects that are quite innovative, or at least come in a bit out of the common loan. What would you think would be relevant for the region? And what good practice you think it would be good to incorporate in this search for financing?
Well,
When we talk about funding sources and models, there are many, and they all have their own space, because we've seen that the market is very big. The bank has bought green funds from different European railway companies, and they're already issuing bonds with a premium on the standard bond. The PPPs for 10 years, we can say that, we've not seen new PPPs, because after one failure here and there after the crisis, it happened, but there's been a reactivation of the concessions. A few months we signed the concession contract for a high speed between Lisbon and Oporto. This is over 2 billion euros of investment. It's clear that nowadays PPPs have a market preference for an availability model. Then green funds, I talked about them this morning a little bit. They can be very interesting alternatives, but it's true that they have some limitations with regards to size. The capital gains also mentioned, we're quite skeptical in that regard. There are some success cases, absolutely, in dense cities with a very powerful real estate market, but also a lot of failures, often because of that lack of realism. We want to develop cities where that need does not exist, and we sometimes try to fund projects, and the problem is actually the lack of preparation, the lack of bankability. I think all projects are useful and all fundings are useful and will have their place, but I think the basis of this project pipeline will be the multilateral bank. And both for the multilateral bank and other investors, the key would be a good preparation of the project and solid studies, environmentally talking, socially talking, costs, etc., etc. Well, thank you very much, Mauricio. Back to the success case of Costa Rica, where the Green Fund for Climate had an important involvement, and thanks to that, you managed to reach very competitive rates. What can you tell us about that? What, in your opinion, could be applicable to the region? Well, when we started to talk to the Costa Rica government in order to look for a good way to go ahead and get the funding based on the needs, a good part of what we proposed consisted on creating a robust basis, a solid basis with information that we knew that for the Climate Green Fund was going to request, the investment bank was going to request it too. And historically, that wasn't the type of information that our counterparties were generating. And we knew that for a project of that magnitude and characteristics, we believed, because that's what they told us, believed that it was very necessary to create a very robust basis. Once again, therefore, amongst our partners, we look for it. We had Spain as a partner. We looked for support. We had the support of the different Spanish institutions in order to look for those technical advisors that could somehow create that solid basis of information. The idea was also to support the counterparty, in this case, the Railway Institute in Costa Rica. We signed several agreements with the Spanish institutions that then generated information that, in the light of these counterparties, they added trust to the project. From then on, the idea to go advancing in the different stages was a little bit simpler. And the truth is that, in our opinion, that example is something that we are going to take Because in our opinion, not just because of the trust in our countries when we work with the European and Spanish counterparts, it is proven that in our 50% of the bids are done with Spanish institutions and Spanish companies because our countries feel very comfortable working with them. So now we look very much for the support in an industry like this, which is a spearhead worldwide. The Spanish industry, the European industry is a spearhead, as we're saying. And so we don't really want to reinvent the wheel. We think the solutions already exist. So maybe what is it's not innovation in other parts of the world, it's innovation for Central America, because these are things that have been done. And for us, it's an extraordinary news that the European Investment Bank has supported the project in Costa Rica, having an institution that is so knowledgeable, that has developed so many projects at a world level. We know that for Costa Rica, that's great news. Perhaps even more than the fact that the project is moving ahead on the stages. The idea is it's so good to have that support. As Marcial was saying, they're going to be very strict. And thanks to that, Costa Rica and its industry will be able to contribute to improving the project. And that will then be replicable in other projects that could be done in other parts of the region. Well, Andres, the World Bank with all of you having this institutional role, and for investment capacities, you have actually mobilized a lot of private capital for these type of projects. What would be your recommendations? In your opinion, what would be some of the lessons learned, success cases, and reflections? How can we get more players onto the table? Well, I think with regards to our region, in the short and medium term, we're going to include the key cases, perhaps when we see a very good private-public articulation. We also have to bear in mind the technology for these projects. It seems like sometimes we talk a lot about the green field, but there are a lot of projects on ground field where perhaps there is a modernization of the systems, including rolling material, transport, and so on. And maybe that can be used for other type of initiatives. We can talk about some of the reflections that we've had. There are urban transport projects, for example, maybe IFC or the different private arms of the multilaterals can start taking part because the demand is already consolidated. There is some records in terms of capital collection, future plans, consolidated customers, etc., etc. So we are saying that the land is becoming more and more fertile, but also the private arms are becoming more and more prone to understanding the risks in Latin America and how they can take part. I think at the same time, like we said before, the key needs of each of the countries, our counterparties, etc., etc. I think the role of the multilateral, traditionally speaking, is going to remain there, and it's difficult to replace that in the short term, at least in these projects that involve a great deal of capex and needs of strengthening. As they develop, the goal, I think, would be to find operational balances that will give us the possibility to incorporate new forms to continue funding the modernization of the systems. Perhaps where we see the guarantee systems with different institutions are places that have some records already. Say Brazil, Colombia, where they're also where the sector or the counterparty of the private sector is trusted more with regards to the future infrastructure, the future flows, and so on. And we're arriving there with different instruments. For example, our investment projects now, we're incorporating and designing new projects that have certain triggers. Maybe a payment works as a guarantee because a payment only guarantees if something happens. So we're working with different mechanisms. The idea is to incorporate these different range of players and projects that we see. I think there are all types of opportunities out there. We need to analyze them one by one on a project-by-project basis. It's still very difficult, the difference in Latin America and the Caribbean versus Europe, maybe, where the projects are a bit more homogeneous. Perhaps the conditions are a bit more homogeneous, or the history is more consolidated. But our cases are very polarized, very different. So we need to find the exact recipe and the exact pocket.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Wonderful. And just in order to conclude, Cecilia, as we were saying at the beginning, the relationship between the bank and the
the main customer without a sovereign guarantee. We hope that that continues. Yes, and the main one, that's right. So what could you share? Because, you know, for us, doubtless, Chile, with companies such as your own and Metro, it has us thinking that this is a model that can be replicated in the region. I think you definitely can talk about this as a success, a case, an example of a successful case, and that will be the end of this session. So, how you work with multilaterals? No, the company is delighted with the funds. We think that it's a wonderful opportunity for multilaterals, and we've worked with banks, and some will say, no, multilaterals are coming, or they're trooping to Chile. And I think it has to do with the market. It is an international market, and it talks about the short term. So this business, as we know, needs longer periods of time. So I think that the structures that multilaterals have is appropriate for the world of railroads. And then there's taxes. That's a major issue too. This is additional to, if you will. Other activities don't involve this. So multilaterals for us, apart from all of these economic advantages, well, there's that seal of excellence. I think that I can only say that what we want is to continue to work with this group of banks. We want to maybe tackle other arenas and see if we can ensure the financing of these investment plans. That's going to be important for the country, for the region. They're important at this point in time. So thank you very much, and we certainly hope to continue to enjoy this excellent relationship, despite the fact that they are more demanding than others, but it's more work for the teams. This is true, and this is something that we've seen has happened to us with the CAFE team. You need a lot of financial working together, and you need to work with the people in the projects. You need to think about the communities. You need to think about the environment, and we definitely do need that all of those teams contribute to our working successfully with multilaterals. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, thank you, and I do apologize because we have run a little bit late. Thank you.
Me salió.
Ahora vamos a ver cómo el financiamiento climático es clave para marcar la diferencia.
And now we're going to see how funding is essential for funding purposes. We're going to reach out to Matías Lové, who is a specialist from the World Bank, and he is going to address this issue. We are going to hear him speak in English, so if you want to pick up your headsets, they're at the back of the room. And remember, please, Spanish will be available on channel 1.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I hope I'm not to blame that the coffee break is cancelled or delayed. And also apologies for being the second speaker to speak in English. Anyways, I still think it's worth listening to my presentation, even though it's in English, because I'm going to talk about how to best mobilize climate finance for railways and what are the current challenges most railways have by accessing these instruments. Just a quick look at my agenda. Yeah, I'm just going to give a very quick overview about the main instruments. I'm going to talk about each of the instruments in some detail, and then I'm going to discuss constraints and recommended actions. First off, I think that's something I can go over quite quickly. That's something all of us know probably. Why do we want to invest into rail? Rail connects communities, connects people to jobs, to markets. There's a substantial economic impact from at least if the rail investment is done right. Investment can also boost trade and just improves access to jobs and services. And obviously, with concern to the climate finance space, the climate impact is crucial. Rail is one of the most sustainable transport modes, obviously only with, I think, maritime has similar GHG per transported ton or transported passenger. So why do we have an issue then if rail is that good? There's quite a substantial investment gap. I think a couple of other presentations and the panel discussion right before me already discussed that. And there's a lot of studies out there. I took the highest number. That's a McKinsey study on a global level that actual investments up to $300 billion are needed annually just to meet the estimated economic growth and demand to keep the current rail model share at the same level as it currently is. Obviously, that's global level. So a lot of that investment will be in Asia, but also in Latin America. The other number is only for low and middle income countries and reflects the needed investment for reaching the SDG goals and the national climate goals, as well as needed investments in climate resilience. So, and that's the main reason why I'm speaking about climate finance. I think some of, at least a couple of the discussants mentioned that there's like not one solution for all, but climate finance can be part of the solution, and especially it can be part of it today, and there's significant potential that is currently not used by most of the railways. So what is climate finance? There's a couple of different definitions out there. That's, I think, one of the most used. The definition is coming from the UN and also from the World Bank. According to that definition, climate finance is any financing by any public or private investor for activities that mitigate carbon emissions or support climate adaptation / resilience. So obviously, climate finance is defined by its purpose, not by the actual project. So that automatically means that most rail projects would qualify, and the amount is growing rapidly, especially has grown rapidly in the last 10 to 15 years. But the current share of rail is extremely small. It depends on the studies again, but it's close to 1 to 2% of the total share of climate finance. That's just a quick look at the different sources and the landscape surrounding climate finance. I mean, mostly it's the same investors as with conventional finance. So you have the private sector, who is doing pretty much the same thing they're doing with conventional financing instruments. So they're looking for projects with commercial returns. The only difference is, in that case, the projects have like a green, sustainable or climate background. We have the public sector, which is obviously very important for rail, as rail is still hugely dependent on sources of public budgeting. Most railways are still state-owned companies, or at least somewhat relying on public funding or financing. And then we have the actual dedicated climate finance space that includes the dedicated climate funds, which are obviously only doing climate finance, including the Green Climate Fund, CHEF, and the Green Adaptation Fund, for instance. And then, of course, we have the whole development finance space with banks like CAF and the World Bank, who are doing obviously conventional finance as well, but now are shifting more and more towards green and climate finance. And one could argue that an investment by the World Bank in rail is by definition always climate financing, because it's automatically to 100% sustainable and a climate project. But that's, I think, more a corporate topic of how you want to tag your investment. Yeah, that's just a simple overview about the main types of climate finances we currently define them. I mean, that's always a very fluent topic with new instruments coming up or different new academic literature on how you should actually define that space. But we categorize them in activity-based and results-based instruments. Activity-based is your classic upfront project financing. You get your money at the start of the project or in tranches, and you pay it back eventually over a longer term if it's a loan or a bond, for instance. And then we have results-based. These are different because you only get your money after you verified you actually already saved your emissions. If it's a project, you already transported that passenger, basically. And you can't get the money up front. Usually you get all of it after it's verified and after the actual result happened. That's mostly carbon markets, and there's some smaller results-based climate funds as well. Yeah, let's quickly talk about green bonds and loans. I mean, the problem with these instruments is that obviously you could make a whole presentation for each of them. So I kept the information on a very high level, just on the most important informations, at least in my opinion. So the most important thing is green bonds are obviously very similar to conventional bonds. I heard someone mention that sometimes the conditions are better, at least in my opinion, or on the data and research we did. Usually the actual terms and conditions are not much better than with conventional bonds. So that would mean a similar timeline and similar conditions regarding your rate and your payment schedule. The railway, or at least guarantor, needs to be creditworthy as well. The only main difference to conventional bonds is that you should need, that you need a green purpose for your funds, and these funds are actually validated by an external certification agency. So what are your main advantages? I think that's to argue, in our opinion, it's mostly the visibility. I mean, most railways, if they build a new line or invest in an existing brownfield, they're doing that investment anyway, and the investment will be green. And that way, if they issue a green bond for that investment, they could argue, look at us, how good and how sustainable we are. But the other very important factor as well in the whole conversation of blended finance, co-financing with MDBs and with other investors is obviously the co-financing opportunity. So any investment will be way more attractive to both public, private sector, and the MDB space if parts of it is financed by a green bond. It's fair to say that usually the multilateral development bank or similar actors will support the railway or the government by accessing the market. That's actually the example of the picture, which is not of the region, but is Morocco with ONCF, where both the World Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development helped the state-owned company of Morocco to achieve creditworthiness and to issue a climate climate or green bond in 2018. There's also a couple of other examples. So obviously, I'm not mentioning that all of the high-income countries, the railways there usually can issue as many green bonds as they like if they are creditworthy. That's SNCF is doing it regularly, I think, and most of the other state-owned companies like Deutsche Bahn or the US freight companies do it as well. I think there was a short mention of a good example in Chile as well, which issued green bonds via the sovereign, via the government. And I don't know the exact percentage, but plenty of these proceeds went to the, I think, I'm not sure if it's effort, but to the Chilean railway projects as well. Yeah, then we have sustainability-linked bonds and loans. These are the newest instruments in the space and not that well known, especially not in the rail sector. The conditions are pretty similar to normal bonds and loans, so you also need to be creditworthy to access them, but the financing is directly linked to KPIs, which basically you can agree on with the investor, and these KPIs are directly linked to your sustainability objectives. For instance, new rolling stock that is electrified or saved emissions by electrifying your tracks, or a couple of other similar procedures. But the difference is that you can use the proceeds as you like. So there doesn't need to be an exact project like there needs to be for a green bond. You can just issue a sustainably linked bond and get that financing, and use it for something else, as long as you reach your KPIs anyways, in any case. The system and the instrument is growing. In recent years, it kind of stopped growing a little bit, especially, I think, due to the complicated investment landscape at the moment. But the actual uptake from rail companies is very small. I think there's only two major examples. One of them is a rail supplier, Knorr-Bremse, I think issuing a sustainability-linked loan of 600 million. And I think, again, the government of Chile was at least thinking with support from MDB about issuing sustainability-linked loans as well. Yeah, then we have carbon markets. I think that's the most complicated topic of all of these, probably. Obviously, carbon markets is the trading of carbon credits for a GHG reduction or removal. You have both voluntary and compliance markets. And here, the certification and monitoring is even more important and even more complicated, especially. That's one of the main reasons that the current examples of rail using carbon markets are very limited. There's a few examples, like on the picture from metros in India, accessing some amounts of funding, but usually that's very small amounts of money. And that's all voluntary markets usually. But it has to be said that the compliance markets, like in the future, the market via the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, have very big potential. But the problem is that the regulation and the standards are simply not there at the moment. So it's very hard for a rail company that thinks to itself, I want to issue carbon credits, to do that in a feasible way and actually get that money. The problem is, or not the problem, the good news is that the potential is very good, because that's the only instrument that would give an actual additional funding. And compared to the other instruments who mostly provide financing with carbon markets, you can get actual funding. So even if it's only 5% of your total revenue, I mean, that's already 5% is probably too high. Even if it's only 1% of your total revenue, that's obviously very substantial to any company, because that's all money you can keep. And then to close, we have climate funds. We already heard a bit, I think, from the previous panel as well. In general, they issue all kinds of different instruments. They issue grants, and they give concessional financing. They offer some guarantee instruments as well. Mostly they focus, well, it depends on the fund, but the biggest ones focus on activity-based instruments at the moment. But But the problem with them is they have quite limited resources. I don't think someone from a climate fund is here today, but that's, I think, just the inconvenient truth. So rail and transport in general actually is competing with all kinds of other sectors. And sometimes the business case to make, or the pitch, even for transport in general, but for rail especially, is quite hard for climate funds. And we spoke with a couple of climate funds, especially the biggest ones, for the reasons. And the simple reason is that usually they look at the amount of GHG they can save, or their investment can save per invested dollar. And obviously, because rail is such a high capital intensive sector, that's a hard pitch for rail. If the same amount of money can get into the energy sector, into a new solar panel. I mean, solar panel investment in solar energies are very cheap, for instance. So it's very hard for rail to make that pitch. And usually the easiest pitch in transport would be e-buses. So there's a lot of examples. I think in Central America, South America, and Asia, there's GCF and a couple of climate funds who heavily invest into electrifying the bus fleets, at least. And that's also the role we see for climate funds in the rail sector, where maybe they finance parts of a project, just the electrification component, kinda. And that's also, I think, the way they handled Costa Rica, which was mentioned, which is, as far as I know, the only substantial rail investment done by GCF and most other climate funds, at least during our research last year, where the investment is very substantial by GCF into Costa Rica. And that was mostly done because they focused the investment on the electrification component. And they argue the rest of the money is provided by the other sources, but the electrification component is the component that actually saves you the GHG. So you actually get a lot of GHG saved per money. So I think the advice here is to often just try to package your project or your investment in smaller parts and then try to sell these to the climate funds. I mean, the good news is these climate funds, you don't need to be creditworthy usually, and they're very approachable. So at least usually they like to discuss projects. But obviously the current political and financial landscape is a bit challenging. Yeah, here it's just summarized all of the key challenges. I think some of them are already mentioned. In general, a big issue is familiarity. So most investors, especially in the private sector, simply don't know anything about rail or about rail projects. So they wouldn't even think if they're interested in investing in a green, be it a green bond or whatever, they don't even think of the rail sector. Or at least they think about rail, but they think, oh, all of that is funded by a public source anyways, straight from the public budget. So that's a big issue. I mentioned the high cost per invested dollar. That's especially an issue for carbon markets and, for all instruments except carbon markets, because carbon markets, I mean, a credit is a credit. So it doesn't really matter that you get less money, sure. An energy project can get even more money maybe from carbon markets, but you can still get your carbon credits in theory from a rail investment as well. An actual issue with carbon markets is the long asset lifetime, and that it takes a time, obviously, until you get most of your GHG savings, until the new track is built, maybe a couple of years, 10 years, and then the train needs to actually transport people and transport goods until the actual GHG was saved for the actual, and the actual money can get back to you. A big issue is standards. I think I mentioned that a bit. That's especially relevant to carbon markets. I'm going to mention that in the next slide as well. And then in general, creditworthiness, which keeps, is just a big issue for nearly all of our clients and most SOE railway companies in low and middle income, well, mostly low income countries. With that graph, I just tried to summarize the main recommendations and learnings from the viewpoint of the rail company. So our principal idea is to use the climate fund, to use the limited funds to either complement parts of your project, like I mentioned, or leverage, or to use them to leverage other financing. Then we have carbon markets. There we showed it as under construction. There's significant potential there, but there's a need to develop these regulations and standards. I think that was also mentioned by the by UIC in the morning, that they are working on that, and that's really a complicated topic because a lot of different regulators, international organizations are needed for that to actually happen. And of course, the key issue on the second row is the creditworthiness, because the most money is in the sustainable commercial finance space. And if you're creditworthy, obviously you will also be able to access conventional finance as well on the private sector. So that's really something where we see the biggest potential, obviously. And for that to happen, usually railways need to undergo under some kind of reform, or at least expand their revenues, maybe expand the freight business and reduce risks. And that's, I think, the space where most of the multilateral banks and other investors come in and try to help by issue guarantees, for instance. Yeah, that's my final slide. Just to summarize, that's more from the viewpoint of the actors like the government or the MDB. We summarized that under 3 different actions. Mainstreaming, that's pretty much just the idea of making rail more known under green investors, including climate funds and private investors. Standards, that's really the biggest issue, but that falls partly to regulators and some international organizations. So here it's more an topic of bringing in political pressure and really making the case for rail, and that rail needs to be included under Article 6, and that we need a standardized methodology for how to account GHG emissions. And then, just like I discussed, obviously one of the biggest recommendations, I think that's not surprising anyone, is that we work towards increasing creditworthiness, and that way increasing private capital, because simply without the private sector, none of these financing challenges will be suitable. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention. And just write me an email if you have any questions.
Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. And now we are going to launch a roundtable, and we're going to see how we can access funding for innovative projects in our sector with the aim of offering more and better tools to ensure that railways are included as an essential mode of transport. So Antonio Ramses Morales Jimenez, who is lead executive of analysis and technical assessment of water in CAV, and the other panelists. Valerio Diaz-Martin, Global Gateway, European Commission. Fernando Salazar, DG Corporate Funding at the ICO. Vomit Noor Shah, Global Director of Business Origination from UK Export Finance. Frank Weiler, Chief of the Division of the Development Bank of Germany, and Pilar Lopez Camacho, who is in charge of public sector from the AIIB. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the floor.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Gracias por
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your patience, for staying here to this time. It seems like I'm going to have to run a little bit and speed up, because I've been told that we're a little bit delayed according to the agenda, and also one of the members of the panel will have to lead the session rather quickly. So we're going to try and make sure that they don't miss their flights. I think we're now going to start a very interesting round table with regards to the possibilities of accessing financing for railway projects. So therefore, it has a very financial focus. And I'm going to ask you brief questions, and I'm also going to ask you to be concise, 5-6 minutes each. The idea is to give like a general overview to reflect on how to mobilize and structure the resources, talking financial resources, in order to face these big capex that we've been mentioning throughout the session that has an impact on the railway projects in different regions in the world. We've been said that the portfolio in the region is of over $300 billion, funding approximately of about half of that, so there is a serious gap. And of course, this highlights the need to increase capital sources, improving the co-funding mechanisms, and so on. So in CAF, we're also working on this catalyzing role in order to try and connect well-structured projects with adequate funding sources. There is a management also to mobilize resources and global alliances, and one of the goals is what I just explained. And without further ado, I think I'll start by welcoming Bomik Noor Shah, Global Director of Business Origination and Coverage of Customers in UK Export Finance.
Thank you very much
Bomik,
for your participation in this panel. As we agreed, I'll ask you the question, so in Spanish. So here it goes. The UK Export Finance ha promovido esquemas
UK Export Finance has promoted guarantee schemes, credits for exports, technical support, and also financial support in order to facilitate the participation of British companies in railway strategic projects. From your perspective and the perspective of your institution, how do you visualize the application of these mechanisms in the railway sector in Latin America? And moreover, what are the key conditions, in your opinion, that are necessary for these operations to go ahead?
Thank you, Antonio. I have to say that reminded me of my high school Spanish exam when I was waiting during my oral sort of test. That did not do well then, so I will. Hopefully, the audience will forgive me for answering in English. But a really good, important question. Antonio, so first again, it's great to be here. Thank you to CAF for inviting us here to spend a day in this lovely city. So UK Export Finance, we are Britain's export credit agency. And the reason we have an interest in these forums and these conversations on Latin America with current and future partners like CAF is that we, with our financing, look to bring together the themes that have been discussed today. So clean energy and the green revolution. We certainly see rail playing an important part in that because we want cars to be taken off the roads and people using rail transport. And secondly, as you rightly noted, the capital investment requirements are so significant that we could all do with utilizing every available source of financing. So that is where we come in, along with our partners. For us, we in Latin America and Central America, we have a lot of capacity, so in several billions in pounds or in dollars, to finance transport infrastructure-related work. And we have active conversations with a number of our partners. While I've been here, my colleague Javi and I have been picking up with some of the relevant pipeline conversations across the region. For us, what we would look to do is we would like to identify projects where there will be a certain level of procurement from the UK, and then we will provide financing in excess of the actual procurement. So for the contractors and for the host governments, the value is having an additional source of financing, which yes, has a certain link to the UK, but the financing can be up to 5 times the amount of procurement from the UK. And the good news is that actually in the rail sector, especially for the audience here, you don't have to look very far to identify UK content. So for example, your namesake, CAF, On the rail side, they have a lovely factory in Wales, back in the UK. When CAF delivers equipment and rolling stock from the facility in the UK, that qualifies, that's UK content for us because they are an exporter for us. And that's something that is important to highlight because typically people like to think of British sounding names when they are thinking about what to purchase from the UK. But that is just one example in this particular sector, which allows us to have conversations that deliver a win-win solution for the host governments who want to have that rail systems built, for the contractors who want to use their usual supply chain, but want to have a little bit of UK content in there. And then from the financing standpoint, because our funding comes in with the full guarantee of our back out to our treasury back in the UK, effectively it allows the borrowers to raise financing the same manner as which the British government would be doing. So a valuable proposition from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you know that we have these had two caps. Caps?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, right. Thank you so much for your answer. Bueno, me gustaría pasar ahora.
Well, I now like to move on to another of our guests that has some transport difficulties. That's Fernando Salazar, Director General of Corporate Funding and International Corporate Financing in ICO. Thank you very much for being here. Well, CAF and ICO are partners and friends, and that's been the case for a long time. And we have developed a lot of financing lines and a lot of projects together in recent years where Spanish companies have taken part. And in the recent years, we've strengthened, or you have strengthened, the international presence with infrastructure projects and also opening up what you do, basically. I'd like to ask you, what are your priority criteria in order to support big railway projects in the region? And how do you evaluate or assess the possibility of articulate yourselves with international banks? How was your work with CAF and how was your work with the local development banks? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you because I have some restrictions in time, but I think I'm taking the very last flight to Madrid. But if I miss it, this is all I have with me, so I need to make it. And you know that airports, as opposed to railway stations, require a longer time. Now, let's focus. We collaborate with the Latin American Bank and the Multilateral Bank in particular, and we've been doing so for many years. We have a program called ICO International Channel, and because, or thanks to it, we don't only loan money to the Latin American banks, and the Latin American banks lend it to the projects. That's how we do it. We started with BNDES in 2015. That was the initial program, and we've dedicated 5 years with 5.5 billion euros in loans. And that's one of our biggest problems, and yet friends, is CAF, the banks, and CAF, the railway institution. But I'll go fast. We have a lot of projects with us, and particularly in the railway sector and in the underground sector. We've worked in the underground in Quito, in Sao Paulo, and the railway line in Argentina. We've worked with EFE in Chile, where we've also actually moved on to fund in parallel, together with you, the same project with sovereign guarantee. So that's one of our lines of work. What about the requirements? Well, we need a Spanish interest in the project. And we can define it very generally. Like Bomik explained it very well. He comes from the UK EF. I was president in CESPE over the last years. And when you talk about this in finance, this type of finance, you talk about rules, this content, this local expenditure, this opening fee, and etc. No. Here now, the concept of Spanish interest is quite lax, it's quite wide. It should be interesting for a Spanish company as an investor or as an exporter. And then we'll see. The project also has to be viable. It must be supported by other banks, led by other banks. We never do fronting. We complete the funding. And the message that we convey in general is, if you have a good project and you have a Spanish company involved and you're lacking in funding, think about me, because we'll be there. We'll support you on it. We do support the long-term projects with project guarantees. We do project finance. We do long-term with a corporate guarantee. We do guarantees for the sector. This is an urgent necessity. We are needing more and more guarantees. We started with the Medina La Meca project, where Spain is granted with a contract. We get it from the French. We actually, winning is good, but beating French people is even better. But we got it. We got granted. We got awarded the project. And we didn't have guarantees, and so they say, ICO, come here, and we kind of went and participated, and we brought the guarantees. We were the guarantee for that big project in La Medina. So we provide guarantees all over the place, and we also give viability studies. We have a financial administrator of the FIEM, which corresponds to the Ministry of Economy. We work a lot on the railway system, and we also work a lot on the region. We carried out a viability study for the new station in Santiago de Chile, for example. So our message, well, our key requirement is for the project to be a good project, to be a bankable project, to pass the committees, to be led by another institution within the deal of the syndicate, a Spanish interest, and if all those requirements are met, come with us and we will be welcoming you with open arms. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Fernando. Very clear, and I subscribe the need of guarantees. That doesn't always exist, but it's something that we requested, we asked for from customers, private companies, and so on. Yeah, customers want that. And from a bank point of view, a guarantee is not very profitable, so banks don't quite provide it, and we have less and less banks. Therefore, we have a structural problem in terms of guarantees, but we add a little bit to the situation. Well, thank you very much for your answer. I'd like to now ask our third guest, Frank Wheeler. He is the head of the division of the German Development Bank, the KfW. The KfW is a very well-known bank for CAP. We've worked together in a lot of things, not only in railway, but also water, environmental projects, housing projects. We have a very close relationship, a long-standing relationship. And normally, I think you always have an approach apart from the actual core of the business. You always make sure that you take care of the green funding, the sustainable projects, and so on. And I think this is perhaps because of the long-term outlook of the German government and your governance. In that regard, I'd like to ask you about what innovative financial instruments you are currently promoting in the railway industry that could also contribute to the actual development and also the decarbonization, and as well, why not, the social inclusion in the region, which I think is also important. Well, thank you very much, particularly for being here. And as you said, we're working with CAF both in the refinancing and in the co-financing and urban mobility. KfW is the German Development Bank, and it has two approaches. One of them is the German market and the European market, but at the same time, we also work on financial cooperation, is how we call it, which is supported by the government. We also have a commercial arm, which is the KF EPEX, which represented by my colleague Pilar here. But I'm going to focus on what we call the financial cooperation associated to the German government. And it's true that we as a bank in all the actions, we include climate sustainability because it's something very important as well as anything related to the environment. Therefore, the railway industry, as we've heard today, is clearly important within that context. And KfW has funded, it's been funding for many years, railway projects like the Medellin Underground. But also 30 years ago, he worked on the electrification in China and other countries that we were present. Then we discontinued that because the politics said that the European Union should work on those large projects, also for railway infrastructure. So we're now focusing more and more on urban transport. But I think that with everything that we've heard today, which is also linked to it links urban transport. So we see that urban transport is very well linked to urban railway transport, longer distance transport. So with this support, we can offer loans that are very low and also long-term loans. And what I think is also very important is that we have non-reimbursable funds for the preparation of projects, because in a lot of talks today, it was quite clear that that is a bit of a bottleneck. And we also cooperate with CAF in order to mobilize EU funds, LASIF funds, for example, that allow us to carry out the studies or complement the studies to prepare railway projects. I therefore think that is very important. And we also have experts within the bank that can help. So the German government wants to help and wants to contribute to a just transition. That is something that we've heard about today. And this includes social inclusion aspects, and that plays a key role. So instruments related to cooperation. We can actually fund direct projects like we did in the Metro Lima. We did it together with other banks, of course, but there we are focusing on the public sector, okay? That was based on intergovernmental agreement. But we also work with national banks and multinational banks. We work with CAF, we work with the European Central Bank, and so on. We have more flexibility for those projects. And also, we fund policy-based lendings. These are reforms that try to contribute to the norms. We've talked a lot about regulation today for the railway system, so that funding can also contribute to improving the so-called the environment around the project, the regulatory environment. So that's what we do. The IBEX as a financial arm is more flexible, but it's kind of like the basis of the work without subsidies. And I probably leave it here for now. Thank you very much. I would also understand that with your environmental and social safeguards, you suggest a kind of funding with those kind of considerations. Is that right? Yes, we are very similar, just like in the previous panel. We are focusing on those points. And I think we have a wide range of potential cooperations amongst the different players, right? Thank you very much, Frank. Now I'd like to move on to the fourth member of the panel, Leon Martin, who is a focal point for the Global Gateway and the European Union. Good afternoon, and thank you, Valeria, for being here. And I have a very simple question. Bearing in mind that large railway projects in Latin America require combining several instruments, I've already said that, in order to get the sustainable and necessary funding. What collaboration mechanisms, in your opinion, are more promising? And moreover, what do you think is the role of multilateral bank in order to accelerate their implementation in Latin America, the Caribbean, and with initiatives like the Global Gateway? Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you to all of those who stayed until the end. Just to clarify and add a bit of context, because we talk a lot about Global Gateway, but we sometimes have to say what it is, because for us it's something very common, but it's not quite the case for everyone. So like 3 years ago, the European Union created this strategy, somehow promoted by the changes of a geostrategic type in the world. It was a bit of a shift in the paradigm in terms of their partner states. It was based on traditional cooperation. It's now a cooperation more based on supporting with private funds and, supporting the private sector with public funds in order to accumulate big amounts that can facilitate the necessary investments. And through those investments, meet the political goals that have been stated at the European Union level. In the case of the railway, it's quite clear. because it was a support to that green transition that is so part of the European Union. The European Union, therefore, has two types of tools, we could call them. One of them is not a financial tool, but it's also very important, and that is the political leverage, which, we in the European Union, for those of you who don't know, almost all countries have a delegate or a delegation. It's equivalent to an embassy, and that has an ambassador, and that means that there is a fluid dialogue with local authorities. And thanks to that, we can get to understand well which are the concerns of our partner countries, and at the same time it helps us convey our messages to the industry if necessary. The political leverage also has another interesting component, which is that we can sit at a table, our member states, together with our industry, and we can make a call, people actually attend. It says that I'm a coordinator, it's not my key area, but I do coordinate it. We have a working group for the railway industry in Brussels, and they've been meeting for a year with the industry, with the member states, and with European financial entities, aiming to find the way to work together, allowing us to be more successful when it comes to approaching the Latin American market, where we also see that other international players are arriving that bit by bit are actually getting part of the business. So it means that we have to pay attention to looking for solutions. So that would be the political side. Now, financially speaking, which is what you've asked me about, I think is probably more interesting here, is quite in line with what is being explained so far. We're not reinventing the wheel. We provide technical assistance, for example, for the initial stages of the projects, for training, etc., etc. And then we also use subsidies, non-reimbursable funds. For technical assistance, we have a tool that's called lending. So there is a credit from an entity with non-reimbursable money from our side that is going to give, which is going to promote the social aspects of a project, to a project that was probably not quite of that type. I was talking to Oscar Flor from Colombia before, and he was saying that the railway tracks in Colombia from the past that are no longer in use, the population has perhaps taken on that space, and they have created their means of life, and it therefore now becomes difficult to implement a railway on those areas. So that would be the typical case where we could actually provide a subsidy to look for alternatives to their ways of life for these people, okay? The other way to use our funds or our subsidies have as a goal the reduction of loan risks. So we are like a guarantee also. This is just been mentioned as a need. Well, that's something that we're doing. And finally, I will also mention that we're interested and we're promoting working with export credit agencies. It's a shame that you no longer work on TESTE, because we want to work with them actually. Yeah. So that would be my quick summary. Well, thank you very much. I have a question about that. You talked about these guarantees. Do they have to be exclusively for projects that have been prioritized by Global Gateway, or could they go for any other project? No, they've not been prioritized necessarily. This goes through a board, and the project has to be part of our strategies and our priorities. It's not that it's been pre-identified, but once the project is there and is presented, it has to meet a set of criteria, and amongst those, it has to be in line with our priorities. Well, thank you very much. And now I move on to our last guest, Pilar López Camacho. And I leave you to the end for several reasons. First of all, because you're from Barcelona, and I think due to hospitality reasons, they should be before you because they're not from Barcelona. And secondly, because now you have as much time as you need, because you're actually coming from farther away. So as the Bible said, the last ones will be the first ones. Well, Pilar is in charge of transport projects for in the public sector from the Investment and Infrastructure Investment Bank, a very powerful entity. I'm not sure what your trajectory is in Latin America. You may tell me about it. And you have taken part in a lot of transport projects of large scale. You have promoted sustainability, multilateral cooperation, and so on. And in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, I have some questions. What's your positioning? What's your pipeline? What are the financial instruments and co-funding mechanisms can you offer or are offering? How are you working in order to attract private investment to this big blending of needs to cover capex? And so how do you try to coordinate with the banks who have already been present there for a few years, plus the guarantees? Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Like Antonio was saying, AIIB is a relatively young entity. I'm going to start with a brief introduction of who we are. AIIB is a multi-development bank like the World Bank or other banks, and it was funded in 2016. So that means we're still a young entity with the mission of funding infrastructure projects, promoting economic, sustainable projects in Asia, but also in other regions of the world. In less than 10 years, we have approved over 300 infrastructure projects for a value of over $60 billion in over 38 economies, 38 countries. Our mandate is funding the infrastructure of tomorrow that has to be green, digital, and connected economies. Even though we were born focusing in Asia, currently the bank has 110 member countries, amongst those some countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, like Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, Paraguay, El Salvador, Uruguay, and Peru. And in these countries, where the countries that we call non-regional, these are countries outside of Asia, our funding policy allows us to fund projects that have a positive impact with the connectivity with Asia, or that are global public goods. For example, if they have a positive effect on climate or environment. In this way, railway projects in Latin American countries are initially eligible for the support and financing of AIIB. In AIIB, we can actually support the projects through sovereign funding or non-sovereign funding. We include both. In the sovereign field, we offer loans and guarantees. Our sovereign loans are or have deadlines of up to 35 years and large periods of excess. And that's quite interesting for railway projects where the construction period is long, and also the life cycle of the assets is long. On the non-sovereign side, we also offer loans, partial guarantees, or a direct capital investment through what we call corporate finance or project finance. Besides, just like our colleagues here have said, and have previously, we also provide technical assistance. That means we can mobilize subsidies through our own fund, which is what we call Proper Preparation Special Fund, or through associated funds like ECDF. These funds allow us to prepare projects and reinforce the technical and financial structuring of the projects, and also help for projects to be more bankable and study other more innovative financing approaches. You asked me, how do we coordinate with other banks? Well, AIIB have co-funding as part of our DNA, because we were born making projects with the World Bank and with the Asian Development Bank. and also with BRD. So we have numerous projects with them, and we operate with them according to co-funding framework agreements. And this is key because thanks to this, we can use the procedures and the policies of those banks, and hence make the preparation period more agile, the due diligence, the investment period. Also with the CAF, we have a memorandum of understanding, and we are currently, we're collaborating more and more, trying to create bridges between Asia and Latin America to see how we can bring our expertise from Asia into Latin America. I will also like to share with you two projects that kind of showcase how we cooperate. For example, in India, we're currently funding together with the Development Asian Bank the project or the first project of a semi-high-speed railway in India. This is the development of about 80 kilometers of a railway line connecting Delhi, the capital, with the suburbs. This is called Delhi Malud Transit project. And we're working with the Asian Development Bank on a staged structuring. So every bank is funding a different phase of the project. The Asian Bank is contributed with about $1 billion, and we have contributed with about $500 million. That way, we fund the same components, the civil works, the traction systems, all the tracks. And for the customer or the developer, for them, they have one single bank because we only apply the policies of the Asian Bank. And I think this is an added value of AIIB, and this explains how we see the co-funding and the collaboration with other institutions. And finally, I'd also like to mention another interesting project, which is more innovative, where AIIB is contributing. We have actually provided a partial debt guarantee to the government in Egypt so that they can issue bonds in the Chinese market. Here we work with the African Development Bank. And the uses of the resources that we are providing, the guaranteed bond, are used for railway projects. That is the renewal of, for example, of the renewal of 2 underground lines in El Cairo and a tram in Alexandria. So there are several ways of co-funding and collaborating. We're a multilateral bank. So let me highlight that in our procurement method is open competitive process. So it's actually quite aligned with what our colleague in the World Bank was saying and other colleagues were saying.
Well, thank you. We see the sovereign and non-sovereign indeed, and very interesting. The selection of the countries where you finance, does that... Well, yes, it's the country. Yes, the country specifies, as I said, then there's others, prospective countries. They are on their way to being confirmed, if you will, as members. But it's more what the countries want. We're always open to look at new possibilities. Yes, it would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that response. I think that we've done very well time-wise. I think that the answers are very interesting. I would have wanted to hear more, but unfortunately, we don't have very much time. So to conclude, I would just say that these investments are very important. They're capital intensive and good measure, depending on what we can do intelligently, public financing, and the possibility of understanding each other. So thank you. Thank you very much. That was very good, very clear, very succinct. Thank you all very, very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your addresses, for your thoughts. And I'm going to now ask Ángel Cárdenas to join me again. He is the lead manager for infrastructure for development at CAF.
Primero que todo, agradecer a no solo a las personas que están conectadas.
I have to say thank you to the persons who are with us via remote and also to the persons who are with us physically. It's been a very interesting day. I think it was a very interesting day. I think that this speaks the major opportunities for the sector, especially the need to link those two parts of that bridge. I think that these types of events talk about the opportunities that exist for investment, but they also address the issue of demand. So supply and demand, a triangle or a pyramid, if you will, the need to invest, funding, practical, technical assessments, and what we like to do is be catalysts. And I think that it's not only us, it's all multilateral entities that have taken the floor today. I think that it's important to think about the importance of coordinating and collaborating. Those are the cross-cutting concepts, and this is what will allow us to build the best possible agenda. This morning I said that many perhaps think that railroads are a thing of the past, very nostalgic. But what we've learned today is that no, it is a door that opens looking at the future in Europe, in Central America, in Latin America, in Asia. It is essential for groups such as INECO, for the Generalitat, for Spain, and providing us with the opportunity to establish this conversation. This is what we need to foster. As a multilateral bank, let me once again say thank you very much indeed for having shared time with us, for having taught us, for having mirrored your experiences, and let us invite you, because we look to seeing how these sessions become funds for projects. And next year, when we meet again, we will be able to say that we have, thanks to conversations today, been able to fund very many very successful projects. Thank you all very, very much, and I bid you a very cordial afternoon. Thank you. And now, Rocío Wagener, who is Secretary General of Transport in Spain. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A special greeting to the authorities and representatives who are with us this afternoon, who have traveled from very far away in order to achieve a solid something with these dialogues. Thank you also to the organizers for inviting me. I'm very proud to be here on behalf of the Ministry of Transport and Sustainable Mobility and the Secretariat General. This is another hat that I wear. I also preside the Agency of Railroad Safety. I would like to begin by congratulating the organizers. I congratulate you for the quality and quantity of speakers. Thank you for this wonderful, comprehensive program. And thank you also for having chosen this wonderful venue, the Hospital of Santiago, which is a beautiful example of outstanding architecture. And let me share an anecdote. In the past, I was here at the Santiago Hospital visiting the refurbishment works of the hospital, and some of the works were funded back in the day by the Ministry of Transportation. It was called Civil Works before. Because I don't know whether you're aware of the fact that legislation in Spain for our cultural heritage, we devote 2% to the refurbishment and updating of real estate that belong to the historical buildings in Spain. So here we are, public works and this building, which perhaps you weren't familiar with. And if I talk a little bit more now about the business at hand, I would like to explain that it is a historical moment right now. Railroads now and for some years are increasingly important. Railroads are, if you will, in the crosshairs of activities in Europe, in Asia, as we heard from the CAF representative, and also in other countries in the world. The Ministry of Transport in Spain believes that safe and sustainable transport is important, and we believe that railroads are absolutely of the essence here, nationally and internationally alike. Proof of what I'm saying is, first, the desire to develop the European network. This is underway in Spain and more especially in the Mediterranean and Atlantic corridors, which affect our country. Also, the extensive experience and the collaboration with different institutions and companies that are Spanish in the development of ambitious railroad projects in Latin America and other parts of the world, some of which bear the seal of Spain. So we have projects underway, such as the high-speed line Mecca-Medina, and also another series of very interesting projects that are going to keep us very busy in the upcoming years. We're going to be seeing countries that have spoken today. So the Maya train in Mexico, the San Jose rapid passenger train, Ima-Uca in Peru, in Uruguay, the connections with Santiago and Batuca and Melipilla in Chile. This is just a few of the examples. I'm sure there are others and many of them. So there's no doubt that railroads matter. And this is why it has been, indeed it continues to be, a linchpin in the development, social and economic, of our country. And it is going to be a wonderful opportunity now and forward-looking in Latin America. It is efficient, it is sustainable as a mode of transport, but it's also an engine for employment and progress. If you invest in a railroad, you're investing in social cohesion and territorial cohesion too. So in Spain, we are decisively investing in the railroads. With regards the ministry in question, we are implementing a change in paradigm with regards what our priorities actually are. And we are materializing them. They are fleshing out thanks to the recovery plan that we have in place, which has represented a booster, an unprecedented booster, which will make it possible for this transformation to take place. And these funds, as you know, come to us from the European Union. They are the so-called next generation funds. But we have our work cut out for us. First, we continue to work in order to complete the pending connections in high speed and the corridors of the European tracks. And we focus especially on conventional railroads and commuter trains, because the mobility that fleshes out in our country actually takes place in those services provided to our citizens. In 2024, some 600 million trips took place in our commuter trains. That would be Renfe and commuter trains of the different autonomous regions. And some 40 million trips were affected on our high-speed trains. So we think that public transport on a railroad is essential, and we think that it's essential also for mobility within the city. We need to improve the conventional network. We have more than multiplied by 3 our investments in conventional railroads if you compare with before 2018. We have invested over 900 million euros in railroad infrastructure, and we have rebalanced investments in high-speed and conventional railroads, which were lagging behind in previous years. What we are achieving then is a more comprehensive approach to those policies. And as mentioned before, we are taking advantage of next generation funds and the Resiliency and Transformation Plan. We also are recently acquiring new trains. We have been very ambitious. We have bought trains to renew our fleet, especially commuter trains and middle distance plans, which needed to be renewed and substituted for more pressingly. We've also launched, as of 2022, some aids to public transport which affect railroad systems for commuter trains, conventional and high-speed Avant alternatives, and this has ensured that more and more persons opt for these modes of transport for everyday movement. And as to freight, I have to make a reference to freight. The ministry that I had believes that there's an important initiative underway, Mercancías 30, which looks at all of the initiatives necessary to grow that percentage, which in our country is very limited. We want to grow so that it is 10% by 2030. Other measures, we are also looking at the possibility of having trucks be loaded onto trains so that we have a model which will be beneficial to all, truly intermodal, in order to foster a more efficient and greener, successful activity. Initiatives. We have a management, we're managing a plan that looks at Algeciras and also Algeciras Zaragoza, two activities that will cost approximately 900 million euros. And a year ago, we launched the Madrid and Valencia alternative. And always remembering that there are other incentives that target freight, and that would be sustainable digital incentives or the compensation for operators, which results actually from the works that are currently underway. We've also talked today about the refurbishment of the network. As you know, the instruments are more than robust. We in Spain believe that funding may well be public, it could be state, it could be funds coming to us from Europe, but of course we also reach out to other financial institutions of a multilateral nature. The different organizations that have been with us today that allow us to access specific instruments and specific markets. And we also can think about public-private partnerships, as discussed today. We, in accordance with our sectorial legislation and when thinking about strategic planning, we have indications regarding maintenance and development of the infrastructure from 2021 until 2026, which sets forth a financial framework that spell out the priorities for these 5 years. We are working in the renewal thereof. Also, the managers, ADIF and ADIF High Speed, have their own activity programs which are aligned with our strategy, and there are investments planned of up to 24 billion euros until 2026. And in order to guarantee availability of public resources, in 2021, we signed the pluriannual agreements involving the state and ADIF High Spain with a contract that endows them with stability in the sector. We also, as we heard in the session, along the lines of financing criteria that are sustainable. We know that we have to abide by the European Union's mandate whenever we avail ourselves of this funding model, and this has also allowed us to contribute to the European Pact, and it has allowed us also to achieve the objectives set forth in the Paris Agreement. And this measure has also allowed for the prioritization of railroads instead of other alternative modes of transport. We know that there are other instruments available that will allow us to invest, and some have already been discussed today. And in our case, we also use green bonds to pay for ADIF high-speed investments that are good in terms of climate. Another instrument that we use and which might be of interest to other countries is that specifically when talking about accessing points, we have the Financial Fund for Accessibility, Land and Ports. Connection, therefore, is available with the specific points of interest. And we are currently exploring another series of European instruments that aim to reduce greenhouse gases and which also aim at reducing the complications implicit in transport. And I need to talk about maintenance. This is an issue which I know has also been dealt with at length today and which is of capital importance for us. Because of our geography, because of the infrastructure in Spain, because of the growth that we've seen recently, we increasingly devote resources to the maintenance and refurbishment of the network. We have innovative techniques such as preventative maintenance and big data. We also use new technologies for inspection of lighter vehicles. But what is perhaps more interesting is that when we are refurbishing the infrastructure or renewing the infrastructure, and this, for instance, the Madrid-Seville high-speed line, we do it while guaranteeing services. This is a line that dates back to 1992 and had not been reformed since that date. We have invested 750 million euros in the renewal of this line, and we are convinced that despite the incidents that have happened, we are sure that once the works are over, we will return to normalcy. Allow me also to wear a different hat. As I said before, I like to talk about security and safety. I would like to say that over the past few years, there has been a very important change in our approach. Before, we were traditional in our approach, and now we have veered towards a more systemic approach, which is based on security management and risk management. It is risk management that is shared among the different stakeholders involved in railroad activities. Railroads can be defined as being a very safe mode of transport, and this is a commitment. We are aware of the fact that this is a must, but security and safety has many different faces. We don't only talk about rules in place when talking about interoperability. We need to remember the importance of different SGS systems, risk management, supervision, monitoring and tracking, plans, contingency plans, cybersecurity, the different analyses and reports and postmortems after events and incidents, anything and everything that has to do with a safety culture, which is indeed what encompasses all of the different stages of design and construction, operations and maintenance of the infrastructure and of the rolling stock. And this calls for an engagement and a commitment. This calls for engagement and commitment from all of the stakeholders. I want to also underscore the importance of the know-how and work of our different public and private entities. Firstly, I would like to talk about the activities carried out by our security department, which is 10 years old this year, committed to operational security. I would also like to underscore the importance of the administrators, ADIF and ADIF High Speed, INECO, RENFE. INECO is a state society and works hand in hand with us. Also, the different administrations and operators from other administrations are essential. FGC, Infraestructuras de Catalunya, which are very important in their respective arenas. And the whole universe of private companies operators, manufacturers, builders, maintenance centers, trainers, and so on. We are working with them and seeing the consolidation of the railroad as a central line for an intelligent and safe mode of transport. I can assure you that we are looking forward to reaching out to other countries, countries that are so close to our hearts, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Congratulations for this very interesting day and days. I'm sure that the debates today have been of great interest, and I know that you have a very interesting program prepared for tomorrow. I repeat that our doors are open at the Ministry and the Secretariat General also. Open doors, as I say, so you join us and continue to foster this sector with 3 specific lines that would summarize the importance of railroads in Spain and Latin America: the wherewithal, the will, the capacity, and decisiveness. Together, we must work in order to ensure that railroads are a lever for people, persons, in order to guarantee the safe mode of transport we all wish for this to be. Thank you very much, and congratulations again for a very interesting session. Thank you. Indeed, it is the end of this 3rd edition of Diálogos, the Dialogues 2025. Again, thank you all very much. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the participants for contributing. And thanks to all of you who have been with us via remote. Remember, we would love it if you were to share your thoughts. Please do so via the social media at Agenda CAF. And of course, thanks also to INECO and Ferrocarrils de la Generalitat de Catalunya. And an invitation now for those of you who will. At the end, we weren't able to break for coffee because we were running terribly out of time, but we do invite you to drink at the Hotel Ola Eixample, so a cup of wine on Corsica and Balmes. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and Godspeed to all.